43681. Blameless in Abaddon by James Morrow. Copyright 1996 by James Morrow. Read by Ray Hagen.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. In this sequel to Towing Jehovah, RC 43408, God, it turns out, is not dead, but merely comatose, and his body is hauled from the Arctic to Florida, where it becomes the featured attraction at Orlando's Celestial City, USA. Embittered Judge Martin Candle helps bring God to the World Court in The Hague to answer for all the world's injustices. Some Strong Language, 1996. From the book jacket. In Towing Jehovah, the discovery of the 2-mile-long corpse of God in the mid-Atlantic proved a serious menace both to navigation and to faith. But was God truly dead, as the nihilists in the New York Times believed? In Blameless in Abaddon, his body, comatose yet far from inert, has been hauled from its temporary resting place in the Arctic to Florida, where it has become the main attraction at Orlando's Celestial City, USA. And now one Martin Candle, a small-time and sore-afflicted judge practicing in Abaddon Township, Pennsylvania, proposes further travels for the Corpus Dei to the World Court in The Hague to answer for history's injustices large and small. In his quest to counter the world's great theodicies, Martin embarks on an astonishing odyssey through the mind of the Creator, where Lot's wife proves a most convenient way of adding salt to a margarita glass, early hominids vigorously debate Augustinian doctrine over jasmine tea, and Martin's alter ego Job keeps an eternal vigil atop his dung heap. Once the trial of the millennium has begun, Martin will understand why Abaddon is another name for hell. God hunting simply is not a sport for amateurs. About the author. James Morrow has won the Nebula Award twice for his short fiction and the World Fantasy Award twice for his novels Only Begotten Daughter and Towing Jehovah. About Morrow, the Chicago Tribune says simply, "The man defines fantasy." He lives in State College, Pennsylvania. Other books by James Morrow. Bible Stories for Adults, collection. City of Truth. Nebula Awards 26, 27, and 28, editor. This is the Way the World Ends, The Continent of Lies, The Wine of Violence. Dedication. For Catherine Ann Smith, with love abiding. Acknowledgments. During my odyssey through theodicy, I was guided by many thinkers in the persons of their books. Let me here acknowledge my debt to Marilyn McCord Adams and Robert Merrihew Adams' The Problem of Evil, Peter Adam Angeles' The Problem of God, John Hicks' Evil and the God of Love, C.S. Lewis's The Problem of Pain, Edward H. Madden and Peter H. Hare's Evil and the Concept of God, H.J. McCloskey's God and Evil, Terence W. Tilley's The Evils of Theodicy, and Melville Y. Stewart's The Greater Good Defense. Jeffrey Burton Russell's 4-volume History of Evil Incarnate, the Devil, Satan, Lucifer, and Mephistopheles, while not a theodicy per se, contains much tough-minded speculation on the conundrum of suffering. Interpretations of the Book of Job are as numerous as the sores on his body. The 3 I found most valuable are William Safire's The First Dissident, John T. Wilcox's The Bitterness of Job, and Carl Jung's Answer to Job. To the best of my knowledge, all of the disasters catalogued by the prosecution team actually occurred. For those interested in pursuing this subject, I recommend Stuart Flexner and Doris Flexner's The Pessimist's Guide to History. In constructing the cystic fibrosis case presented in Chapter 12, I drew on several sources, including Frank Deford's Alex, the Life of a Child. Certain details of Robert-François Damien's execution come from Michel Foucault's Discipline and Punish. Like Towing Jehovah before it, Blameless and Abaddon benefited from the moral and intellectual support of my agent, Merrily Heifetz, the formidable mind of my editor, John Radzowitz, and the willingness of my friends and colleagues to critique a piecemeal manuscript and discuss my assorted obsessions with me. My gratitude goes to Joe Adamson, Linda Barnes, Craig Brownlee, Lynn Crossan, Shira Damon, Sean Devlin, Daniel Dubner, Margaret Duda, David Edwards, Robert Hatton, Peter Hayes, Michael Candell, Krista Malone, Glenn Morrow, Jean Morrow, Elizabeth Rose, Joe Shaw, Peter Schneeman, Catherine Ann Smith, James Stevens Arce, David Stone, and Dorothy Van Binsbergen. Contents. Book 1, Necessary Evils, Side 1. Book 2, Spelunking the Infinite, Side 4. Book 3, God in the Dock, Side 6. In the underworld, the shades writhe in fear, the waters and all that live in them are struck with terror. Sheol is laid bare, and Abaddon uncovered before God. The Book of Job, 26, 5-6. The conservative has but little to fear from the man whose reason is the servant of his passions, but let him beware of him in whom reason has become the greatest and most terrible of the passions. These are the wreckers of outworn empires, disintegrators, deicides. J.B.S. Haldane, Daedalus. Book 1, Necessary Evils, Chapter 1. Of all the newsworthy objects torn loose from the ice by the great Arctic earthquake of 1998, among them an intact Viking ship and the frozen carcass of a woolly mammoth, the most controversial by far was the 2-mile-long body of God. The debate, oddly enough, centered not on the Corpus Dei's identity — the body was accompanied, as we shall see, by an impeccable pedigree — but rather on its metaphysical status. Was God dead, as the nihilists in the New York Times believed? Only in a coma, as the Vatican and Orthodox Judaism dearly hoped? Or, the Protestant consensus, was the Almighty as spiritually alive as ever, having merely shed his fleshly form as a molting mayfly sheds its husk? Prior to the peculiar events that constitute my tale, it looked as if the mystery might never be solved. The Corpus Dei's proprietors, devout Southern Baptists all, were ill-inclined to sanction platoons of scientists tramping around inside his brain, leaving muddy footprints on his dendrites as they attempted to ascertain his degree of life or death. Moreover, as upholders of the theologically comforting mayfly theory, God's keepers rightly feared that such an expedition might yield signs of neural activity, thereby reinforcing the far more troublesome coma theory. As for me, I wholeheartedly agreed with the ban on journeys into his cerebrum. Being the devil, I have strong opinions about how human beings ought to conduct themselves. Unlike the Baptists' views, however, my own are shaped more by prudence than by piety. It is always wise, I feel, to leave well enough alone. It is best to let sleeping gods lie. The sign on the courtroom door read Justice of the Peace, though neither justice nor peace figured reliably in Martin Candle's occupation, which was largely a matter of enforcing leash laws, reprimanding jaywalkers, trying petty criminals, collecting overdue parking fines, and performing civil wedding ceremonies. Martin pursued his calling in Abaddon Township, Pennsylvania, a staunchly Republican enclave spread across a wide valley 20 miles north of Philadelphia. Abaddon was a quiet and prosperous world, a place of lush parks, rolling farmlands, and bedroom communities with names like Fox Run and Glendale. The township's best feature, everyone agreed, was Wapelani Creek, a luminous stream winding gently through the valley from north to south, threading its settlements together like the string connecting the beads on a rosary. Minnows thrived in the Wapelani, garter snakes slithered along its banks. Water striders walked Jesus-like on its surface. a rare and beautiful species of fish lived in these waters as well, a yellow-scaled carp, whose collective comings and goings on brilliant summer days transformed their habitat from a conventional brook into a river of molten gold. Bisecting the backyard of Martin's childhood home in Fox Run, the Wapelani afforded him many happy hours of ice skating, catching crayfish, and sailing the battleships he'd nailed together from stray scraps of lumber found in the basement. Only after he'd grown up, moved to Glendale, obtained a degree from Perkinsville Community College, and won his first election, did it occur to him that Wapelani Creek had actually functioned in his boyhood as a toy. The best toy a child could wish for, better than a tree fort or a Lionel electric train set. Abaddon Township's odd appellation traced to a warm summer evening in 1692, when a Quaker schoolmaster named Prester Harkins spied the devil himself sitting in the boggy marsh that drained the valley's brooks and streams. The evil one was taking a bath. Harkins saw his iron-bristled scrub brush. Although the schoolmaster was, in fact, suffering from a nascent case of paranoid schizophrenia, his neighbors all gave credence to his hallucination, and before long the marsh and its environs had acquired one of hell's more evocative epithets, Abaddon, being the Hebrew name both of a demonic angel and of the bottomless pit from which he hailed. By the time the 20th century arrived, however, the township's citizens had forgotten the meaning of Abaddon. To them, it was merely an adequate name for an adequate suburb, a word outsiders were forever mispronouncing by accenting the first syllable. Rhymes with Aladdin, the natives routinely informed visitors. Emphasize the bad, they added, a strangely Augustinian motto for a citizenry whose sense of original sin could hardly be called acute. While occasionally one of Martin's neighbors would experience the sort of dark depression that commonly overtook less fortunate Americans, the average Abaddonian gave no thought to the fact that he was living in hell. Like many individuals who remain in their home communities while their friends venture into the wider world, Martin battled a fear that he was, and always would be, a failure. Under such circumstances, a man will typically take an extreme view of his vocation, either regarding it as a kind of penance, somewhere between emptying bedpans in a pauper's hospital and working an oar on a slave galley, or elevating it beyond the bounds of reason. Martin opted for apotheosis. Upon winning the electorate's approval with his dignified bearing, athletic figure, and dark-eyed, sandy-haired good looks, he retained its loyalty through diligence and probity, considering each case as if the fate of nations hung on the outcome. Eventually, even Democrats were voting for him. Although he held no advanced degrees, a person could ascend to the office of J.P. in those days with nothing but a college diploma and a working knowledge of local ordinances. He was as devoted to the ideal of justice as anyone on the faculty of Harvard Law School. His rulings were inspiringly fair, his methods upliftingly thorough. Judge Candle would never stop at suspending an alcoholic's license following a drunk driving conviction. No, he would also try maneuvering the offender into rehabilitation. When an adolescent shoplifter came his way, he was never satisfied to convict, fine, and rebuke the thief. He would next attempt to uncover the root of the felony, visiting the young person's parents and urging everyone toward family counseling. Even the weddings gave Martin an opportunity to find glory in his judgeship. When two people chose to be married before a justice of the peace, it's a good bet that something interesting has gone wrong in their lives, and the typical ceremony found Martin functioning more as a priest or therapist than as a magistrate. In about 10% of these cases, one member of the couple was terminally ill. In 25%, the bride was pregnant. In 40%, the proposed match, Jew to Christian, Protestant to Catholic, white to black, had proven unpalatable to one of the affected families. On 3 occasions, Martin had wed a man to a man, twice a woman to a woman. Although these same-sex unions scandalized many of his fellow Republicans, he performed them with equanimity, believing that the principle of laissez-faire should apply no less to the bedroom than to the marketplace. Commonly, the couple in question could not afford to rent a suitably dignified locale in which to exchange their vows, and they were understandably loath to use their own accommodations, a run-down trailer park or your parents' living room, as an inauspicious platform from which to launch a new connubial life. Learning of the couple's plight, Martin would immediately offer them the back parlor of his bachelor's apartment. The rug was clean, the furniture tasteful, and the light sufficiently dim to make the masonite paneling look like oak. In their nervousness, many couples would forget an essential proper to, and so he kept his parlor stocked with marriage paraphernalia. The bride and groom were invariably amazed when, just as panic was about to possess them, Martin would coolly open a plywood cabinet and remove an imitation gold wedding ring, a pair of scented candles, a bouquet of silk flowers, a box of latex condoms, or a bottle of Cook's champagne. The most imaginative nuptials occurred not in Martin's parlor, but in the world at large. He always brought his wedding props along, securing them carefully inside his briefcase before climbing into his white Dodge Aries and setting off to stamp the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's imprimatur on the venerable urgings of the flesh. Once he wed 2 scuba enthusiasts at the bottom of the Schuylkill River, everyone dressed in wetsuits and breathing bottled air. Another time he joined 2 skydiving aficionados as they floated above the Chestnut Grove Country Club, the bride's veil trailing behind her like a superheroine's cape. He would never forget uniting a pair of Perkinsville bohemians as they copulated vigorously on their waterbed so that they might enjoy the unique experience of beginning the act as fornicators and completing it as a legal entity. It was through his vocation that, at age 49, Martin met the beguiling and eccentric Corinne Rosewood. One agreeable April afternoon, the township's blustery constable, Hugh Stedman, hauled Corinne into Martin's little courtroom, having arrested her on a charge of disturbing the peace. According to Stedman, for the past 3 years, Corinne had given the backyard of her Chestnut Grove bungalow over to the cultivation of Nepeta cateria, catnip. Each evening, right after sunset, the addicts would arrive, tabbies, calicos, tortoiseshells, Siamese, mewing and hissing as they pressed their spines to the ground and rolled around on the leaves. Not only were Corinne's neighbors forced to endure the din of this nightly bacchanal, the cat owners among them were commonly subjected to pets so stoned that, prancing home at 4 a.m., they totally forgot what a litter box was, blithely relieving themselves on the floor. There she stood, a Zoftic woman, with hair the color of buttered toast, dressed in a checked flannel shirt, faded jeans, and red vinyl cowboy boots, rocking back and forth on her heels and grinning unrepentantly as Constable Stedman charged her with corrupting the township's cats. Her face was round and dimpled, barred from true beauty only by a nose resembling a baby turnip. Martin was smitten. Throughout the arraignment, his heart pounded like a moonstruck adolescent's. Corinne's majestic form and unorthodox features appealed to his aesthetic sense, her crime to his fondness for audacity. The central image enchanted him. Hundreds of ecstatic cats hallucinating in the moonlight, singing to the stars, gamboling through Corinne's garden of feline delights. At her hearing 10 days later, she pleaded innocent. Martin weighed the evidence, found her guilty, and fined her $250. "I think I'm in love with you," he said, whipping off his bifocals and staring directly at the defendant. "Will you marry me?" Assuming the judge was being facetious, Corinne replied that of course she would marry him, provided he dropped the fine. "I won't drop the fine, but I'll reduce it to 200. 150? 200. All right. Does a June wedding sound okay to you?" Constable Stedman blinked incredulously. The bailiff issued an astonished cough. "Are you crazy?" said Corinne, absently fingering the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania flag beside Martin's bench opposite the Stars and Stripes. "I don't even know you." "How about dinner instead? Dinner and a show." "That's a possibility." "Tonight?" "Tonight I'm holding up a gas station in Glendale. Friday night would work." "It's a deal." On Friday night, Martin and Corinne attended a revival of Agatha Christie's Witness for the Prosecution at Philadelphia's Theater of the Living Arts, and 6 months later they were indeed married in a civil ceremony conducted by Kevin McKendrick, the J.P. of Cheltenham Township, the jurisdiction immediately to the east. A most peculiar pair, these two. Martin, the lifelong Protestant monotheist and centrist Republican, the only son of Siobhan O'Leary, a receptionist in a travel bureau, and Walter Candle, a teetotal bartender who sought to counter the intrinsic secularity of his career by teaching Presbyterian Sunday school. Corinne, the free-spirited pagan and former Peace Corps volunteer, progeny of the first woman ever to run for governor of Maryland on the socialist ticket, and a failed Marxist playwright turned successful sporting goods salesman. And yet they were happy. Not only happy, but obstreperously happy. Happy to a degree that would have been insufferable in a couple less blameless and upright. 4 months after their wedding, they secured a mortgage on a ramshackle farmhouse and adjoining barn at 22 Flour Mill Road in Chestnut Grove. Located 3 miles north of Abaddon Marsh, the couple's estate comprised over 6 acres, more than enough for furtively growing Nepentecataria. In April, they sowed the seeds together, pausing periodically to make love in the apple orchard, and by June the crop was in bloom, introducing dozens of local felines to a level of self-indulgence that seemed excessive even by the standards of a cat. Corinne's love for animals went far beyond catnip farming. She was a devout vegetarian whose Ford Rangers sported bumper stickers proclaiming "meat is murder" and "I'd rather go naked than wear fur." For her livelihood, she managed All Creatures Great and Small, a Perkinsville establishment specializing in gourmet food for dogs, cats, and, most profitably, the horses owned by the adolescent girls of Abaddon Township's wealthiest settlement, the posh and sylvan community of Deer Haven. Corinne's own taste in pets ran decidedly toward the outre. The creatures with whom Martin was forced to compete for his wife's affections included not only an iguana named Sedgwick, but also a tarantula named Harry Truman, and an armadillo called Shirley, a misanthropic beast whose entire behavioral repertoire consisted of eating, sleeping, and, every day at 2 p.m., creeping from one corner of the basement to the other, depositing a pile of ordure as she passed. On the evening of their first anniversary, Corinne looked Martin squarely in the eye, raised her second glass of cooked champagne to her lips, and said softly, "It was the lobsters. The lobsters from Superfresh." The case to which Corinne was evidently alluding had appeared on Martin's docket early in their courtship. Shortly after 11 p.m. on September 19, 1996, a young woman named Nancy Strawson had broken into a Superfresh grocery store in Fox Run and transferred all the live lobsters from their display case to a holding tank. Later that night, Strawson drove the tank across New Jersey, parked on a deserted Cape May beach, and released each and every lobster into the North Atlantic. Presented with the facts of Strawson's escapade, Martin had sentenced her to 2 days in jail, but he declined to make her pay any damages. Instead, he told the Superfresh management their lobster trade was manifestly inhumane, and they would do well to abandon this business of torturing crustaceans. "It was the lobsters that won me over," Corinne continued. "You let the defendant off with a slap on the wrist, and I said to myself, 'Look no further, dear.'" "Lovely lobsters," said Martin woozily, finishing his third glass of champagne. "Lovely, lovely lobsters." 18 months into the marriage, Corinne got the idea of setting up the canine equivalent of the celebrated Make-A-Wish Foundation. She solicited contributions through Dog Fancy magazine, rented a one-room office in downtown Kingsley, and hired her dim-witted but saintly cousin Franny as chief administrator. Within half a year, the Kennel of Joy had become a going concern, sustained through a mixture of charitable donations and Corinne's take-home pay. Thanks to the Kennel of Joy, a dying Manhattan dachshund finally got to chase a Wisconsin rabbit into its warren. A diabetic bloodhound from Newark joined 3 other dogs in finding a child lost in the Great Smokies. and a leukemic golden retriever born and bred in the parched Texas town of Tahoka spent the last weeks of her life swimming in the Rio Grande. Had Martin not been crazy about Corinne, he would have regarded the Kennel of Joy as a dreadful waste of money, and the organization would probably have occasioned screaming matches of the sort that had characterized the terminal phases of his previous relationships. But love does strange things to a man's sense of proportion, which is why, contrary to rumor, it is by no means the devil's least favorite emotion. Me again, yours truly. Let's get something straight right now. This is not Old Nick here. This is not Mr. Scratch, Beelzebub, Gentleman Jack, or any other cozy and domesticated edition of myself. This is the devil. This is hardball. This is a 2-month-old Bulgarian baby tossed into the air and caught on a Turkish bayonet in front of its hysterical mother. This is an Ustash commandant splitting open a Serb's ass with an axe, so that the Serb begs the commandant, begs him to shoot him in the head, and the commandant simply laughs. A 30-year-old melanoma victim slipping his head into a plastic bag and cinching it with a string of his son's Batman kite. The Yangtze River overflowing its banks in 1931, flooding every acre from Nanking to Hankou, and drowning 3.5 million peasants. The great Iranian earthquake of 1990, rippling through the country's northern provinces, flattening 100 towns and leaving 50,000 dead. Please understand, I never asked for this job. It wasn't my idea to be the Prince of Darkness, the Principal of Evil, the Principal of Hate, or anything of the kind. I never requested that God reach into hell's highest dung heap, grab a glob of primal slime, and mold me as he would later mold Adam from clay. While I am willing to confess my sins before any priest with time enough to listen, the ultimate responsibility for Martin Candle's fate, for all the world's pain, does not lie with me. Yes, I invented the typhoon. True, my hobby is breeding tuberculosis, nolo contendere. I am gravity's mechanic, and by extension an accessory before the fact of every fatal fall. But just because our Creator subcontracts evil out to me, we mustn't neglect to notice the blood on his hands. God dwells in the details, wrote the architect Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, and so do I. My name is Jonathan Sarcos. I am 6'4", and I weigh 285 pounds. Like a chameleon's, my complexion varies as a function of my environment, though inversely. On asphalt I am white, on snow black. You must cast all cliched accessories from your mind: scepter, forked beard, scholar's cap. I gave up cloven hoofs in the Middle Ages. I haven't worn horns since the Renaissance. Of all my portrayers, it was a 20th century painter named Jerome Whitkin who came closest to the truth. Whitkin's masterpiece is a 72 by 65-inch oil-on canvas called The Devil as a Tailor. This artist saw it all. My cramped and penumbral shop with its Elias Howe sewing machine and its racks of newly made garments awaiting pickup. My massive frame, balding pate, large turtle-like head. The one thing he got wrong was my age. While poets commonly produce their best work in their 30s, and mathematicians typically burn out in their 20s, miscreants tend to be late bloomers. Hitler didn't get around to invading Poland until he was 50. Ceausescu got the hang of atrocity only after turning 64. I am an eternal 72. My sewing needle boasts an honorable lineage, having been fashioned from the very spike the Roman soldiers drove through Jesus Christ's left wrist. Flash it goes in the light of my whale oil lamp, stitching together shirts, trousers, coats, blouses, and gowns. Flash! Flash! The demand for my goods is great. Authentic evil is rarely committed by the naked. Even rapists keep their pants on. Hour after hour, I sit here inside God's decaying brain, hypnotized by my needle's glitter, glancing up occasionally to watch the great cranial artery called the River Hiddekel flow past my private dock on its journey to the pineal gland. I rest only on Sundays. Military uniforms are a specialty. Copes and cassocks, of course. Flags, naturally. White hoods and matching sheets. business suits. During one of my boom periods from 1937 through 1945, I produced 4,328,713 yellow stars inscribed with the word Judah. I am the father of lies. Over the years, my children have done me proud. I shouldn't play favorites, but I am especially pleased with the meek shall inherit the earth. Likewise, I shall always retain a soft spot in my heart for every cloud has a silver lining. As for time heals all wounds, and whenever God closes a door, he opens a window, they too make me gloat unconscionably. But enough about me. Whatever my shortcomings, vanity is not among them. You came to learn about the awful events that befell the upright magistrate of Abaddon. For the nonce, I shall hold my tongue. Given Corinne's worldview, Martin reacted with astonishment when, during a visit to the Chestnut Grove flea market, she insisted on buying a moldering panther skin rug. She was acquiring it, she explained, in homage to an idol of hers, the Italian ballerina Marie Taglioni. According to Corinne, on a moonlit winter's night in 1835, Taglioni's carriage was halted by a Russian highwayman, who then commanded her to dance for him, an audience of one, on a panther's pelt spread across the snowy ground. In the years that followed, it became Taglioni's custom to place chunks of ice in her jewel box and watch them melt amid the sparkling gems. Thus did she preserve her memory of that magical encounter. The highwayman, the black pelt, the star-speckled sky glittering above the frozen forest. At first, Martin maintained that $45 was far too much to have spent on a scruffy hunk of fur. But then, one frigid January evening, he awoke to realize Corinne no longer lay beside him. Acting on instinct, he went downstairs, donned a ski jacket over his pajamas, and hurried toward the catnip patch. Shimmering in the moonlight, a steady stream of snowflakes floated down, slowly, softly, the sort of generous crystals that, during childhood, he'd loved catching on his tongue. As he opened his mouth that night, he remembered his mother telling him no two snowflakes were alike. To the 10-year-old Martin, there seemed something momentous in this fact, an entree into the mind of God, but he'd never managed to fathom it. An extravagantly beautiful voice reached his ears, one of Corinne's favorite performances, Lorena McKennitt singing her original musical setting for Tennyson's The Lady of Shalott. For ere she reached upon the tide, the first house by the water side, singing in her song she died, the Lady of Shalott. And then he saw her, Corinne, improvising a sinuous ballet atop her panther pelt, her white lycra bodysuit giving her buxom form the appearance of a snow sculpture by Praxiteles. The sight transfixed him. He forgot to breathe. Out upon the wharfs they came, knight and burgher, lord and dame, and round the prow they read her name, the Lady of Shalott. The song ascended, pouring from her battery-powered tape recorder. As the snow collected on his face, Corinne danced toward him and pressed her lips against his cheeks and brow, kissing each crystal into oblivion. The animal lover who danced on an animal's hide, the contradiction charmed him. Inevitably, he thought of a remark made by a character in The Brothers Karamazov, a novel he'd read in Mr. Gymnasio's 12th grade honors English class. If everything on earth were rational, nothing would happen. Thus did one of Martin's most intense experiences with cosmic benevolence reach its climax with Corinne's lips and Dostoevsky's epigram. 2 days later, he had the first in a series of intense experiences with cosmic evil. It happened while he was on the job, marrying Demetrius Mitsakos and Gina Fontecchio, high school dropouts who could barely afford the low end of his sliding scale. Standing in his living room, surrounded by wedding guests, Martin was seized by an overwhelming urge to urinate. He barely got through the ceremony. Rushing into the bathroom, he began emptying his bladder without bothering to lift the toilet seat. A razoring pain hit him, as if a strand of barbed wire were traveling through his urethra. He screamed. His knees buckled. He fell to the floor, eyes fixed on a stain compounded of fungus, rust, and desiccated toothpaste. Slowly the agony slackened. He exhaled, thanking God for the relief. His bladder was still complaining, but he dared not pee. Stumbling out of the bathroom, he limped up to Demetrius and Gina, smiled bravely, and wished them all the happiness in the world. Later that afternoon, everyone reconvened at the local Wendy's, the first time this particular restaurant, or Martin suspected any restaurant in the entire Wendy's chain, had hosted a wedding reception. For Demetrius and Gina, the place was redolent of sentiment. They'd met 3 months earlier at the salad bar. Had his bladder not been torturing him, Martin might have enjoyed the party. Splendid in his yard sale tuxedo, Demetrius swaggered to and fro amid the formica tables, assuring his guests the food would cost them nothing. "Eat up, everybody," he said expansively. "Gina and I are paying for everything. Have another Frosty for Christ's sake, Sid. More fries, Trixie?" Never before in his life, Martin guessed, had Demetrius been anyone's benefactor, nor was he ever likely to play that part again. The urge became intolerable. Martin retreated to the men's room, and, steeling himself, peed a pint of what felt like sulfuric acid. A foul-smelling yellowish discharge followed. Pale and shaken, he hobbled back into the dining room, bade the newlyweds farewell, and fled the festivities in a panic. 24 hours later, his primary care physician, an ethereal young man named Harrison Daltrey, subjected Martin's rectum to a digital examination and offered a diagnosis: acute prostatitis. Dr. Daltrey wrote him a prescription for an antibiotic called Negrum, then explained that Martin would require periodic prostatic massages to expel the urethral secretions. The magistrate felt better even before swallowing the first pill. And then he felt worse. The Negrum diminished the burning only slightly, and the yellowish discharges continued unabated, staining his underclothes so thoroughly that he took to washing these garments separately when Corinne wasn't around. Daltrey switched him from Negrum to Furidantin. No improvement. Then came the fateful prostatic massage of May 4th, 1999. "Something new today," said Daltrey, withdrawing his gloved index finger. "I'm picking up a small hardening along the lateral border of the left lobe. I want to make sure a specialist can feel it too. Matt Hummel's the best urologist around. You'll be in good hands." Dr. Hummel's good hands also detected a hardening in Martin's prostate. "Until we have a look, I can't tell you whether it's fibrous or neoplastic," said the urologist, a dour, moon-faced man who'd never shed his boyhood freckles. "If I had to make a wager, I'd bet my last nickel it's benign." "You're sure? Your last nickel?" "You're only 51, Hummel explained, reaching for the phone. "Let's put you in the hospital this afternoon, okay? We'll do a lab workup, and tomorrow I'll biopsy the area." When the anesthesia wore off, the first thing Martin realized was that a Foley catheter projected from his urethra, angling downward like a retrofitted science fiction penis. Antiseptic fragrances suffused the recovery room. The aggressive chill of central air conditioning blew across his skin. The nurse on duty, a rotund woman who might have just stepped out of an opera about Visigoths, seemed edgy and distant, as if she feared he might engage her in conversation. Where the hell was Hummel? "We're keeping you another night," said the nurse, sidling toward the door. "Why?" "Doctor's orders." "I hate this catheter." "I can imagine." And suddenly she was gone, leaving him alone with his fear. As the clock on the recovery room wall crept toward 3 p.m., Hummel finally appeared. "How are we doing?" he asked. "You didn't tell me there'd be a catheter." "We'll take it out before you go to sleep." "It's driving me crazy. Did you win your bet?" "What bet?" "Your last nickel." Lab report was vague. I told him to look at the tissue again. "Good vague or bad vague?" Vague. Let me worry about it, okay?" Hummel started out of the room. "If you're a cooperative patient, we'll let you watch the Phillies tonight." Martin sat up, intent on chasing Hummel down the hall and asking what vague meant, but the catheter made him reconsider. He lay back, closed his eyes, and brooded. 20 minutes later, the Visigoth nurse and her ham-fisted male assistant removed the catheter, a procedure that would have caused him only slightly more pain if the device had been a lag screw. They transferred him to a regular room, one boasting not only a color TV and a civilized temperature, but also a private phone. Grabbing the receiver, he punched up the number of all creatures great and small. "They're not letting me out till tomorrow," he told Corinne. "What about the biopsy?" "They won't tell me anything." "Within a week, this'll all seem like a bad dream." Her tone was warm, kindly, reassuring. No wonder armadillos fell in love with her. "You'll be standing on home plate, marrying a couple of baseball fans, and you won't even be thinking about your prostate." At 9 o'clock the next morning, Corinne appeared at his bedside bearing the happy news that Hummel had signed him out. His back throbbed, his bladder spasmed, his urethra burned fiercely as if it had been colonized by fire ants. He wondered whether his augured penis would ever be able to perform its various duties again. Slowly he eased himself out of bed, collected his watch and wallet from the nightstand, and put on his street clothes. As he and Corinne shuffled past the nurse's station, the pasty-faced woman behind the desk spoke up. "Dr. Hummel said to get in touch before you leave. Here's the number. There's a payphone by the Coke machine." Hummel's receptionist was expecting Martin's call. "The doctor wants to see you down here at 6 o'clock. Would that be convenient?" "Okay," he said, palms growing damp. "Can your wife come along?" "I think so." "Please bring her." The receptionist hung up. "He wants to see us at 6, said Martin, staring at his shoes. "Both of us. That's ominous, don't you think?" "Not necessarily." Corinne clasped his forearm. "When I was 17, a surgeon cut a benign cyst out of my breast. He wanted my mother there afterward to hear exactly what he'd done and why. Here's the plan. Once we're finished with Hummel, we're going to Chi-Chi's for dinner." And so it happened that on May 12, 1999, at 6:23 p.m., Martin and Corinne stood together in his urologist's badly lit office, hearing a verdict more punishing than anything the J.P. had ever handed down in his courtroom. Hummel summarized the results of the biopsy, then showed them the report from the pathology lab. The final line read, "Diagnosis, adenocarcinoma of prostate." In other words, at the age of 51, this devout Presbyterian and devoted public servant, this innocent lover of justice, had developed cancer. Lucky you, I'm back. At this juncture in our hero's plunging fortunes, it would be appropriate to chronicle the origin of the great shrine toward which his cancer will eventually propel him. Initially, of course, no one believed that the 80-million-ton carcass embodied God himself. Candle, for example, favored the theory that it was a hoax, a foam rubber statue carved by a wealthy sculptor with a demented sense of humor, perhaps, or an inflatable dummy constructed by prankster existentialists. Other people were convinced it had fallen from a passing UFO. Still others dismissed the body as a movie prop that had drifted away from the set of an aquatic religious epic, much as the mechanical whale from the Hollywood adaptation of Moby Dick had escaped during shooting. But then Pope Innocent XIV, staggering beneath the burden of his conscience, a weight that lay upon him like his Savior's cross, came clean. On December 30th, 1998, the pontiff stood before a dozen radio microphones, a score of TV cameras, and a phalanx of journalists from every corner of the globe, and told an astonishing story. How 6 years earlier the Vatican had been visited by an archangel claiming that God's inert body lay adrift in the Gulf of Guinea. How Gabriel and his fellow angels had hollowed out an iceberg pinned against the island of Kvitia. How Captain Anthony Van Horn of the United States Merchant Marine, acting on orders from Rome, had piloted the supertanker Carpco Valparaiso to the body's splashdown point off the coast of Gabon, strung 2 parallel chains from her afterdeck, secured them inside the divine ears, and, after a series of harrowing adventures, towed this strange cargo to the Arctic and deposited it inside the Great Crypt. while the fact that its creator was quite possibly dead proved on the whole depressing for the human race, the situation nevertheless boasted a bright side. To the tabloid press, the Corpus Dei was a godsend. General Dynamics was delivered from bankruptcy when the Vatican commissioned it to build the cooling chamber that, if he was indeed defunct, would presumably spare his body an unsightly dissolution. Lockheed Corporation was likewise saved when it submitted the low bid on the Series 7000 heart-lung machine, that, if he in fact harbored a spark of life, might possibly stabilize him. And of course, there were those thousands of O-positive donors who, upon contributing their blood to this unprecedented project, experienced a variety of spiritual satisfaction no human beings had known before. Grief became a growth industry. Sympathy cards flowed back and forth among the world's bereaved believers. Even I sent one to myself, a phenomenon that not only quadrupled the worth of Hallmark Incorporated, but forced the U.S. Postal Service to double its normal number of carriers. The major airlines fell over themselves, offering discount rates to pilgrims wishing to pay their last respects. Arriving at the port of Naples, where the Corpus Dei was now moored, another tow by the tireless Van Horn, the mourners purchased bouquets from dockside vendors and tossed them into the waters, watching through tear-stained eyes as the currents bore the flowers across the bay and deposited them alongside his cooling chamber. For the first time in history, orchids had become a bonanza crop, eclipsing both tobacco and cotton, bowing only to opium. From New Year's Day until well past Easter, Rome's startling revelation commanded the front page of every major newspaper in the Western Hemisphere. Dead or alive, corpse or coma victim. Above all loomed the question of causality. Assuming that the object was in fact a corpse, by what means and for what purpose did God die, and why now? Had he been murdered by a force even greater than himself? Taken a good hard look at his favorite species, and forthwith succumbed to despair? But then, inevitably, other matters caught the public's attention. The famine in Mozambique, the unexpected success of the Boston Red Sox, and the Corpus Dei was relegated to the op-ed pages and the occasional political cartoon. Even the Weekly World News saw the handwriting on the wall, and by the end of the year, headlines such as "Coma Deity Communicates by Blinking" and "Aliens Use God's Body as Landing Field" had been supplanted by "Elvis Sighted at Lourdes" and "Dead Sea Scrolls Yield Arthritis Cure." If people talked about the Naples cadaver at all, it was merely to repeat one of the tasteless jokes, offensive even to me, then in circulation. So, one day God's doctors are poking him with these huge electrodes, and he starts coughing. Suddenly, he spits out the corpse of Charles de Gaulle. The first doctor turns to the second and says no wonder he couldn't breathe, he had a frog in his throat. Finally, even the jokes stopped. The tragedy returned briefly to the fore when the Vatican, seeking to expand its missionary program and recover from various ill-considered real estate ventures in Eastern Europe, agreed to sell the Corpus Dei to the American Baptist Confederation on condition that the new owners keep him inside the cooling chamber and connected to the Lockheed 7000. The negotiations stretched over months. 5 law firms on 2 continents got into the act. Eventually, the Baptists paid $1.3 billion for God. To many observers, myself included, the price seemed exorbitant, until it became clear that the Corpus Dei's new owners fully intended to recoup their investment, their plan being to found a theme park called Celestial City, USA, and make him its centerpiece. But it wasn't the body of God per se that brought people in droves to the Celestial City. It wasn't the rides, the gardens, the shops, or the concerts, and it certainly wasn't the muggy Orlando air. It was the fact that of the innumerable emphysema victims, arteriosclerosis sufferers, manic depressives, alcoholics, diabetics, hemophiliacs, and cancer patients who visited the city and beheld the corpse of corpses, 1 out of 5 returned home cured. Or so the brochures claimed. Our best course of action would be an immediate and total prostatectomy, said Dr. Hummel. You'd be rendered impotent, I'm afraid, but it's our only hope for remission." A feeling of suffocation overcame Martin, a sense of being swallowed by something cold and miasmal, as if he was sinking to the bottom of the Abaddon marsh. His hands smacked together in prayer. Although he hadn't attended church in years, preferring to engage his Creator the way a person might retain a private tutor, as opposed to the collegiate model of organized religion, his faith had remained steadfast. One thing he'd never understood was how any sane person could neglect to cultivate a relationship with God. When the doctor said prostatectomy, what was there to keep an atheist from going mad? Of course, Martin had to admit that faith was something he'd come by easily. Before succumbing to heart disease at age 78, his father had been the most popular Sunday school teacher in the history of Perkinsville First Presbyterian. A flair for the dramatic and a talent for the mawkish were chief among Walter Candle's gifts as an apostle to the young. Several times a year, Walter would herd his students into an ancient pre-industrial section of Hillcrest Cemetery and instruct them to make rubbings of the deteriorating limestone markers. "Before the turn of the century, all these names and dates will be gone, erased by wind and rain. It's up to us to save them. The dead deserve no less." In an equally effective lesson, Walter would bring in an artificial Christmas tree decorated with miniature chocolate donuts, and, seeking to help his students empathize with Eve's ordeal of temptation, forbid them to eat. "I'd like a second opinion," Martin told Hummel. "In your shoes, so would I." By canceling the speeding ticket that Ralph Avelthorpe, son of a prominent Deer Haven neurosurgeon, had acquired in Abaddon Township, Martin was able to wrangle an early appointment with Benjamin Blumenberg, chief of urology at New York City's Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. He hated to abuse his office so blatantly, but he was desperate. Whether Dr. Blumenberg turned out to be old or young, Martin was determined to find him impressive. If old, he would be thankful so much experience was being marshaled against his illness. If young, he would decide he was in the hands of a prodigy, the Bobby Fischer of urology. But Dr. Blumenberg, when Martin finally got to see him, did not appear to be any particular age, somewhere in his late 40s, perhaps his early 50s, nor was there anything striking about his appearance: doughy face, thinning hair, tortoiseshell glasses. His only remarkable feature was his voice, which had the raspy, beleaguered quality of Montgomery Clift in Judgment at Nuremberg. This great doctor, this urologist's urologist, studied the pathology report, palpated Martin's gland, and said, "I'm glad you didn't opt for the prostatectomy." Relief flooded through him. "You mean it's not so bad?" "Far as I can tell, the hard area on your left lobe is close to the prostatic capsule. Truth is, I suspect it's gone outside the capsule to involve the seminal vesicle." Martin gulped audibly. His bowels turned to water. "It's spreading?" The specialist nodded. "A radical prostatectomy is justified only when there's a solitary nodule the surgeon has a chance of removing in toto. Don't despair, sir. Alternatives exist. We could try synthetic estrogen, female hormones. Meneval, maybe, or Feminone." "Estrogen?" groaned Martin. Blumenberg offered a grimace of commiseration. "The side effects are crummy. Erosion of the sex drive, gynecomastia. You'll grow breasts, and the hormones alone won't be enough. I'll have to do an orchidectomy." "My orchids?" said Martin with a nervous little laugh. "Your orchids." "Please," he squirmed. "I'm only 52. Happily, there's another route, equally promising: radiation. We can shield your testicles, schlong, the whole package. With any luck, your sexual functioning will remain intact. Step 1 is a lymphangiogram to determine whether the tumor has migrated beyond the vesicle. Can you go into the hospital on Thursday?" Lymphangiogram. Lovely word, wouldn't you say? So layered and mellifluous, its syllables rising and falling like the soft, gentle slopes of a woodland meadow. Lymphangiogram. Some day I shall embroider lymphangiogram on the back of my red velvet smoking jacket. Did I ever tell you how I sold our creator on cancer? I walked into the pitch meeting and said, "Got a new pathology for you." Shoot. Solipsistic cannibalism. Your body starts eating itself alive. Like it. Thought you would. I call it glutch. Glutch? Glutch? Come on, Sarkos. What the hell kind of name for a dread disease is glutch? You can think of something more euphonious than that. Thus did my masterpiece acquire its association with a half-dozen of the world's most soothing and musical sounds. Cancer, metastasis, carcinoma, tumor, oncology, lymphangiogram. Martin's lymphangiogram disclosed 3 abnormal lymph nodes in the vicinity of his prostate. "Abnormal?" he wailed. "You mean malignant?" "We won't know till we biopsy them," said Blumenberg. "If I had to make a guess, though, yes, Martin, malignant." "Can we beat it, Doc? Is this cancer going to kill me?" "These days, with God out of commission, it's hard to know anything for sure." "I don't believe he's out of commission." "You favor the mayfly theory?" "Don't you?" Blumenberg shrugged. "When it comes to God, I have very few opinions. It's all I can do to keep up with urology. But to answer your first question, yes, I think we can beat it." On May 25th, Martin returned to the hospital, and 22 hours later, Blumenberg cut into his abdomen. The specialist biopsied the 3 suspicious nodes, and each proved rife with cancer cells. Blumenberg excised these nasty little time bombs, then biopsied their neighbors, subsequently taking his knife to the ones infiltrated by carcinoma, the majority, predictably. With Martin already out cold on the table, Blumenberg decided to start therapy immediately, sowing the diseased gland with several dozen radioactive I-125 microcapsules, each no bigger than a grain of sand. Surfacing into consciousness, Martin grew instantly aware of the violence wrought by Blumenberg's scalpel. From pole to pole, his belly throbbed and spasmed. He felt as if some demonic child had opened up his abdomen with a beach shovel, reached inside, and attempted to fashion a toy castle from his viscera. A nurse stood by his bedside, wielding a syringe filled with Demerol. She jabbed the needle into his thigh, flashed a professional smile, and pushed the plunger. Corinne squeezed his hand. "The nodes," he rasped. "It's what we thought," said Corinne. "Positive?" Blumenberg cut him out. Every last one. She lifted his fingers to her lips and kissed them. "Listen, honey, he also stuck 46 radiation microcapsules in your prostate. It's a cure, Martin. In 2 days, the side effects will hit. Nausea, weakness, that sort of thing. But meanwhile, the seeds will be hard at work, shrinking the tumor. And then the prostatitis will vanish too." Martin was no fool. He knew that a man whose lymph nodes have been invaded by cancer cannot count on living for much more than a year. "It's time we took a vacation," he told his wife, the Demerol fuzzing his enunciation. "It's time we went to Orlando." Chapter 2. Nothing delights me so much as spoiling a surprise. Stapleton masterminded the Hound of the Baskervilles. Rosebud was Charlie Kane's sled. Jim Young pawned his watch to buy Della a set of combs, even as Della was selling her hair to buy Jim a watch chain. God willed himself into a death trance because he thought he'd do his creatures more good that way. As the Jesuit cosmologist Father Thomas Occam put it in his best-selling Parables for a Post-Theistic Age, it was essentially a strategy for forcing our species to grow up. By preventing us from taking him for granted, he is making us fall back on our own resources. So, now you know. Mystery solved, case closed. Unfortunately for his grand scheme, however, our Creator failed to reckon on Celestial City, USA. As usual, he underestimated the human potential for self-deception. Among the drawbacks of developing a terminal illness while still relatively young is the large number of people you must notify. Most of your loved ones are still alive. On the day before Martin and Corinne's scheduled departure for Orlando, he telephoned everyone who mattered to him. He began with his liberal Democrat sister Jenny Candle, knowing that her talent for transmuting life's conventional horrors into black comedy would give him a needed lift. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry." "Say something funny, Jenny." "Funny? How can prostate cancer be funny?" "It's not as funny as lung cancer, but it's still pretty funny." "You tell Mom yet?" "Haven't worked up the courage." "This'll be good for her. All those years of wasting her anxiety skills on trivia. What if I run out of candy on Halloween? What'll happen when the boy who cuts my grass goes to college? Now she's got something she can sink her teeth into." "Cancer is worthy of her." "We're gonna whoop this thing, brother man," Jenny insisted, shifting into her impersonation of Elizabeth Taylor as Maggie the cat. "We're gonna whoop this thing till hell won't have it again." The next people to learn of his diagnosis were his two ex-fiancées. Robin McLaughlin, a dental technician with whom he'd lived while they both attended Perkinsville Community College, began weeping hysterically. Filtered through the telephone receiver, her sobs sounded like the death rattle of a Kennel of Joy client. At first he declined to call Brittany Rapson, who claimed to despise him these days, but who was nevertheless continually arranging for their lives to intersect in pointless ways. "Marty, do you have those snapshots of us feeding the ducks in Fairmount Park?" After thinking it over, he decided he'd better contact her. If the news arrived indirectly, he would never hear the end of it. Upon learning of Martin's tumor, Brittany reacted with characteristic narcissism, insisting that when he was in his final throes, withering away on a morphine drip, she'd be the one he could count on, she'd be the one who'd appear at his bedside, assuming he had the foresight to summon her. Then came Mom, a Montclair, New Jersey rose fancier and neurasthenic, who habitually came on like Olga Prozorova, yearning for Moscow, though in Siobhan's case the locus of her fantasies was her ancestral Belfast. After absorbing the blow, she predictably went to pieces, calming down only after Martin explained that he intended to visit the Celestial City. "Your father would like that." He saved his campaign manager for last, Vaughn Poffley, a scrappy extrovert who, when he wasn't making sure the office of J.P. remained in Republican hands, earned his living teaching driver's ed, dread, the students called it, at Abaddon Senior High. Martin and Vaughn had first met at a school board meeting. It was June 15, 1991, and Martin had come to protest the proposed elimination of driver's ed from the senior high curriculum, a budget reduction scheme he'd read about that morning in the Abaddon Sentinel. Recognized by the chairman, he stood up and explained that his conscience had compelled him to attend. As their local magistrate, he'd seen firsthand the damage that lack of driver's education caused. Martin told about broken bodies and bashed brains, dashed hopes and ruined lives. Were these loving parents truly willing to send their children onto the open road untutored in the art of defensive driving? All in all, a brilliant performance, and by evening's end, not only did Vaughn still have a job, but Driving 101 had become a graduation requirement. As the meeting broke up, Vaughn marched over and introduced himself, a short, balding, effusive man with a mild lisp. "Any time you need a favor," he said, clasping Martin's hand, "all you gotta do is ask." Normally, Martin would have dismissed Vaughn's offer as the rhetorical pleasantry it was, but he'd been feeling overwhelmed of late, ever since Brittany had moved out on him. While the woman's intractable vanity and affection for Sturm and Drang had made the relationship qua relationship impossible, she'd been a splendid campaign manager. Now that you mention it, I could use some help with my re-election effort. Leafleting, door-to-door canvassing. "I'm your man," said Vaughn. "Who's our opposition?" "Some goat cheese-eating liberal lawyer from Oregon." "What angle do we play up? Candle the family man?" "I haven't got a family. I don't particularly like children." "Honesty, that's our gimmick. Honesty and experience." Despite the impromptu circumstances of his hiring, Vaughn Poffley proved as effective in the job as Brittany, inventing a memorable campaign slogan, "Cartwright is all right, but he can't hold a candle to candle," and plastering it on hundreds of telephone poles and billboards throughout Abaddon Township. Without slinging mud or descending into sleaze, he handed Martin a winning margin of 2,418 votes. Upon hearing that his friend had cancer, Vaughn steered the conversation in a pragmatic direction, asking Martin whether he still intended to enter the upcoming election. When Martin answered yes, Vaughn urged him to keep his illness secret. "I'm not saying we should be deceitful, but November will be here before we know it. You'd be surprised how skittish voters get about cancer. They don't like it one little bit." That evening, Martin and Corinne made love. Although Blumenberg claimed that the implanted I-125 microcapsules would not contaminate his semen, Martin insisted on using condoms. Safe radioactive sex. In Corinne's view, the encounter owed its energy to its illicitness. She was abducting her lover, she felt, stealing him from the embrace of his disease. For Martin, too, the night proved unprecedented in its intensity. Their bed, it seemed, had transported them to a place of unbearable urgency, to a battlefield or a burning forest or a South Seas beach at the height of a typhoon. U.S. Air Flight 3051 from Philadelphia to Orlando arrived 9 minutes early, touching down at 6:56 p.m. Upon entering the terminal, the first time he'd ever set foot in Florida, Martin encountered two gigantic posters, one of Mickey Mouse exhorting his fans to visit Disney World, the other of Jesus Christ, bidding his followers to patronize Celestial City, USA, neither image doing much to alleviate Martin's depression. Shortly after retrieving their luggage, he and Corinne found themselves in a limousine zooming down Route 528, bound for the Buena Vista Hilton. Ranks of swaying palm trees zoomed past, fronds rippling in the wind like piano keys yielding to invisible fingers. To this day, some people argue that the Celestial City would have been a roaring success no matter where its founders had situated it. The original plan called for God and his accessories to be towed via supertanker from the Mediterranean to the Gulf of Mexico, then beached along the sparsely populated eastern shore of Tampa Bay, there to lie beneath the Florida sun while the great theme park emerged at his feet. But the stockholders of Eternity Enterprises would hear none of this. The carcass, they insisted, must be located in Orlando or nowhere at all. Without the spillover crowds from Disney World, Epcot Center, Universal Studios, SeaWorld, and the headquarters of Tupperware International, the proposed attraction might fail to turn a profit. And so began the greatest engineering project since the Suez Canal. 38 steel gantries, each as tall as the World Trade Center, were built especially for the task. They performed splendidly, lifting the Lockheed 7000 cooling chamber from the waters off Cocoa Beach and slinging it landward. Next, the chamber was placed atop a matrix of 94 railroad flat cars, transported for 50 miles along 8 steel tracks laid parallel to Route 528 and deposited north of Big Sand Lake. The haul required the collective energy of 72 GP diesel locomotives, 5 of which exploded en route and never saw service again. Although the park would be open until midnight, the couple decided to remain in their hotel, Martin being nauseated, Corinne exhausted. The next morning they climbed aboard the shuttle bus, where a sobering spectacle awaited them. Martin wasn't the only one who'd come to Orlando out of desperation. Seated behind the driver was a withered old woman whose neck sported a goiter the size of a coconut. Beside her rested a bald young man with an oxygen mask strapped across his face. Nearly a third of the riders, in fact, exhibited various dire medical conditions, making the bus seem like nothing so much as an ambulance evacuating the survivors of some strange and far-reaching catastrophe. Within a half hour, the city loomed up, its spires and parapets cutting into the sky like guided missiles poised for takeoff. Cameras dangling from their necks, the passengers headed for the main gate, a ponderous post-and-lintel affair plated with gold, encrusted with cultured pearls, and surmounted by the park's logo, a many-towered, rainbow-roofed palace sitting atop a foundation of clouds. The breezes reeked of orange blossoms. A flock of pure white radio-controlled doves soared overhead, singing Follow the Gleam a cappella. The pilgrims lined up at the ticket booth. Upon shelling out $55, each visitor received a packet containing a folding map, a laminated 8-inch key to the kingdom, good for all the major rides, and a spiral-bound Visitor's Guide to Celestial City, USA. A few yards away, a band of demonstrators milled around, their T-shirts identifying them as the National Science Foundation's strident splinter group, the Committee for Complete Disclosure of the Corpus Dei. "Let us into the brain now," a protest sign demanded in capital letters. "Scientific curiosity, a gift from God," a 20-foot banner declared. As Martin wove through the mob, he inadvertently looked a demonstrator in the eye, a stocky, bearded man whose placard read Eternity Enterprises, Enemy of Truth. "Don't give them your business," the scientist pleaded, brushing the sleeve of Martin's Hawaiian shirt. "I'm sick," he explained, breaking away and joining the other tourists. "I'm dying," he cried, passing through the gate. "They don't deserve it." As he entered the city, Martin was immediately struck by its aggressive cleanliness. Everywhere he turned, he saw rolling hills so expertly manicured they might have been transplanted from William Randolph Hearst's private golf course. White marble fountains dotted the landscape, huge cherub-encrusted structures spewing what looked like luminous milk. The final paragraph of the Visitor's Guide to Celestial City, USA was titled Hope for the Afflicted. Hope. The word enthralled Martin. He and Corinne read the passage 3 times, standing in the shade of an olive tree. Although the city's healing energies emanate primarily from our main attraction, the entire park possesses therapeutic powers, and the stricken visitor is advised to sample a full spectrum of holy spots. In one famous case, Orville Hazelton, a New Orleans taxi driver, received relief from his duodenal ulcer symptoms after winning a cuckoo clock at the Hammer of Jail nail-driving contest, located on the Millennial Midway right across from the stoning of Stephen Rocktoss. Though the process became complete only after Mr. Hazelton beheld the God form. In a second such instance, the rehabilitation of Wilma Alcott, a Kansas chicken farmer suffering from a rare liver ailment, began after she consumed a lobster dinner at the Last Supper Cafe on Straight and Narrow Lane adjacent to the Manna from Heaven bistro, though naturally it took the God form to finish her cure. "Do you believe this crap?" asked Martin. "This business about patronizing every attraction, do you believe it's true?" "As long as we've come all the way to Orlando," said Corinne, cleaning her sunglasses with the edge of her muslin blouse, "we should probably play by the rules." Thus began a long, tedious morning of standing in lines. The wait was 23 minutes for the Chariots of Ezekiel Ferris wheel, 31 for the Whore of Babylon Funhouse, 28 for the Stations of the Cross steam train, and 17 for the Garden of Eden petting zoo. Of these concessions, only the last gave the couple any pleasure, Corinne achieving instant rapport with the sheep and goats, Martin taking lascivious delight in the ceramic Eve, her breasts scarcely concealed by her long flaxen hair. Oddly enough, there was no line at the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse carousel. Passing through the gate, Corinne selected one of the 7 famine stallions, all bones and sagging skin, while Martin picked a war mount, its flanks arrayed in spiked armor. They consciously declined to ride the animals intended for death, not a horse, but a horse's skeleton carved from cherry wood and painted white, and Pestilence, a roan mare speckled with buboes. As the carousel reached top speed, the steam calliope screeched out onward Christian soldiers. More waiting. A full half-hour for the heaven-to-hell roller coaster, an admittedly thrilling experience that lifted you past airborne choirs of android angels, then dropped you into fiery chasms where screaming adulterers writhed in pools of molten sulfur and spitted gluttons roasted over slow fires. The hiatus required for a berth on Noah's Ark, 36 minutes, was also worth it. There you sat, looking through your private porthole at mobs of drowning audio-animatronic sinners while the rain poured down and the restless seas pitched you to and fro. At 1:45 p.m., the couple dropped into the Loaves and Fishes Cafe. Martin decided to try the specialty of the house, haddock on sourdough. His wife ordered a Caesar salad. The food arrived promptly. To Martin, it looked grotesque. These days, most things looked grotesque. The intractable fact of his illness had become a kind of theatrical scrim, imparting a pall to whatever met his gaze. His eyes drifted across the table, moving from the twisted salt cellar to the sinister napkin dispenser to the menacing fillet on his plate. "What would your father have made of the celestial city?" asked Corinne. Martin stared at his malformed mug of coffee. "I think he would have hated it. Sure, Dad could be pretty corny at times, having his students make gravestone rubbings and everything, but he was never vulgar. This place is vulgar. What are we doing here?" Corinne raised her sunglasses, pushing them into her auburn hair. A wave of romantic longing washed through him, so pure and fierce he imagined it joining forces with the I-125 seeds to cleanse his prostate of cancer. How wise he'd been to delay marriage until the right woman came along. How astute of him to have passed up Robin's endearing sense of humor and Brittany's mastery of Chinese cooking and fellatio. "We're here to make you well. Fat chance." She bit into a carrot stick. Memories rushed past his mind's eye like snatches of scenery glimpsed by a man riding the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse carousel. The two of them walking hand in hand across a railroad trestle in the Poconos, reading to each other from the Kama Sutra, playing chess in the nude. But Lancelot mused a little space. He said, "She has a lovely face. God in his mercy lend her grace, the Lady of Shalott." "You have a lovely face." "Thank you." "I'm scared." "I love you, Martin, terribly and forever." "I'm scared to death." "Of course." "I don't feel lovable." She lifted her glass of tomato juice, took a sip, and swallowed. "Judge Candle, you're my knight in shining armor." Visiting the Midway later that afternoon, Martin blew $5 on the stoning of Stephen Rocktoss. He continually failed to connect with the mannequin, while all around him corn-fed adolescents were drawing ersatz blood and receiving plush lambs and stuffed cherubs. He did much better at the head of Holofernes, winning an Archangel Michael helium balloon by decapitating the dummy within 20 seconds. And he was positively brilliant at the David and Goliath slingshot tournament, beating out 6 other contestants in a race to slay the Philistine. His prize was a music box programmed to provide a soothing oral environment for private readings of the Psalms. The tours of the main attraction departed every hour on the hour, and Martin went crimson with rage upon learning that his key to the kingdom would not admit him. He calmed down only after voicing his dismay to 2 security guards, a T-shirt vendor, and an itinerant guitarist who sang evangelical Christian folk songs. To get the full Celestial City experience, Martin and Corinne had to ride a mechanized walkway south for a mile, then queue up at a ticket booth resembling a ziggurat. In the misty distance, God's cooling chamber loomed, a vague mass on the horizon, its facets shimmering in the afternoon sun like Solomon's shields of beaten gold. Examining their tickets, $35 each, the couple saw they'd been assigned to Group C, scheduled to leave at 4 p.m. When the designated hour arrived, a guide appeared and escorted her 12 charges inside a glass and steel kiosk, housing a ruby-studded escalator plunging perpetually into the central Florida earth. On behalf of the American Baptist Confederation, I want to welcome y'all to the main attraction at Celestial City, USA, the guide began in a honeyed and melodious voice. She was a tall, toothy blonde, no more than 25, dressed in the lemon rayon shirt and white polyester slacks that constituted the city's official uniform. My name's Kimberly, and I'll be happy to answer your questions, but first, I gotta lay down one great big rule, she continued with manufactured cheer. We're here today to enjoy a profound spiritual experience. We're not here to have ourselves a debate, understand? Some of you've probably heard that the object we're about to see is God's comatose body. The American Baptist Confederation believes otherwise. Our main attraction is God's discarded form, a suit of clothes, you might say, that he tossed aside on the way to becoming pure spirit. She cranked her smile up a notch. The Heavenly Father is alive as ever, friends. The sun still reigns supreme. She drove her clenched fist forward as if shattering a pane of glass. And the Holy Ghost dwells within us yet. As they started their descent, Martin realized the escalator had been designed especially for the city, each riser built wide enough to carry not only the individual pilgrim, but whatever equipment he or she required. 3 Group C members occupied wheelchairs, a pudgy young woman, a pimply teenage boy, a swarthy septuagenarian. 2 other pilgrims, a svelte Chinese woman and a sinewy black man, made the journey downward attached to portable dialysis machines, chattering to each other all the while, the shop talk of terminal illness. At the bottom of the escalator, an arched tunnel stretched as far as the eye could see, its ceiling supporting a monorail from which a streamlined, bullet-shaped tram hung like a caterpillar negotiating a twig. After all the passengers were aboard, Kimberly plucked a megaphone from its cradle behind the engineer's booth. The tram lurched forward, gliding into a tunnel speckled with twinkling lights, a kind of cylindrical planetarium. Each of these constellations is mentioned in the Bible, Kimberly announced into her megaphone. Job 38:31, for example. Can you bind the cluster of the Pleiades or loose Orion's belt? A mile down the monorail, the tunnel opened into a room suggesting an immense Antarctic cavern. Patches of frost covered the tiled walls. Icicles hung from the ceiling like stalactites. Station 1, Preservation Central, Kimberly lectured as the tram slowed to a crawl. I could tell the engineer to stop and let you all explore, but believe me, you don't want to. This room connects directly to our cooling chamber, and the temperature out there averages, she mimed a shudder, 14 degrees. See that humongous silver tank? It contains nearly 80,000 gallons of high-pressure Freon 114. After leaving the tank, the Freon spills into that huge green basketball thing, which allows it to reach a much lower pressure. Then it slithers into that big snaky tube over yonder, where it boils away, absorbing lots of heat in the bargain, and thereby keeping our main attraction as cold as a penguin's kiss. Meanwhile, that big motor in the corner sucks up the Freon vapor and squeezes it so tight it starts wanting to change back into a liquid. The Freon gets its wish the minute it reaches that other big snaky tube. See how we've got lots of water pouring down like Jehovah sending the flood? That's our trick for speeding up the condensation. Once the Freons become a liquid again, it returns to the silver tank, and the whole process starts over. Anybody got a question? Not one person on the tram, Martin guessed, had been able to follow Kimberly's lecture. They all remained mute. The cavern narrowed. The tram sped 1,000 yards into the next station. Another subterranean room, dominated by the most astonishing contraption Martin had ever seen. A steel-plated pump as big as a jetliner intersected a labyrinthine network of 6-foot-wide transparent plexiglass pipes, which were in turn connected to 4 igloo-sized aeration domes surmounted by an accordion-shaped bellows so gigantic it could have fanned a forest fire. Each pipe held a churning river, blue when it entered the domes, red on departure. A rhythmic thundering filled the air, a steady thock, 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 that rocked the tram back and forth on its rail. "Station 2, cardiovascular control," Kimberly explained into the megaphone, her voice building toward a shout. "As y'all know, not everybody agrees with us that his brain has no need of blood. Here at Celestial City, USA, we respect all viewpoints, so we keep him hooked up to that device on your left, a Lockheed 7000 heart-lung machine. Every day of the year, over 1 million gallons of O-positive blood are shunted into those aeration domes, each with a volume of 2,000 cubic feet. Once inside, the blood is warmed, oxygenated, and filtered of impurities before getting pumped into his veins. The plasma itself, this part always kind of chokes me up, the plasma itself comes from just about every nation on earth. Protestants, Catholics, Jews, and Muslims have all made donations, even an atheist named Jules Wembley. If any of you would like to augment the flow before leaving the city, just drop by one of the clinics conveniently located at each exit. Any questions?" An emaciated young man with 4 Kaposi sarcoma lesions on his forehead raised his hand. "May I leave the tram for a minute?" he yelled over the roar of the heart-lung machine. "I want to touch one of the pipes." "We don't allow that." "Please." "It's simply not permitted." "I must." "No way, sir. Out there, the noise of the pump is enough to cause permanent hearing loss." "Let me feel his blood, and I shall be made whole." Kimberly winced, and for the first time, Martin saw that her job had a downside. "No, sorry, no." The tram moved on, through cardiovascular control and back into the tunnel. "We're entering the corridor of the cured," Kimberly narrated, as Group C traveled past dozens of illuminated niches, each filled with a device more commonly found on the premises of the halt, the blind, or the lame. "Each and every item displayed here was once needed by a Celestial City visitor. No more. We have the largest such collection outside the famous shrine at Lourdes." Ambulatory aids flashed by, row upon row of crutches, canes, walkers, and wheelchairs. Braces appeared next, fearsome contrivances of steel and leather designed to straighten crooked spines and warped limbs. Farther down the line lay respirators, oxygen tanks, and dialysis machines. "Not a day goes by without one of these things arriving in our mailroom. That motorized ergonomic wheelchair came all the way from Kyoto, Japan. Any questions?" "I am a creature of many faces, manifold personae, multiple disguises. While our hero was touring the corridor of the cured, I was making myself a new suit, red pants, red jacket, red cap, all trimmed with white weasel fur. Yes, friends, my alter ego is none other than Father Christmas himself. Excavate our respective mythoi, and you will learn that Satan and Santa are one and the same, beginning with the anagrammatic connection between our names. According to legend, the frozen north is the devil's pied-à-terre, where he flies through the air aided by a team of reindeer. He enters people's homes via their chimneys, Food and wine are left out for him as a bribe. His sobriquet, Old Nick, derives from St. Nicholas. Needless to say, my admiration for the corridor of the cured was boundless. As frauds go, the corridor easily eclipsed Piltdown Man, the Hitler Diaries, and Clarence Thomas's testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Which is not to say the Celestial City's visitors never benefited from the main attraction, au contraire. Thanks to the placebo effect, these wretched pilgrims routinely enjoyed spontaneous remissions. And while it's true that the corridor's proprietors obtained most of their display items from medical supply houses, their aim was not deception for deception's sake. No, they merely wanted to harness deception to a profitable variety of healing. Never underestimate the value of a falsehood, friends. Never doubt the power of a lie. Blessed are the mendacious, for they shall grow wealthy beyond their wildest dreams. In case you're wondering, I don't spend the entire workday inside my tailor shop. Even the devil deserves a break. Come noon, I set down my sewing needle, grab my lunch pail, and stroll into the blinding glare of his neurons. Usually I'm content to explore the immediate neighborhood, wandering through his olfactory center a few miles due east of the hippocampus, but sometimes the arteries beckon. During the hour that Martin and Corinne were dining at the Loaves and Fishes Cafe, for example, my friend Bishop Augustine and I were piloting my rusty old packet steamer down the crimson channel that feeds our creator's left cerebral hemisphere, eating corned beef sandwiches and trailing a fish line from our stern. I'm eternally grateful to Lockheed for building the heart-lung machine. Because of this technology, the River Hidekel's sanguine currents remain deep, clean, and fecund. On most of our expeditions, Augustine and I catch at least one leukocyte and a mess of red blood corpuscles. My days, I know, are numbered. All around me the landscape is disintegrating, despite the efforts of his keepers and their Lockheed 7000. Jerusalem's walls are crumbling, Eden's trees are dying, the Euphrates has become a sewer, the maggots shall inherit his meat. Luckily, our Creator constructed reality with an eye to his ultimate departure. He filled the universe with self-sustaining miracles. Long after he and I are gone, the great geophysical processes will continue yielding earthquakes and volcanoes, the vicissitudes of biology will bring forth multiple sclerosis and cancer, and the perversities of human nature will keep rape and murder in the headlines. The one person to whom I have difficulty lying is myself, and in all candor I must admit I became obsolete long before I became mortal. Oh, how I long for that era when my Creator wasn't comatose, and people consulted me as frequently as they now see psychiatrists, mafia godfathers, and other members of the helping professions. That golden age when Madame de Montespan, Louis XIV's mistress, implored me to render the Queen sterile so the King's attentions might be wholly fixed on her. That bygone time when the nuns of Loudon hired me to help them release their pent-up sexual frustrations. I don't want your sympathy, friends. I don't want your understanding. I merely want to be taken as seriously by you as Santa Claus is taken by your children. "Station 3, the cooling chamber," said Kimberly as the tram reached the end of the corridor of the cured. "Please watch your step." The tour guide led Group C through a terminal decorated with a facsimile of Donatello's Bronze David and a reproduction of Leonardo's Last Supper, then into a passenger elevator so roomy it accommodated the entire party, wheelchairs and all. 2,084 feet from here to the top," said Kimberly, pushing a button. The door whooshed closed. Vibrating gently, the car shot heavenward. 3 minutes later, it stopped. "All out, please." Disembarking, Martin found himself atop a transparent lucite plane. A larger-than-life facsimile of Michelangelo's marble Pietà loomed over the pilgrims. Beyond the Pietà stretched a meandering footpath bordered by flower boxes abloom with daffodils and hyacinths. Every 6 feet, a neon arrow lay embedded in the polymer, blinking bright red as it pointed the visitor toward the next checkpoint on his trek across the main attraction. As befits a journey so intimate, your meeting with the God form will be entirely self-directed, said Kimberly. Allow 40 minutes for the complete circuit. 7 private chapels, 3 restrooms, and a dozen snapshot opportunities are located along the way. She glanced at her 12 disciples' wristwatch. I'll expect you back at this statue no later than 5:30. Sneaking up behind him, Corinne seized Martin's hand, entwining their fingers in a fleshy knot. You'd better follow this path alone, darling, she said. A pagan's presence might annoy him. You think so? He asked, reverently brushing the marble Madonna's left knee. Let's not take any chances. You never know. You never know. He started away, walking west across the main attraction's left nipple, then north along his sternum. There wasn't much to see. Pausing atop the frosted polymer, he directed his gaze through 100 feet of sub-zero air and focused on the divine chest, a hairy landscape rolling 1,000 yards in all directions. Compelling vistas, but their therapeutic value seemed nil. He kept moving north. Reaching the mouth, he discovered to his astonishment that God, like everyone else on the staff of Celestial City, USA, was smiling. The 50-yard rictus stretched ear to ear, pulpy lips pulled back to reveal teeth as white as ivory soap, each the size of a refrigerator door. The path curved east, bringing him directly over the left eye. God's tear duct was as big as a barrage balloon. Staring into the luminous pupil, Martin suddenly experienced a tingling in his toes. A divine emanation, he wondered, or the mere result of standing on ice-cold lucite? An actual intervention, or the efflux of his wishfully thinking mind? Help me, God, he muttered. The tingling sinuated upward, making his knees tremble. Please, God. Yes, God. Still migrating, the tingling reached his loins, stomach, lungs, brain. I'm yours, God! His whole body quivered with epiphany. I'm cured, he shouted, jogging back down the path. Corinne was sitting in a lotus position, spine against the pietà. Hearing Martin's cries, she disentangled her legs and rose. They threw themselves into each other's arms, embracing in the Madonna's sharp black shadow. I'm cured! Oh, Martin! Cured! Oh, yes, Martin! Oh, yes, Martin! Yes! Yes! I love you! They kissed, their most passionate such connection since her lips had melted the snowflakes from his face. Other tourists arrived, gathering around the Madonna, hugging her robes, pressing their faces against her feet. Jesus has healed me, cried the Chinese dialysis patient. Praise the Lord, shouted the black dialysis patient. I'm signing up for dance lessons, sang the pudgy woman. I'm going to Barcelona, whooped the man with Kaposi's sarcoma, though his brow remained dotted with lesions. On the Friday after his return from Orlando, Martin took the train to New York for his biweekly checkup at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. As soon as Benjamin Blumenberg entered the examination room, Martin began prattling about his pilgrimage. You saw the corpse? Asked Blumenberg. What's it like? It's not a corpse, it's the God form. I stood over his left eye, directly on top. I think we might go. The kids have been asking about it, Mrs. Blumenberg, too. They let Jews in, right? No problem. And you really believe the trip put you in remission? I'm sure of it. I want to draw some blood today, so we can check your acid phosphatase. At 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, Dr. Blumenberg phoned the Abaddon Municipal Building, reached Martin shortly after he'd gotten a Glendale teenager named Todd Weatherwax to promise that his rock band, the Elementals, would stop rehearsing after 10 p.m. If no cancer is present in a person's body, the urologist explained, his acid phosphatase level will be somewhere between 2.5 and 4.0. Martin's level, he was sorry to report, stood at 11.6. Of all the pests and parasites the Almighty has commissioned over the years, the termite continues to do me proud. As you will see, termites figure as objects of philosophical discourse throughout this tale. At the moment, however, it is termite teeth, not termite teleology, that concern us. An unutterable despair racked Corinne Rosewood as she drove home from work that evening. Right before she'd left, her husband had phoned with his blood test results. Tears spilled down her face. Mucus dribbled from her nose. 11.6. She hadn't felt so wretched since the death of her girlhood Welsh corgi, Gwyneth. Carefully, she guided her Ford Ranger onto the Henry Avenue Bridge, an aging span of oak and iron that crossed the Algonquin River 3 miles above the point where it met Abaddon Township's beloved Wapelani Creek, to form the muddy Schuylkill. The mammoth wooden guardrails were riddled with 27,489 holes, each wrought by one of my termites. 11.6, she brooded. 11.6. And yet they'd been so sure their trip to the city had helped him. So sure, so sure. A nervous and confused Irish setter dashed into the path of Rosewood's truck. She did exactly what one would expect of the Kennel of Joy's founder and president. She stomped on the brake pedal and swerved the wheel. The Ranger skidded, careening wildly, its right fender fracturing the setter's skull. Rosewood heard the emphatic smack of metal meeting bone. Her truck kept sliding. The dog's corpse sprawled across the bumper. The guardrail splintered like styrofoam. She screamed, overcome by the same chaotic falling sensation she'd recently experienced on the chariots of Ezekiel Ferris wheel. Her truck hit the Algonquin and sank. Darkness suffused the cab, as if someone had thrown a blanket over the sun. The dead setter floated up past the windshield like a wraith rising from a grave. Water squirted in around the door frames, spraying Rosewood's chest and face. Frantically, she felt her way through the gloom, seized the window crank, and gave it a turn. The mechanism froze, befouled with silt. The water reached her knees. She wrapped her fingers around the door handle, yanked, pushed, jerked, shoved. The door wouldn't budge. Not 1 inch. The water caressed her stomach. Holding her breath, she lurched toward the passenger door. She grabbed the window crank. Stuck. The water encircled her neck. She clawed at the handle and threw herself against the door. Nothing. The Algonquin rushed up her nose, down her throat, into her lungs. A splendid golden carp was the last thing Corinne Rosewood saw in her life. A lost and forsaken creature who, seeking to rejoin its school, had fought its way a half-mile up the Algonquin, getting farther from home with each twist and turn of its shining body. Chapter 3. Prior to his diagnosis of prostate cancer, the worst thing that had ever happened to Martin was the loss at age 14 of his cherished childhood home. He'd actually stood and watched as 2 bulldozers knocked it down, their fearsome steel scoops toppling the walls and leveling the foundation. By this time, Martin's family no longer owned the place, his father having sold it to a wealthy chiropractor named Harold Clevenger for $12,000, a sum with which Walter Candle had immediately acquired a more conventional domicile across the street. The chiropractor's first move was to obliterate the Candle dwelling. The property per se was what enchanted him, Wapelani Creek and its palisade of weeping willows. and erect in its stead a serpentine one-floor monstrosity suggesting nothing so much as a spine that Clevenger had failed to straighten. Martin's family couldn't fault the chiropractor's decision to call in the bulldozers, for the edifice in question had been constructed in 1935 to accommodate Abaddon Fire Company No. 1 and its modest two-engine fleet. When the building was abandoned a decade later, Martin's father had purchased it for a mere $4,500, deploying studs and plasterboard to convert the firefighters' upper-level dormitory into a maze of domestic spaces: bedrooms, bathrooms, dining area, kitchen. As a Sunday school teacher, Walter Candle was delighted with the idea of living in a firehouse. He saw himself as a kind of spiritual firefighter, forever dousing the burning desires and blazing temptations that flared in his pupils' hearts. Martin loved the firehouse no less than his father. He was particularly enamored of the main siren, its domed carapace straddling the peaked roof like a helmet protecting the head of an infantryman. The siren was broken beyond repair, and no one in the family pretended otherwise, and yet he fantasized that one day, somehow, the device would spring to life, releasing a banshee cry so loud his sister would wet her pants. And so it was that when Martin, ear pressed to his telephone receiver, first heard the terrible news from Constable Stedman, "Judge, your wife's been killed in a freak accident," he heard something else as well, the long-dead siren on his lost firehouse, howling with bereavement and dismay. He howled, he screamed, he wailed, he moaned. He damned the moment he was conceived, cursed the hour he quickened, and rued the day he left his mother's womb. Mourning transmuted him. He became a kind of monster, a violent force of nature rampaging through the farmhouse, breaking plates and ripping down curtains. The sinking sensation returned, the horrible feeling of suffocation he'd first experienced in Dr. Hummel's office, only instead of falling through Abaddon Marsh, he was trapped in a slough even colder and crueler, a swamp the size of the god-form's bowels. Were it not for the vigilance of Vaughan Poffley, he might have availed himself of the Algonquin River that week, following Corinne into oblivion. Casket, cemetery, plot, obituary in the Sentinel, I took care of everything, Vaughan informed him, in the same steady voice he employed when assuring Martin they could beat the Democrats' current candidate for J.P. The stone is going to read, "She loved all creatures great and small." That sound okay? Seated at his kitchen table, Martin did not respond. He uncapped the salt cellar and dumped its contents in a shapeless pile before him. He stared at the white grains, so suggestive, he decided, of the useless I-125 seeds filling his prostate. For the first time ever, he began to regard his imminent death as a blessing, his best hope for escaping this world with its rapacious bulldozers and elevated acid phosphatase, its dangerous bridges and drowned wives. "Did you know Samuel Johnson missed his wife's funeral?" he said at last. "Too much for him." "You ought to come, Martin. You'll regret it if you don't." Queen Victoria couldn't bring herself to attend the services for Prince Albert. With his index finger, he traced a spiral in the salt. "All you have to do is show up. I know Corinne wasn't religious, but I've arranged for my pastor to say a few words at the graveside. Nice Lutheran words. That's okay, right? And then we'll have a reception at my place. Marge'll make coffee, plus shortbread in little sandwiches with the crusts cut off." "God-damn Irish setter," he said, mashing the salt with his fist. "Just show up, that's all. Hillcrest Cemetery, Saturday, 10 o'clock. Your sister'll bring you. The grave's near the lawnmower shed. It's where they keep, the lawnmowers. Day after tomorrow. Lawnmower shed. Just show up." When evening came, Martin wandered into the Nepentocataria patch, sat down amid the crop, and waited. At midnight, the hedonists appeared, tabbies, calicos, manxes. but instead of rolling around on the leaves and getting stoned, they simply stared at him, their pupils dilated by the darkness, their gazes a mixture of the inquisitive and the accusatory. "Where's Corinne?" the cats seemed to be asking. "She's dead," he said out loud. "You'll never see her again." "Who will grow the crop?" "I don't know." "Will you grow it?" "I don't know." "You must." "Think of someone beside yourselves. Think of Corinne." "We are cats." They spent the rest of the night together, a grieving judge and 13 apprehensive felines. Waking at dawn, his Perkinsville College jersey damp with dew, he rose and made his way through the heart-shaped leaves and the sleeping cats. Back in the farmhouse, he opened a box of Wheaties and shook several dozen scab-like flakes into a soup bowl. He looked in the refrigerator. No milk. He sprinkled 4 teaspoons of cremora onto the cereal, adding cold water from the faucet. The concoction tasted astoundingly foul. Later that morning, his big-boned sister appeared, each arm wrapped around a paper bag stuffed with groceries. "I inventoried your kitchen yesterday," said Jenny, setting the groceries on the counter. "You were out of everything, so I went to Superfresh. How are you feeling?" "It hurts to pee. The prostatitis must be back. My right hip aches. Do me a favor?" "You bet." "Those animals of Corinne's, armadillo, tarantula, there's also an iguana. Think you could find homes for 'em?" "I'll take out an ad in the Sentinel." "I don't want any money, but their new owners must be responsible people. No sadistic schoolboys, no flighty teenagers." "Right." "Good homes, Jenny." "You got it." She unbagged a half-gallon of skim milk, 2 grapefruits, and a cantaloupe. "I'm sorry about your pains. I'm sorry about everything." "Do me another favor? I'd like a ride to Perkinsville Station. I've got a 3 o'clock with Blumenberg at Sloan Kettering. There's a new drug he wants me to try." "Oh, Marty, this is all so unfair." "Unfair," he echoed. "Did you know Mom's coming to the funeral?" "She can't. It's too far away." "I'm giving her a lift." "She can't drive that far." "I'm driving her. Aren't you listening? I'll pick you up, too. 9:30, okay?" "I want to go alone." "I don't understand." "It feels right." "Alone?" "Alone." He caught the 11:45 out of Perkinsville. Just as he feared, the new drug Dr. Blumenberg wanted him to try wasn't new at all. It was feminone, the synthetic hormone that threatened to turn him into a woman. "I'm not going to take it," he informed the urologist. "It's our best hope for a remission," said Blumenberg, fingering Martin's inflamed gland. "I don't want a remission." "Nonsense!" "It still hurts to pee. The discharges have started again." "Bactrim ought to clear that up. Any pelvic pain?" "Quite a bit." "Where exactly?" "Right hip." "Let's put you on a maintenance dose of Roxanol, first cousin to morphine. It'll give you substantial relief. Today we'll draw blood for another acid phosphatase check." Dusk found Martin standing outside Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, raindrops bouncing off his cheeks and beating the lenses of his bifocals. As the Manhattan traffic rumbled down First Avenue, spouting black exhaust and invisible toxins, he drew the feminine prescription from his pocket and methodically crumpled it up. He stared at the wad of paper, watching it grow soggy in his hand, then tossed it into a wire mesh receptacle. "If I must die," he told himself, "I shall do so in the gender to which I am accustomed." On the morning of Corinne's funeral, the skies over Abaddon Township bloomed sunny and clear, heralding a day more suited to tending roses or playing badminton than to burying one's wife. "Just show up," Vaughn had said, and so at 9:45 a.m. Martin got into his car and, like a man transporting himself to his own hanging, set off for Hillcrest Cemetery. He hadn't seen the place in years. Not since he'd gone gravestone rubbing with a dozen other kids in his father's Sunday school class. Driving along the maze of narrow roads, he half expected to glimpse Walter Candle's ghost moving among the markers, paper and charcoal in hand, preserving names and epitaphs. Although Vaughn had implied the lawnmower shed was conspicuous, Martin couldn't find it. 3 times he circumnavigated the cemetery. His hip throbbed, hardly a surprise, his current acid phosphatase level being a whopping 12.0, according to Blumenberg. He lobbed a 20-milligram Roxanol tablet into his mouth and chewed. It tasted chalky and sour. A minute later, he spotted a ramshackle brick building covered with Virginia creepers, and sure enough, a few yards away, a funeral was in progress. 24 mourners in dark clothing stood around an open grave, its head marked by a granite tombstone, its perimeter decorated with lilies and gardenias. The pelvic pain faded, supplanted by a mild opium high. He parked, got out, and limped toward the crowd. The grass around the grave was weed-infested and unevenly clipped, a disgrace by the standards of Celestial City, USA. No one greeted him. Every face looked unfamiliar. When had Corinne acquired these mysterious friends? Where had she been keeping these auxiliary relatives? He peered into the hole. The casket was half normal size. His first thought was that one of Corinne's pets had died without his knowledge, and her friends had decided to begin the ceremony by covering its little corpse with a layer of earth, after which a hearse bearing her body would arrive, and then she herself would be interred. Or else they'd already buried Corinne beneath her pet, and he, the damn fool, had missed it. He looked at the tombstone. Brandon Appleyard, 1992 to 1999. I miss you so much, all my love, Mommy. Excuse me, he said, brushing the sleeve of a stout woman in a print dress who appeared more bored than bereaved. I'm Corinne's husband, was, Martin Candle. The woman absently kicked the flowers with the tip of her shoe. Wife? What? He pointed to the brick building. They told me, the lawnmower shed. My wife's getting buried today. That's where they keep the backhoe. They keep the backhoe in the lawnmower shed? No, that building is where they keep the backhoe, to dig the graves. Don't they use shovels? Nope, a backhoe. This is the 20th century. The woman gestured toward the rising sun. A lobe of flesh jiggled from her upper arm like a rooster's wattle. The lawnmower shed's in that direction, 1/4 mile or so. It's awful about the boy. Spina bifida. I'm his great-aunt. We're waiting for his mother. The father bailed out 2 years ago. Couldn't deal with having a sick kid. How irresponsible, said Martin automatically, wondering how he might go about redressing such knavery in his courtroom. I never met the jerk. You aren't him, are you? Oh, no. If you ask me, Brandon's better off with the Lord. Spina bifida, right? Boy couldn't walk, brain damaged by hydrocephalus, not to mention the constant pain. Turn around, 1/4 mile. Thanks. Martin faced east and started away, hobbling past the ranks of glossy granite stones. He realized that a necropolis, like any other city, had enclaves. To his right lay a wealthy neighborhood, Republicans, he mused, with tombs that were veritable houses. To his left, a blue-collar district. Ahead, a Korean section, the markers carved with incomprehensible glyphs. A slender woman, wearing black pumps and a dark gray business suit, rushed toward him, her mourning veil pulled back over her head, revealing an oval, tear-streaked face. Her eyes were red-rimmed and unusually large, the eyes of a cartoon rabbit. "Are you the mother?" asked Martin, leaning breathlessly against a poplar tree. The woman stopped running and blinked. "Why?" "Brandon's mother. That's you, right?" "My therapist said it would be good if I came here on my own, but I went to the wrong funeral," she replied, nodding. "Somebody named Corinne." "I'm Corinne, actually. Martin, her husband. Candle. Do you know where my funeral is, Mrs. Appleyard?" "Please don't call me that. It's his father's name, not mine." A retarded son with spina bifida, 5 orthopedic operations, and the bastard up and divorces me. What should I call you? Patricia Zaber. Her hair was smooth, raven, and amazingly long, flowing down her back like a nun's veil. Your funeral's by the lawnmower shed, straight past the Korean markers. She extended a black-gloved index finger. It's invisible because of all those fir trees. Your funeral's right behind me, Miss Zaber. Just keep walking. You can't miss it. They parted company, marching off bravely in opposite directions. By some miracle, he got through the morning. He survived the stupefying graveside elegy offered by Vaughan Poffley's minister, a weasel-faced man who spoke as if his mouth were full of peanut butter. He endured the gleaming casket sitting in its earthen groove, the grotesque flowers, the remorseless stone on which someone had inscribed, "She loved all creatures great and small," the insipid gathering at Vaughan's house, where the drapes clashed horribly with the slipcovers and the rugs stank of carpet shampoo. Corinne's parents barely spoke to Martin. Lifelong socialists and die-hard bohemians, they'd never understood why their daughter had married a Republican. The only gratifying moment of the entire reception occurred when Jenny informed him she'd found the ideal home for Corinne's pets. An eccentric mainline dowager named Maribel Folcroft had promised to add them to her private zoo. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of angry victims, happy perpetrators, and miscarried justice. When an accused shoplifter pleaded innocent in the face of massive counter-evidence, Martin dismissed the charges, setting the kleptomaniac free to steal again. In another such case, the judge was offered proof that Dustin Grant, a Deer Haven adolescent, had been mutilating his neighbor's trees with his father's chainsaw. Dustin had been videotaped in the act, and Martin merely reprimanded the vandal. No fine, no family counseling. Then came the complaint of Alfred Lafferty, a Chestnut Grove resident whose property abutted the golf course. It seemed that some weeks earlier, Susan Curtis of Glendale had teed off on the 6th hole while intoxicated, and the ball had sliced into the plaintiff's backyard, killing his beloved cat, Leopold. Normally, Martin would have required the defendant not only to replace the slain cat, but to pay for its successor's shots. Instead, he threw the case out of court. He wished Susan Curtis's golf ball had beamed the wayward Irish setter instead, thereby preventing it from running in front of Corinne's truck. If God could part the Red Sea and set the planets spinning, why couldn't he send one lousy golf ball on the proper trajectory? As Martin awoke on the last morning in August, the alarm clock droning in his ear, he experienced a rare moment of perfect resolve. He would not go to the Abaddon Municipal Building this day. Instead, he would take a vacation, pursuing the hobby he termed urban spelunking, one of the enthusiasms he shared with Vaughan Poffley, the others being Monday night NFL broadcasts and Friday night poker games. Both men took supreme pleasure in driving through the seedier sections of Philadelphia on Sunday afternoons and visiting its moribund factories. Like archaeologists digging up a lost civilization, they would piece together the city's past, feeling a peculiar joy upon deducing that the empty building on Cadwallader Street had once been a meat-packing plant, or that the Eternal Life Temple at 19th and Tioga had formerly housed dozens of looms. It was the melancholy of such places that moved Martin, the exquisite loneliness of broken windows and shredded conveyor belts, the sublime sorrow of a rusting caboose sitting on a spur. He told his secretary to contact the relevant parties in the 3 cases on the calendar: a bait-and-switch appliance store in South Hills, a rent-control squabble between a Kingsley landlord and his deranged tenant, and a mixed-faith couple, he a Roman Catholic, she a Buddhist, who wanted to marry despite massive parental disapproval, and informed them he was indisposed. At 1:20 p.m., he boarded a SEPTA train out of Perkinsville and headed into the city. A cast-off Philadelphia Inquirer lay on the seat. Out of habit, he perused the articles pertaining to justice. A woman in Prescott, Arizona, was suing to retrieve her biological son from his adoptive parents. A doctor in Little Falls, Minnesota, had been convicted of murdering an 80-year-old Alzheimer's patient in the name of compassion. As the train pulled into Wayne Junction, Martin read how the United Nations, seeking to crack a white slavery ring operating out of Singapore, had, after much debate, amended the statutes of the International Court of Justice, giving its 9 judges jurisdiction over individuals and the authority to try crimes against humanity. He got off the train and started his explorations. Poking around an abandoned Schlitz brewery on Clarissa Street, a fire-gutted cavern reeking of mildew and pigeon dung, Martin inevitably began meditating on the drunk drivers who filed through his courtroom. From his attempts to point these offenders toward the AA way of life, he had come to understand that an alcoholic's convoluted psychological makeup could ultimately be grasped only by another alcoholic. Was the same true of grief? Did it take a mourner to know a mourner? One thing was certain, he wasn't supposed to be in a defunct Schlitz brewery right now. He belonged in the company of the bereaved. A battered phone booth rose from the corner of Clarissa and Juniata. He lifted the receiver and, much to his surprise, heard a dial tone. For 25 cents he obtained the number of a P. Zaber in Deerhaven. Hunger pangs assaulted him, competing for his attention with the ache in his hip. He slipped the AT&T card from his wallet, punched in the appropriate digits, and connected with Brandon Appleyard's mother. "Hello?" A mere 2 syllables, but he recognized her voice. "Is this Patricia Zaber?" "What do you want?" she asked suspiciously. "We met 2 weeks ago, in the cemetery, Martin Candle." "Oh, yes. I've been thinking about you." "You have?" "Yes, I should have offered you my condolences." "That's why I called." "For my condolences?" "To offer mine. I've never been a parent, but I can imagine. Anyway, I'm terribly sorry. That's all. I'm so sorry." "I talked to your mother." "My mother?" "At your wife's funeral. She told me I should be taking calcium supplements so I won't get osteoporosis." "Patricia, I was wondering, would you like to grab some dinner, maybe? There's a Greek restaurant in your neighborhood, the Athenian Corner." "I don't want to go out tonight." "Not hungry?" "Are you kidding? I've been eating like a pig all day, and I'm still famished. Grief sharpens the appetite. Have you noticed that?" "I'm in no condition. You understand?" "Of course." "I'm a wreck." "Right. Another time, maybe?" "Sure. If you wanted to drop by, I could make us some spaghetti." "No, that's too much trouble. Let me bring a pizza. You like pizza?" "Sure. My twin sister's here. She likes pizza, too. 65 Mapleshade Lane, a mile past the Valley of Children Daycare Center." "The building with the big wooden clown out front?" "Right. My sister runs the place. I designed it for her." "You're an architect?" "Don't I wish? Commercial illustrator. Trading cards mostly, like kids buy in the drugstore." "Bubblegum cards?" "We call them trading cards." "You design the clown, too?" "One of Angela's clients is a sculptor." "A 4-year-old sculptor?" "The father. After he went to all that trouble, Angela had to accept the thing. The children seem to like it." The clown who guarded the Valley of Children was even more grotesque than he'd remembered, its 12-foot-high emaciated form looming over Mapleshade Lane like the trademark of a fast-food restaurant catering to anorexics. Slowing down, he flicked on the turn signal and pulled into the driveway of number 65, a stout Victorian mansion boasting a greenhouse in the side yard and a gazebo on the front lawn. Patricia's ex-husband was evidently rich. Martin parked, got out, and limped to the door, carrying 2 pizzas, the dough's sultry moisture seeping through the cardboard and wetting his palms. Angela Zaber, Patricia's twin, resembled her sister the way a symphony played on a piano resembles the full orchestral treatment. The themes are the same, but the depth is missing. Martin found her instantly annoying. He wished she weren't there. Seated at the hardwood counter dominating Patricia's kitchen, the 3 of them speedily devoured pizza number 1. You own this place? He asked. Booty from the divorce settlement. Patricia opened the second pizza box, revealing a fetus-shaped stain on the underside of the lid. I got the house, a few bucks, and Brandon. Paul got what he wanted. Out. Wealthy man? Spiritually impoverished, said Angela. Tenured professor at Villanova, said Patricia. My sister receives $9,000 a year for working with kids when they're most malleable. Paul receives $70,000 for working with them when it no longer makes any difference. Angela teaches reading readiness. Paul teaches fucking Aristotle. Did you love your wife? Very much. Good for you. Patricia lifted a slice from pizza number 2, batting at the tendrils of cheese connecting it to the parent pie. Brandon shouldn't be dead. Of course not, said Martin. No, I mean it was a fluke. He needed to have his VP shunt replaced, a routine thing with spina bifida kids. Most of them have hydrocephalus, and after the surgery he got an infection, resistant to penicillin and everything else. That's awful. There's no justice, said Angela. Martin shifted on his bar stool and bit into a discarded pizza crust, wincing as a cancer pain exploded in his hip. Sometimes, in my little courtroom, not always, but sometimes, on a good day, there's justice. I was in your courtroom once, said Angela. You were? 2 years ago. You'd summoned me. I'd witnessed a guy running a stop sign and plowing into 2 fat ladies rolling a piano down the street. Nobody got hurt. The piano was totaled. I remember the case. You made the dork buy them a new one. Good decision. Angela slid off her bar stool. If you need me, Pat, I'm doing the laundry. As Angela marched out of the kitchen, Patricia tore away another pizza slice. I'd like to know, if you don't mind my asking. Auto accident. Martin slipped the Roxanol bottle from his pocket, rubbing the pliant amber plastic with his thumb. She went off the Henry Avenue Bridge. Excuse me while I take a pill. Antidepressant? Painkiller, he replied with a sardonic grin. I have a touch of, what's it called? Prostate cancer. Oh, dear. It's probably in my pelvis now. My right hip hurts all the time. Tossing a tablet into his mouth, he ground it between his molars and washed down the grains with Diet Pepsi. This drug is my best friend, Roxanol. Brandon was on that for a while. Kids aren't supposed to take it, but it was the only thing that worked. I've had lymph node surgery, radiation. Now they want me to try estrogen. Last month, Corinne and I went to Celestial City, USA. Patricia offered a knowing nod. We tried that, too. Disney World did him more good, I think. He became great friends with 2 guys dressed up like Chip and Dale. Next time I get cancer, I'll go to Disney World instead. I can't believe we're just sitting here talking about these things. We should be... What? Screaming. Screaming, he echoed. Like a firehouse siren, he thought. Are you religious, Martin? The Roxanol, God bless it, kicked in. My dad taught Sunday school when he was alive. Somewhere in the basement, I've got all these little medals I collected for perfect attendance. They hung from my lapel. I looked like a brigadier general. Let me guess, Lutheran? I'm named for Martin Luther, but I was raised Presbyterian. My ex is a Methodist. And what are you? Me? I knew God was dead even before the corpse showed up. Patricia pried a mushroom from her pizza slice and set it on her tongue. It must be terrific, having faith. It's wonderful, he said, tonelessly. After they consumed pizza number 2, she guided him down the hall and into a spacious room she called her studio, though it had evidently been one of Brandon's favorite places as well. The drawing board held various Berenstain books and children's crayons, intermingled with pen nibs, charcoal sticks, artists' brushes, straight edges, and elaborate, skillful sketches depicting assorted frog-eyed space aliens bent on conquering the Earth. Additional sketches, same lurid subject, papered the walls. The freestanding shelves displayed collections of stuffed dinosaurs, hand puppets, wooden building blocks, and Saga of Sargassia action figures. "Some of your bubblegum cards?" he asked, gesturing toward a ray gun-wielding alien vaporizing a distraught child's poodle. "Trading cards, remember? I just got a big commission. Invaders from Vesta. The thrilling sci-fi saga of Earth's war against the bloodthirsty inhabitants of our system's brightest asteroid, in 54 action-packed scenes." "You actually make a living from this?" "Apex Novelty Company pays me $300 per finished painting. Sure, today's kids have their video games, their virtual reality, their internet chat rooms, but they always come back to trading cards. There's nothing quite so satisfying as walking around with a complete set of Mars Attacks or Invaders from Vesta in your pocket." Approaching the shelves, Martin picked up a Sargassia action figure, Stanhope, the steam-powered man. As he fingered the miniature robot, he realized how little he understood about children. He found them as cryptic as cats. In the far corner lay a community manufactured by a company called Fisher-Price, complete with a school, a barn, a colonial-style house, and dozens of 2-inch-high plastic citizens. Beside the drawing board reposed a wheelchair, its seat occupied by a fearsome Godzilla punching doll. Martin imagined Brandon using the doll therapeutically, hitting back at the evil lesion on his spine. Bam, bam, bam. "The dinosaurs were his favorites," said Patricia, taking a stuffed Triceratops off its shelf. She set the Godzilla doll aside and, Triceratops in hand, climbed into the wheelchair. "He'd sit right here, head bobbing every which way, and I'd act out little dramas for him. Life in the late Cretaceous. The Triceratops was always getting into trouble. The Stegosaurus loved ice cream. So did Brandon. At least he's not in pain anymore. There were days when that's all I could think about. Please, God, stop his pain." "God is out of the loop," said Martin, examining a sketch that seemed to make his point. A Vestan spaceship melting the Brooklyn Bridge at the height of rush hour. "He's left the scene." He grimaced, realizing what he was about to say. "Of his crimes." Hugging the Triceratops, Patricia rose from the wheelchair. "Play with me." "What?" "Play with me. Get on the floor. Play with me. These toys have never been properly played with. Brandon couldn't." "Neither can I. Please, try. Please." They pulled off their shoes, sprawled across the rug, and played. Seizing upon Brandon's building blocks, they made a multicolored tower so high it overshadowed the drawing board. They worked with a dead child's Play-Doh, Patricia fashioning a blue elephant, Martin a yellow giraffe. They lovingly rearranged the Fisher-Price settlement, filling the colonial house with healthy relatives, the barn with hardy animals, and the school with robust children. A utopia, they decided, a world that had no words for prostate cancer or spina bifida. "I loved him so much," said Patricia. "Not because he was sick, and not in spite of it either. I just loved him." She yanked a cylinder from the foundation of their tower. The construction collapsed spectacularly, block tumbling over block. And then, finally, the scream did come, a bright red howl rushing from her mouth and blowing through the Fisher-Price community like a tornado. Martin's palms grew damp. His heart raced. Instinctively, he leaned toward her, and for a full 5 minutes they silently pressed against each other, embracing and shivering. Like shipwrecked survivors, he thought, like two freezing castaways adrift on an ice floe, heading nowhere. "Believe me, I dislike these interruptions as much as you do, but I thought you'd be intrigued to know that the appearance of a shipwreck metaphor in our hero's consciousness foreshadows an eventual obsession with non-metaphorical shipwrecks and similar cataclysms. Among the exhibits to which Candle will be drawn while perusing the Croft Museum of Natural Disasters and Technological Catastrophes is the rudder from the steamer Larchmont. Maybe you know the story. At 11 p.m. on February 11, 1907, the Larchmont was rammed near Block Island by the schooner Harry Knowlton. Most of the Larchmont's passengers were drowned in their cabins. Dressed only in their pajamas, those few who managed to escape on life rafts were beset by sub-zero winds and heavy seas. Ice soon covered them, freezing their hands and feet solid. To end his agony, one survivor slit his own throat. All told, 332 people died that night. For my money, the funniest part of the Larchmont story is the name of the company that owned and sailed her, the Joy Line. Get it? The Joy Line. Whatever you may think of our creator, you can't fault his sense of humor. Martin spent the weekend in bed. Trembling with grief, tortured by illness, he rolled back and forth on his mattress, tearing the sheets free and wrapping them around his aching pelvis. His front lawn, uncut since July, had vanished beneath a carpet of weeds and crabgrass. Frost clogged his freezer. His re-election campaign was a shambles. The Glendale rent control case would be upon him in a matter of hours, and he had yet to review the facts. But instead of acting, he simply lay there, imprisoned within his own buzzing skull. By the grace of Roxanol, he slept most of Sunday night, waking the next morning with dry skin, clogged sinuses, and an astonishingly lucid sense of his immediate future. He would kill himself with liquor. Yes, this afternoon he would drink his way through the city of Philadelphia, saloon by saloon by saloon, then hurl his benumbed body into the Delaware River. The process would prove fascinating and pleasurable, and he had nothing to lose but his life. He called his secretary, told her to defer his cases another day, then set about filling his stomach, lest the coming binge knock him senseless before he'd accomplished his goal. The refrigerator contained some leftover macaroni. The pantry yielded 4 cans of tuna fish and a jar of baked beans. The condemned man's last meal, he mused, throwing everything together in a saucepan. By noon, his belly had reached capacity. He grabbed his Roxanol, climbed into his Dodge Aries, and took off. Within the hour, he had situated himself in Omar's Arabian oasis at 7th and Lombard, alternately munching painkillers and sucking a Black Russian through a straw as if it were a Coke. Over the years, the booth had acquired so many coats of thick, badly stirred olive-green paint that its surface now resembled a relief map. 2 tubby men sat at the bar, bathed in the light of a Phillies game. The air was dark and heavy, clogged with the sweet odor of cheap whiskey. Although his troubles did not disappear, they miraculously migrated outside his body. He still had prostate cancer, Corinne was still dead, but both disasters had been banished to the farthest corner of Omar's Arabian oasis. They hovered in the smoky air, unable to get at him. Above the bar hung a buxom plastic St. Pauli girl with a clock embedded in her stomach. The hour hand crept toward 2 p.m., millimeter by millimeter. He ordered a gin and tonic. 2:30, a rusty nail. 3 p.m. Brain spinning with whatever neurotoxic reaction occurs when hard liquor meets Roxanol, he wandered out of the saloon. At the base of the nearest parking meter, a large puddle of dog urine lay drying in the afternoon heat. He ate a painkiller and started down Rodman Street, all the while imagining himself back in Celestial City, USA, standing atop the main attraction. This time, instead of simply beholding God's right eye, he spat in it. He staggered into the Royal Pub at 605 Rodman, sat down at the bar, and ordered the specialty of the house, authentic English fish and chips. They arrived cold. He did not so much wash his chips down with beer as set them adrift in it, glass after glass of freshly tapped Samuel Adams. He visited the men's room once every 10 minutes, an agreeable experience, thanks to the blessed Roxanol alcohol synergy, which spared him the usual fiery ordeal caused by his unending prostatitis. Shortly after Martin returned from his 5th trip to the urinal, the man on the adjacent stool swiveled toward him and asked, "Come here often?" "Only when I lose a wife." His drinking companion was a grizzled giant with a leather patch over his right eye, an accessory that lent their surroundings the ambience of a pirate's den. "Divorce?" "Gravity." "Why?" "Gravity in the 1st degree. God's favorite modus operandi." "If you're making fun of God," said the one-eyed man, "I may have to punch you in the face." "I'm not making fun." "Bad enough he's comatose without people making fun of him." Once again, Martin decided to change the venue of his suicide. Leaving the Royal Pub, he headed down South Street toward the Front Street intersection, where the words Mike's Tavern flashed on and off. A neon beacon shining across the urban sea, guiding tempest-tossed rummies to port. He never got past 3rd Street. Before him blazed a luminous marquee heralding the Theater of the Living Arts, where he and Corinne had seen witness for the prosecution on their first date. Several dozen playgoers were queuing up, a smaller, more somber group than the crowds who patronized the Agatha Christie revivals. Tonight at 8 o'clock, hand-to-mouth players present Elie Wiesel's The Trial of God. A soft rain fell. His hip throbbed. He checked his watch. 7:39 p.m. Limping into the foyer, he bought a ticket from the young woman in the booth, a hatchet-faced brunette with acne. He hobbled down the aisle, accepted a program booklet from the sullen male usher, and collapsed in his designated seat, where he tried repeatedly to read the dramaturg's essay. Only on his 6th attempt did he cut through his beery fog and comprehend the article in toto. The Trial of God promised to be wholly unlike the courtroom thrillers Martin normally attended. According to the dramaturg, the plot traced to a bizarre event the author had witnessed while incarcerated at Auschwitz. In Elie Wiesel's words, 3 rabbis, all erudite and pious men, decided one winter evening to indict God. The setting was the Russian village of Shamgorod in 1649 during Purim. Fixing his clouded eyes on the stage, Martin beheld a troupe of itinerant minstrels arriving at the local inn to perform a holiday play for the community. Much to their dismay, the minstrels discovered that Shamgorod had recently suffered a pogrom. Only 2 Jews remained alive, the innkeeper Berish and his traumatized, gang-raped daughter Hannah. Goaded by Berish, the actors agreed that instead of a Purim spiel, they would stage a mock trial of God, prosecuting him for allowing his children to be massacred. As the first intermission got underway, Martin sat motionless in his seat, rolling his program booklet into a tube, unrolling it, re-rolling it. He stood up. In the muzzy reaches of his brain, a grand and terrible plan was taking shape. He wandered into the lobby, approached the refreshment stand, and, handing the concessionaire a $1 bill, indicated that he required a cup of coffee. Receiving his change, he slid the dime into his pants pocket, where his fingers encountered his ticket stub. He pulled the stub free and stared at it, a shabby piece of red cardboard, torn along one edge and stamped Left F106. Slowly, inexorably, the stub entered another dimension, becoming the very ticket around which Ivan Fyodorovitch had constructed his famous diatribe in The Brothers Karamazov, Martin's favorite novel from his 12th grade honors English class. And so I hasten to give back my entrance ticket, and if I am an honest man, I am bound to give it back as soon as possible, announces Ivan, who has concluded he no longer desires admittance to a universe where innocent children suffer, even though justice and harmony may prevail at the end of time. And that I am doing. It's not God I don't accept, Alyosha, only I most respectfully return him the ticket. To which Ivan's devout brother responds, that's rebellion. Martin did not stay for the second act. Slurping down his coffee, he bolted from the theater, retrieved his car, and raced north through the drizzly darkness. "I'm going to return you the ticket," he muttered over and over. "I'm going to return you the ticket." By midnight he was in Deer Haven, pounding on Patricia's door. "Who's there?" a voice called down. Lifting his head, he stumbled backward. Patricia leaned out the upper window, eyes flashing like a stoned calico's. "Patricia, something amazing has happened." "Martin?" "I'm returning him the ticket." "Wait right there." A minute later, the door swung open, and she greeted him with a goofy smile. A silvery satin bathrobe enveloped her, shimmering in the orange glow of the porch light. "What's this all about?" she asked, ushering him inside. "We're putting him in the dock." "Martin, you're drunk? After all that liquor, I should hope so." "I've had a sip or two myself." She piloted him toward the kitchen. "There's still some left. Join me?" "Sure." She poured him 2 fingers of Jack Daniels on the rocks, the ice cubes crackling as the sour mash whiskey trickled toward the bottom of the tumbler. "I'm calling him to account, just like those rabbis did." "What are you talking about?" She slopped whiskey into a second tumbler. "Calling who to account?" "The main attraction. Humor me, Patricia. Lie to me. Tell me you think it's a great idea." "I think it's a great idea." "No, you don't. You think it's an evil idea, and so do I. Maybe I'll even start taking Blumenberg's damn estrogen and buy myself a few more months. So I'll lose my gender, big deal. I don't want to talk about hormones. I want to talk about harmony." She gulped her whiskey. "Play with me." "What?" "You know, play with me." Drinks in hand, they staggered into her studio, their ice cubes clinking softly against the sides of their glasses. "A week ago I wouldn't have even considered a project like this," he chattered, downing his Jack Daniels. He slipped the Trial of God program from his pocket. "But the United Nations just amended the statutes of its judicial arm. Maybe you read about it in the Inquirer." He shoved the program in her face. "For the first time ever, an individual can be prosecuted before the International Court of Justice in The Hague." "The Trial of God," she read aloud, removing her satin slippers. "Martin, this is adolescent." "That's what the defendant wants us to think." "Aren't you a Presbyterian?" As the whiskey seeped into his brain, the studio began to rotate, as if mounted atop the Celestial City carousel. Steadying himself on the wheelchair, he pulled off his shoes. "I love the God of my childhood, the God of Dad's Sunday school lessons, but there's another God out there, and I'm going to get him." "And you really believe he's responsible for all our pain?" "Who else would be?" "I don't know. The devil." "A mere proxy." Together they knelt on the floor and began constructing a new tower from Brandon's blocks. When they reached the height of the wheelchair, Patricia leaned forward and planted a wet, sensuous kiss on his lips. "Did you like that?" She slid her hand into one of Brandon's puppets, either a beaver or a woodchuck, Martin couldn't tell, then pressed the animal coyly against her cheek. "I didn't come here to kiss you, Patricia. My motives were purer than that." "Purer?" "Yes." "How boring." She made the puppet scratch her nose. "Maybe I'd better go home." "Nope, sorry, you're spending the night. Nobody in your condition should be out on the road." "I'm not as drunk as I seem." "You're too drunk to enjoy a kiss from me. That's pretty drunk." "If I get arrested for driving under the influence, I have to indict myself," he said with a throaty laugh. "I did enjoy it." "You did?" "A lot." "Good. If you're really planning to change genders, Martin Candle, we'd better seize the time." At Patricia's bidding, the puppet took the sash of her robe in its paws and yanked it away, as if starting an outboard motor. The halves parted. Beneath the satin lay a female form as desirable as the ceramic Eve who presided over the Celestial City's petting zoo. "I ought to be going," he said. Would she really begrudge you this moment? "Yes. No. I don't know. I'm the problem, not Corinne." "Play with me." "What?" "You know. Play with me." Taking a tress of raven hair in each hand, Martin pulled her toward him. He closed his eyes. "It's true, what you said on Friday." "What?" "Grief sharpens the appetite." "Right. Play with me. I'm on the pill." "Estrogen?" he asked, unbuckling his belt. "Estrogen." "I've got seeds in my prostate. 46 radioactive I-125 microcapsules. But Blumenberg says they don't affect my semen." He shed his socks, pants, and jockey shorts. "We'll use a condom if you want." "Irradiate me, Judge Candle." Afterward, she wrapped his body in her arms, and through a series of maneuvers that alternately evoked modern dance and slapstick comedy, dragged him down the hall and laid him on the bed in her guest room. As she stretched out beside him, flopping her bare arm across his chest, he realized he hated himself, a sensation he found not altogether unpleasant. It was perversely satisfying to know that for all the confusion seething in his brain, all the chaos raging in his prostate, his sense of guilt remained intact. Only a man with an operational conscience had the right to put the main attraction on trial. "I'll chase him round Good Hope," he whispered drunkenly into the darkness, quoting Ahab's great speech from Moby Dick, Martin's second favorite among the honors English novels. "Hope? Hope," he repeated, "and round the Horn, and round the Norway maelstrom, and round Addition's flames." "Addition's? What?" "Perdition's flames, and round Omar's Arabian oasis, and Shamgarad, Celestial City, and round the Hague, and before I give him up." Chapter 4. When Jenny Candle first learned of her brother's audacious ambition, she decided he lost his mind and promptly gave him the name and phone number of her therapist. Vaughn Poffley also stood foursquare against indicting the Almighty, fearing the pre-trial publicity would cost Martin the upcoming election. Martin's mother, he knew, would have just one thing to say to him: "Your father would not be proud." And so he didn't even tell her. Much to his dismay, the person from whom he expected unequivocal support had no use for his project at all. "I mean, what's the point, really?" asked Patricia, as she and Martin sat down to espresso and sweet rolls in a Glendale coffee shop, Café au Lait. "We owe it to Brandon." "Brandon is dead." "We owe it to Corinne." "Even if you get a conviction, even if they shut off the Lockheed 7000, is that justice?" "Patricia, I'm hurt. Why can't you believe in me?" "I do believe in you. What I don't believe in is revenge." He jammed a Feminone capsule in his mouth. Phallic in its contours, the pill seemed designed to torment its consumers. "Not only do you have prostate cancer, Charlie, but your wife stands a better chance of satisfying herself with one of these things than with your disenfranchised dong." "This isn't about revenge," he said. "Some people, when they lose a loved one, some people go into grief counseling. Some people build elaborate tombs. But you think you have to put God on trial. It's nuts." "No, Patricia. It's overdue." He swallowed the estrogen along with a mouthful of cappuccino. Among the individuals closest to Martin, only his ex-fiancée, Robin McLaughlin, endorsed his scheme. Upon reading Albert Camus' The Plague in Mrs. Felser's English class at Abaddon High, Robin had come to dislike God intensely, an animus that endured throughout her college years, her relationship with Martin, and her unhappy marriage to a Fox Run proctologist named Derek Smedley. "You're calling the old bully to account?" said Robin, as she and her fidgety 6-year-old son sat down for breakfast with Martin at McDonald's. "I like it." "Thought you would." "But it's not you." "I've changed." She slid a half-and-half capsule with her thumbnail, adding the mongrel fluid to her coffee. "I'm sure you know it's been done before." "Elie Wiesel's play," he said, unwrapping his bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. "Earlier than that." "Jeremiah denouncing divine injustice?" "Before that even. Job, on his dung heap." "Job?" "The book of Job." Robin bit into her Egg McMuffin. "It's really a kind of courtroom drama. How are you?" "How am I? Terrible." "You don't deserve any of this. I hope you know that." She began cutting up her child's pancakes for him with a white plastic knife and matching fork. "Is it true you're taking estrogen?" "Where'd you hear that?" "Your other ex-fiancée. Brittany got it from Vaughn, who got it from your sister." "Geez, you people publish a newsletter, do you?" "The Internet does nicely. You're a great topic, Marty." "Yes, I'm taking estrogen. If I keep at it, I'll turn into a woman." "I don't recommend it. I have no choice." "If you ever need me, just remember, I'm here." That night, Martin read the book of Job for the first time in 30 years, discovering to his surprise it was a kind of courtroom drama, with the perverse twist that the accused also functioned as judge and jury. Equally disturbing was the fact that when God went to make his case, he completely ignored Job's main concern, justice, opting instead to intimidate him with the majesty of creation, lions, whales, horses, hail, stars, and ultimately the unknowable monsters Behemoth and Leviathan. A rigged proceeding, yes, and yet Martin found it gripping. He was moved by both the force of Job's bitterness and the caliber of his blasphemy. "God bears hard upon me for a trifle, and rains blows on me without cause," railed the sufferer. And then, later, "When a sudden flood brings death, he mocks the plight of the innocent." And still later, "Far from the city, the poor groan like dying men, and like wounded men they cry out, but God pays no heed to their prayer." Whether Job of Uz was an actual historical figure or the product of an anguished poetic imagination, this blameless and upright desert chieftain was a person to be admired. After according the matter considerable thought and much research, Martin concluded he needed $35,000, the price of a full-page ad in the New York Times Book Review. He was about to take out a bank loan when the money from Corinne's life insurance policy came through, $70,000. He divided the settlement in half, earmarking one portion for the Kennel of Joy, the other for the downfall of God. An open letter to the world's innocent victims. Dear fellow sufferers, in the 5th century B.C., a blameless and upright man named Job called his Creator to account, demanding to know the reason for his multiple misfortunes. 60 years ago, 3 rabbis imprisoned in Auschwitz indicted the Almighty for crimes against his children. Now, once again, the time has come for humankind to ask an honorable question. Why, throughout history, has God permitted the innocent to suffer? An organization has been formed. Our name? The Job Society. Our claim? In fashioning a world where deadly viruses thrive, defective genes prosper, earthquakes kill, droughts destroy, and wars lay waste, the main attraction at Celestial City, USA, acted in a manner that can only be called murderous. Our mission? To bring this matter before the International Court of Justice in The Hague. A meeting will occur. The initial gathering of the Job Society is scheduled for Saturday, September 25, 1999, 8 p.m. at the Valley of Children Daycare Center, 61 Mapleshade Lane, Deer Haven, Pennsylvania 19001. Registration is free. If you wish to attend, return the coupon printed below. Sincerely, Martin Candle, Justice of the Peace, Abaddon Township, Pennsylvania. He would never forget buying the New York Times for Sunday, August 29, 1999, pulling out the book review, and seeing his cri de coeur shouted to the world in aggressive Geneva type. Despite his perusal of the dummy version he created on his computer, he wasn't prepared for this outsized incarnation. Everywhere he went that morning, bathroom, kitchen, catnip patch, he carried the book review with him, reading his ad over and over. He chastised himself for not catching the typo on Auschwitz. It read A-U-C-H Witz, not A-U-S-C-H Witz, when he'd examined the proof that the advertising director had faxed him from Manhattan. He wished he'd said Job had put his creator in the dock instead of called his creator to account. He decided Helvetica type would have looked more serious than Geneva. But for all this, Martin felt unabashedly pleased with his complaint. The telephone started ringing right after lunch. "I can't believe you did this," fumed Vaughn. "Neither can I." "I won't stand by while you throw the election to some starry-eyed tree-stupper from Harvard." Vaughn was alluding to Barbara Meredith, the Democratic candidate for J.P., a woman with environmentalist views most charitably described as extreme. "It's political suicide. There's a typo on Auschwitz." "I know." No sooner had he replaced the receiver when his mother called, every bit as vexed as Vaughn. "Is this really the sort of thing you should be spending your money on?" "I can afford it, Mom." "Your father would not be proud. There's a typo on Auschwitz. I'm worried they'll come after you." "For a typo?" "An ad like this. It's going to make people mad." Patricia called next. "Well, it's certainly dramatic. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied, thrilled, scared." My ex saw it. He wanted to know, quote, "How the fuck did the Valley of Children get mixed up in this?" Maybe he'd like to make a donation. I doubt it. He's pretty religious. "So am I. Will you come to the meeting?" "This is your fight, Martin, not mine. Yours. There's a typo on Auschwitz." He spent the evening drafting a formal petition of the sort an aggrieved party must submit before its case can be considered by the International Court of Justice. Running to 3 single-spaced pages, the petition was essentially a prolix rewrite of the book review ad, with a postscript detailing instances of ostensibly unjustifiable aggression by the main attraction, the cholera bacterium, the eruption of Vesuvius, and a postscript pointing out that the court's newly acquired jurisdiction over individuals logically included deities as well as people. 2 days later, the responses started arriving from the outside world. They divided neatly into 3 categories: completed registration forms, heartfelt expressions of support, and intellectual hate mail. The majority of the friendly communiques included donations, the smallest being a $5 bill from a precocious adolescent in Des Moines who claimed her hero was Friedrich Nietzsche, the largest being a cashier's check for $2,000 from the leader of a satanic cult in Bangor, Maine. "Our Father who farts in heaven thinks you've got a terrific idea." Typical of the intellectual hate mail was a letter from a religious studies professor at the University of Memphis. "Dear Judge Candle, the honorable question you raise has been pondered for centuries by minds far subtler than yours. Have you never read St. Augustine's De Civitate Dei, Thomas Aquinas's Summa Theologia, Bishop Origen's Contra Celsum, St. Anselm's De Casu Diaboli, Gregory the Great's Moralia, Gregory Nazianzus's Discourse, Martin Luther's Werke? Until you acquire some credentials in theodicy, I suggest you stick with jaywalkers and leave evil to the grown-ups. Sincerely, Philip H. Strand, Ph.D. The dispatches from academia gave Martin considerable pause. He hadn't been prepared for them, and it didn't help when Patricia said, "I'll bet you haven't read any of those heavy thinkers, right?" "I'm named for Martin Luther," he replied feebly. "Theodicy?" A theodicy is a systematic attempt to reconcile the fact of evil with the existence of an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent creator. Where'd you learn that? Webster's 10th New Collegiate. Yeah? Well, it'll take more than a dictionary to bring down God. You're in over your head, Martin. Get out while you can. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. George Santayana, one of my favorite philosophers, used to say. I would add that those who can remember the past are also condemned to repeat it, but that's another story. The point I wish to make is that Martin Candle's project did not represent the first time the good people of Abaddon Township had awakened to find a rebel in their midst. Cast your mind backward to February 11th, 1962. On that date, a 10th grade classmate of Candle's named Randall Selkirk is sitting in his homeroom in Abaddon Senior High School, pondering the student-produced morning show he has just heard involuntarily over the public address system. Selkirk is discontent. As usual, the program has included the Pledge of Allegiance, a meaningless fact for the day, Mount Everest is 29,000 feet high, a series of stupid announcements, the chess club will meet after school in room 217, and the obnoxious closing motto, Abaddon, first in the alphabet, first in achievement, and first in attitude. But what really bothers Selkirk is that this broadcast, like all the others before it, began with a student reading 10 Bible verses and then leading the school in the Lord's Prayer. Selkirk and his parents attend Fox Run Unitarian Church. They are staunch atheists who believe God is a unity, not a trinity, and while they appreciate the Bible for its literary merits, moral insights, and general raciness, they certainly don't think it divinely inspired. That afternoon, Selkirk sees the assistant principal, Mr. Trevose, and reports his unhappiness with the religious portions of the morning show. Unmoved, Trevose flippantly suggests that Selkirk take his complaint to the Supreme Court, which is exactly what he does. The route is indirect. Selkirk wins in a 3-judge statutory court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, but the Commonwealth appeals the decision, and eventually Earl Warren and his fellow Supreme Court justices agree to hear the assorted arguments for and against school prayer. Selkirk's political science teacher, William Rorty, gives him extra credit for writing out the detailed deposition that his counsel Henry Sawyer will use in arguing the appellee's case before the Warren Court. Rorty jokes that changing the course of American history is worth as much as a term paper. Again, Selkirk wins. His victory is a mixed blessing, however, for as soon as the rest of the Abaddon student body realizes that a heretic dwells among them, an ethos of persecution descends. The Current Affairs Club paints Commie Faggot on Selkirk's locker. The Math Society steals his slide rule. The soccer team urinates on his sister. Eventually, he and his family move to Delaware, and who can blame them? Randall Selkirk has never been a hero of mine either. Thanks to his meddling, millions of youngsters will never hear the rousing speech Moses delivers to his generals in chapter 31 of Numbers following the surrender of the Midianites. Kill all the male children, kill also all the women who have slept with a man. They'll never hear the uplifting attitude toward families Jesus expresses in chapter 14 of Luke. If any man comes to me without hating his father, mother, wife, children, brothers, sisters, yes, and his own life too, he cannot be my disciple. They'll never hear the line from chapter 27 of Matthew that helped make anti-Semitism such an intractable feature of Western civilization. His blood be on us and on our children. If any of you knows of an organization devoted to restoring Bible reading to America's public schools, have its officers contact me right away. I'm good for a generous donation. While Martin had assumed the first sufferer to appear that evening would be a stranger, the man now standing in the open doorway to the Valley of Children was presenting himself as an old school chum. "Randall Selkirk," said the visitor. "You do look familiar." Martin took a deep breath, and it all flooded back. School District of Abaddon Township, Pennsylvania et al. Versus Randall Catlin Selkirk et al. The 1963 Supreme Court case that, against the wishes of nearly everyone living in the United States at the time, had led to the banning of sectarian prayer and devotional Bible reading in the public schools. Shortly after the court's opinion was reported in the Philadelphia Bulletin, Martin's father had broken down and wept. "Abaddon versus Selkirk, right?" said Martin, extending his hand to Randall. "You've lost weight." A lot of weight, if he was remembering correctly. Randall looked so skinny that his black silk shirt appeared to be on a wire hanger. His most striking feature, however, was not his emaciation, but his manner. Martin had seen the type before: the aggressive atheist, the true unbeliever, fingers twitching with nervous nihilistic energy, eyes blinking frantically, their irises pained by light, a consequence of staring into the Nietzschean abyss for hours at a time. "I run the Boston Marathon each year," Randall explained. "It keeps me trim." He went on to reveal that he worked as a videographer for WGBH, in which capacity he'd recently shot Immortal Coils, a Nova episode about the great technologies, the Lockheed 7000 heart-lung machine and the General Dynamics refrigeration system that shielded the main attraction from the ravages of decay. 2 summers ago, he added dispassionately, his 6-year-old son had drowned in the South Beach undertow on Martha's Vineyard while the babysitter flirted with the lifeguard. "I assume that's enough to get me in your club." "Oh, Randall, I'm so sorry." "Tomorrow's Larry's birthday. He would have been 8. The minute I saw your ad, I said to my ex-wife, 'This is the organization for me. God's enemies ought to stick together.'" Martin stepped onto the welcome mat, inhaling the crisp September air. "I'm not God's enemy." The harvest moon hung low, its silvery beams flowing across the Valley of Children like liquid mercury, glazing the parking lot and burnishing the wooden clown. "In my own way, I still love him." Other Jobians had started arriving, most of them locals, with license plates bearing the slogans of Pennsylvania and her neighboring states, though some had driven from as far away as Virginia, Kentucky, Connecticut, and Quebec. A dozen sufferers came in rental cars and airport limousines, having flown into Philadelphia International that afternoon from Indiana, Illinois, and points west. "Jesus, Martin, I hope we know what we're getting into," said Randall, resting a palm on his classmate's shoulder. "This project isn't going to be popular." "I never imagined otherwise." "They treated me like a monster back in '63. I was a teenage atheist. The Future Homemakers Club threw dog shit at me. The football team photographed me in the shower and gave the prints to the cheerleaders. Right before we moved away, somebody nailed a Randall Selkirk voodoo doll to our garage door. This township lived up to its name that year. Abaddon hell." "You love him?" "In my own way." "And yet you're correct." "I don't get it," said Randall, slipping into the daycare center. "If everything on earth were rational," said Martin, quoting Dostoevsky, "nothing would happen." He greeted each new arrival personally. After directing the sufferer to deposit his coat in Nap Area 2, Martin next escorted him into Play Area 3, and, depending on the registrant's preference, offered either a folding chair, a beach recliner, or a place on the Winnie-the-Pooh hooked rug. "Help yourself to some coffee," he said, indicating a pair of urns labeled decaf and regular. By 8:20 p.m., the entire Job Society had assembled. 67 Times Book Review readers for whom prosperity and intelligence had proven inadequate defenses against disaster. "Hello, I'm Martin, and I'm an innocent victim," he began. The allusion to Alcoholics Anonymous drew uneasy laughter. Before we get down to business, I thought we should introduce ourselves. Give your name, tell us where you're from, and if you want to say what brings you here, fine. In my case, it was prostate cancer, combined with—" his throat constricted, "my wife's untimely death." He swallowed French roast from a styrofoam cup. "Let me add that I undertook this campaign with great reluctance. I'm a Presbyterian. My dad taught Sunday school. Sometimes it seemed like God lived in our attic. Many of you, I suspect, come from equally religious backgrounds." He perused the room. A score of heads nodded in unison. "And yet we're all here, aren't we? For whatever strange reasons, each of us showed up." As the meeting progressed, it became obvious that the Valley of Children, this world of diaper-changing tables, wooden blocks, pastel alphabets, and stuffed animals, was a cruelly ironic choice of venue, for children figured in almost half the Jobian stories. Insane children, maimed children, sick children, dead children. But this group was accustomed to life's morbid jokes. These people had seen it all. And so they persisted. "Hello, I'm Stanley, and I'm an innocent victim." "Hello, I'm Julia, and I'm an innocent victim." Sharing their grief and spilling their guts, telling one another of multiple sclerosis battles and lupus defeats, of barren wombs and schizophrenic minds, of babies entering the world without brains and adolescents departing it without hope. Particularly disturbing was the ordeal of Esther Clute, a Trenton elementary school principal whose 3-year-old daughter, Heidi, had contracted the common parasitic roundworm Ascaris lumbricoides while playing in her sandbox. Although Ascaris larvae normally take up residence in the alimentary canal, depositing eggs that are harmlessly expelled with the host's stools, in Heidi's case, one worm kept on migrating, bearing a load of fecal bacteria. The parasite ended up in her brain, where the microbes caused a huge abscess and widespread tissue degeneration. Within the year, Heidi was dead. "The doctors say she was probably incurable by the time her symptoms appeared," explained Esther, a brawny woman who looked like a goalie for a sport so brutal it was played only in Yakutsk. "I'm still trying to decide whether that's a good thing or a bad thing." Martin had expected to hear about fatal and satanic diseases that evening. Paralysis, madness, addiction, bereavement, no surprise. There was one variety of pain, however, for which he wasn't prepared. But the more he considered these stories, the uncle whose niece's arm got torn off because he'd neglected to fasten her seatbelt, the father who'd learned that his teenage son's suicide threats weren't just bids for attention, the young man who'd ignored his gonorrhea symptoms until he'd sterilized his girlfriend, the more he understood that guilt constituted a category of suffering no less real than cancer. After 2 hours of testimony that would have left the world's most accomplished soap opera writer feeling like an amateur, the final registrant spoke up. Allison Lowry, a Denver interior decorator whose only child, Jason, had spent the last 9 years in bed, his spinal cord having been severed and his brain massively damaged in an auto accident when he was 7. The boy couldn't move. Neither could he speak, hear, or see. Swallowing was a major challenge. On his birthday, Allison always baked Jason his favorite kind of cake, chocolate. She would puree a slice in her food processor and feed it to him with a spoon. As far as his mother knew, Jason's sense of taste was functional, though she'd never worked up the courage to ask the doctor. While Allison dried her tears, a dense silence settled over Play Area 3. The sufferers looked at one another, their eyes ablaze with righteous anger and mutual understanding. They had a case, by damn. They truly had a case. "What we're really talking about is a kind of class action suit," Martin explained, passing out the rough draft of his petition. "With your permission, I'll be naming all of you on the last page as co-plaintiffs." Considering the many and varied philosophical complexities a Jobian complaint necessarily entails, the proposed indictment occasioned remarkably little debate. Randall argued that the bill of particulars should include biblical material, the plagues of Egypt, Jephthah murdering his daughter at the Almighty's behest, Yahweh sending a pair of vicious bears to tear apart the children who mocked his prophet Elisha. But then Julia Schroeder, a dialysis patient from Hartford, persuaded the group that such stories were straw men, tangential to the heart of the matter. Peter Henshaw, a Pittsburgh AIDS victim who earned his living as a ceramics instructor, argued that they should concentrate on those catastrophes most readily laid at the main attraction's feet: earthquakes, birth defects, infectious diseases. It would weaken their case to include, per Martin's draft, horrors that bespoke either human incompetence, plane crashes, hotel fires, or human depravity, rape, torture, war. Peter's position held sway until Randall noted that neither the original Job nor the rabbis at Auschwitz had hesitated to address such horrors. The God who'd slept during Buchenwald and fiddled while Hiroshima burned was the God they most wanted to nail. Charles Braithwaite, a Manhattan journalist whose son had no left kidney and a dysfunctional right one, raised the whole messy question of the defendant's metaphysical status. If he was in fact dead, completely dead, brain dead, would there be any satisfaction in convicting him? A consensus quickly emerged: yes. Alternatively, if he was alive in some way, did they dare ask the judges not only to find him guilty, but to reify the verdict by disconnecting the Lockheed 7000? Speaking personally, Esther replied, I'd argue for... This isn't easy for me to say. I was raised a Baptist, understand? Jesus was the most important person in my life. She closed her eyes and winced. I'd argue for pulling the plug. Would your daughter really want that? Asked Peter in a cautiously querulous tone. I don't know. Pulling the plug won't bring her back. No, but it might bring me back. Well put, said Ira Klein, a Long Island insurance salesman, his eyes bulging from his skull under the force of inoperable tumors. She's right, people. We ought to go for broke. By midnight, the meeting had lost its momentum, disintegrating into random exchanges of information about megavitamin therapies and holistic healers, and Martin declared it adjourned. The Jobians agreed to reconvene in 10 weeks, at which time they would analyze the response, if any, they'd received from the World Court. An unutterable satisfaction wove through Martin, soothing his aching flesh, cooling his inflamed pelvis. How different his Jobians were from the sufferers he'd met at Celestial City, USA. Both groups required the same accoutrements: wheelchairs, oxygen bottles, IV drips. But where the Orlando victims exuded a weary resignation, these people radiated militancy. Proudly he surveyed his troops, Esther stirring cremora into her decaf, Randall arranging fig Newtons on a serving tray, Peter opening a pack of paper napkins, Allison sneaking out for a cigarette, a handsome Bright's disease patient from Dallas speaking with a comely San Diego watercolorist who'd gone stone blind 3 weeks after winning the Norcroft Prize. Sucking the salt off a hard pretzel, the Manhattan journalist marched up to Martin and presented his card. Charles Braithwaite, Time Magazine, Time and Life Building, Rockefeller Center, New York, New York, 10020. I ought to come clean, said Charles Braithwaite, nervously running his fingers through his brush cut. He had a haunted lone wolf look about him, a lost soul even by Job Society standards. My son is very sick, true enough, but that's not why I'm here. I've been covering the Corpus Dei for, 6 years now. Might I ask you a few questions? Martin, wary, looked the journalist up and down. I suppose so. Braithwaite pulled a 35mm SLR with flash attachment from his rucksack. I'd also like, with your permission, he brought the viewfinder to his eye, to make that strong chin and noble brow famous. On the last day of September, Martin slipped the polished petition into a manila envelope, addressed it to the Registrar of the International Court of Justice in The Hague, and drove the package to the Chestnut Grove post office. It cost the Job Society $11.95 to lay its case before the world. Were it not for the feature article and accompanying photograph that Braithwaite published in Time, Martin might have enjoyed a relatively tranquil autumn. The Roxanol was keeping his pain in check, the Bactrim had finally defeated his prostatitis, and the side effects of the Feminone, swelling bosom, plummeting libido, though disturbing, were nothing he hadn't anticipated. But the piece indeed appeared, The Man Who Would Kill God, and by week's end he knew his life would never be the same. The morning after the October 5th Time hit the newsstands, a brick came crashing through his kitchen window and pulverized the ceramic teapot Vaughan had given Corinne and him as a wedding present. It arrived wrapped in a paper towel onto which somebody had scotch-taped Martin's Time photo. A rope noose, crudely drawn in blue ballpoint ink, swayed menacingly above his head. 2 days later, as he limped across the parking lot of the Abaddon Municipal Building, intending to retrieve his car and drive home, he was shocked to see that all 4 tires had been slashed. Someone had written, "Leave God alone, fuckface," on the driver's door with red paint. He abandoned his crippled car and took a septibus to Chestnut Grove, where a cardboard carton trussed with twine lay on the doorstep. The carton exuded a horrendous stench. Opening the package, Martin found himself looking into the empty eye sockets of a dead muskrat. Traumatic as these assaults were, the prying of the mass media proved even more unnerving. The reporters' energy was matched only by their obnoxiousness. They telephoned him at odd hours, clogged his fax machine with petulant pleas, and hung around his house like male dogs besieging a bitch in heat. Every periodical, from the Abaddon Sentinel to Playboy, wanted his story, and when he turned them down, they went ahead and wrote about him anyway. While Psychology Today speculated that he was a man with an unresolved Oedipus complex out to murder his heavenly father, the National Review called him a modern Frankenstein's monster bent on destroying his creator. The Geraldo organization offered Martin $47,000 for an exclusive interview. Oprah Winfrey's people upped the ante to $50,000. Martin declined both invitations, partly because he believed such exposure would compromise the purity of his case, partly because he was loath to advertise himself to whichever self-righteous lunatics had not yet heard of the man who would kill God. As October progressed, shortening the days and blessing Abaddon with leaves so bright and psychedelic they rivaled the carp of Wapalani Creek, Martin grew preoccupied with his mailbox. He started driving home for lunch, just to see if the International Court of Justice had written back, but the only personal correspondence he received that month consisted of 4 sob stories from fellow Jobians, 3 death threats from the organization called the Sword of Jehovah Strike Force, and a Halloween card from Patricia. Compounding the pathos of these trips was the fact that the mailbox itself, a miniature wooden castle, had been a Christmas gift from Martin to Corinne. She'd been delighted when, the following March, a pair of blue jays had built a nest inside. Throughout the spring, Martin had spent many hours patiently wiping bird droppings off their mail. When he wasn't brooding about the World Court's silence, he turned his attention to the Kennel of Joy. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, he called up Corinne's dull but dutiful cousin Franny. The news was always good. The endowment from Corinne's life insurance policy remained intact, and private contributions were pouring in at a steady rate. Recent beneficiaries included Nanook, a Siberian husky with a brain tumor whom the kennel had sent all the way to Nome so she could run part of the Iditarod, as well as Boris, a St. Bernard with failing kidneys who got to rescue an avalanche victim in Aspen. The whole event was staged, but Boris couldn't possibly have known, and he died a happy dog. Election Day found the citizens of Abaddon rushing en masse to the polls, and, in a contest that Martin's opponent had managed to define as a referendum on his character, telling him what they thought of his project. The final tally was 11,784 for Barbara Meredith to 322 for Martin. In the township's entire history, no incumbent J.P. had ever lost by a wider margin. When he telephoned Meredith to concede defeat, she apologized for capitalizing on his status as America's most conspicuous blasphemer. "We simply couldn't resist," she told him. "Your opponent goes around drawing mustaches on God. It was too good to pass up." Patricia urged him to take the drubbing philosophically. If the World Court came through, he'd appreciate having so much time for preparing his case. Her argument left him unmoved. Magistracy had been Martin's whole life, his raison d'etre, and now he'd lost it. The prosaic but ineluctable matter of solvency also haunted him. His savings would last another 6 or 7 months, but then what? 2 days after the election, Benjamin Blumenberg gave Martin a bone scan, telephoning him the following afternoon with the preliminary results. "It's not what we wanted to see," said the urologist. "The malignancy is evidently in your right hip and the head of your right thigh bone." "I'm not surprised." "Me neither." "So, what do? "We increase your feminone and hope for the best." Setting down the receiver, Martin realized he'd begun to personify his disease. Cancer, Latin for crab. A malicious and depraved crustacean had appropriated his prostate, extending its spindly legs outward, digging them into his lymph nodes and pelvis. The crab's claws were sharp and serrated. Its teeth were white-hot needles. On the last night in November, Martin lay writhing atop his mattress, tortured by the crab, high on Roxanol, and wondering what else could possibly go wrong. Across the room, his VCR played the climax of Judgment at Nuremberg. Burt Lancaster, the Nazi with a conscience, making his improbable admission of guilt. Martin's nostrils twitched, aroused by the odor of burning wood and smoldering upholstery. He put the VCR on still, a close-up of the defense counsel, Maximilian Schell, telling the tribunal that Lancaster didn't really mean it. Heart-fluttering, Martin stumbled downstairs, limped across the living room, and tore open the door. His enclosed front porch was ablaze, a seething red inferno, smoke rising in thick black coils, flames leapfrogging from the curtains to the throw rugs to the cushions. Waves of heat rushed toward him, striking his cheeks like vengeful slaps. His eyes grew watery, his lungs burned. Convulsive coughing wrenched his ribs. "Die, Judas!" a man shouted, his voice amplified by a bullhorn. "Die, Judas!" Martin pivoted. A dozen shadowy figures swarmed across the front lawn, brandishing their fists. "Die, Judas!" He hobbled to the kitchen. Snatching up the precious bottle of Roxanol, he opened it, ate 2 tablets, and staggered out the back door. Hacking, weeping, he made his way to the catnip patch and collapsed. "Die, Judas!" Lying on the cool earth, he seriously considered calling the fire department. That would certainly be the rational thing to do. But instead, he stayed where he was, rolling around amid the rotting Nepitacataria like a stone tabby. Sirens shattered the night, drilling through his tympanic membranes, rattling his Eustachian tubes. A peculiar truth fell upon him. He didn't care whether the flames devoured his house or not. No, he actually wanted the flames to devour his house. 1,000 remorseless ghosts haunted 22 Flour Mill Road. Hardly a day went by in which he didn't encounter one of Corinne's hair ribbons, a bag of her bath herbs, or a photo of some slavering Kennel of Joy beneficiary. Let it burn. Let the whole damn thing burn down. He levered himself upright and, groggy with Roxanol, wandered toward the fire. The flames had transformed November's chill, bringing an ersatz summer to his property. Dozens of Chestnut Grove residents had collected on the lawn, holding handkerchiefs to their mouths as they sweated in the heat. Black hoses sinuated amid the crabgrass and the fallen leaves. Men in thick yellow raincoats and white fiberglass helmets wandered about, their faces obscured by oxygen masks, looking less like firefighters than like methane-breathing aliens out of Patricia's trading card series. Camouflaged by shadows, Martin called toward a uniformed police officer, one of Constable Stedman's underlings, he realized. "Who lives here?" "That J.P. who just got voted out, Martin Candle." "Is he dead?" "Don't know, dead or alive. Looks like the sucker's gonna lose everything." "Candle, isn't he the guy who wants to prosecute the main attraction?" "Same bastard, yeah. Tell you one thing, we find his charred body in the rubble, I won't be shedding a whole lot of tears." He spent the night at his sister's house, and the next morning he drove his soot-smeared Dodge over to 65 Mapleshade Lane. As Patricia sat before her drawing board, adding veins to Aveston's gigantic eyeballs, he told her of his newest misfortune. "Burn down your house? Jesus, are you okay?" "Good question." Extending an inky hand, she fondly squeezed his wrist. "You're welcome to stay in my guest room." "Thanks, but you're afraid they'll do my house next?" "A reasonable concern, don't you think?" "A reasonable concern," she echoed. "Guess what? I'm so depressed lately that reasonable concerns roll right off my back. The guest room is yours, pal. Mi casa es su casa." He grimaced and inhaled. His clothing stank of the myriad odors liberated by the flames: paint, varnish, shellac, linoleum, plastic, fiberfill. "Whatever you charge, it's bound to be cheaper than a bodyguard." "No payment necessary." "You're a kind person, Patricia. I promise you I'll lay low." "It's going to be fun having you around." "I'm not a terribly fun person these days." "We're going to have a ball." Relocating to Patricia's guest room proved the simplest such move Martin had ever made. His only possessions to survive the fire, some carpentry tools, a few kitchen utensils, a dozen smoky books, an alarm clock, and the music box he'd won at Celestial City, USA, fit easily into 4 cardboard cartons. He had plenty of time that afternoon to visit the Chestnut Grove post office and inform them of his new address. With the advent of the Christmas season, Martin became as fixated on Patricia's mailbox as he'd ever been on Corinne's. He checked it incessantly, obsessively, like a new mother tiptoeing into the nursery to make sure her baby was still breathing. When he finally did learn the World Court's response, though, the news reached him not through the postal system, but through Charles Braithwaite's second Time article about the Job Society. The piece was titled "The Trial of the Millennium Postponed," and the key information lay in the final 2 paragraphs. While the ICJ has made no formal announcement, economic realities will probably keep the Job Society's case off the docket for years to come. The budget for such a trial would be many times our annual appropriation, something on the order of $80 million, the court's vice president, Giuseppe Sanfilippo, told Time. The costs in question, Time has learned, include hiring a supertanker fleet to extradite the Corpus Dei, paying advocates to construct arguments on both sides of the issue, housing witnesses, and retaining UN peacekeeping forces to control whatever factions might attempt to disrupt the proceeding. Eventually, a letter from the World Court did arrive at Patricia's house, but it contained nothing Martin didn't already know. "Although the judges are open to hearing a class action indictment of the sort your organization proposes," wrote the registrar, Pierre Ferrand, "they see no way to finance such an elaborate undertaking." "A blessing in disguise," said Patricia. "Hardly," said Martin, as a crab spasm tore along his femur. "Put this trial out of your mind. It's time to get on with your life." "I've got no life to get on with." "Yes, you do." "The wolf is now my brother, and owls of the desert have become my companions," said Martin, quoting Job. "My blackened skin peels off, and my body is scorched by the heat. My harp has been tuned for a dirge, my flute to the voice of those who weep." Know what I think? Somewhere deep down inside, you believe if you reenact that crazy Bible story, if you call God to account and listen patiently to his defense, he'll replace everything you lost, just like he did with Job. New house, new career, new Corinne, new prostate gland. Well, it just doesn't work that way. This isn't about my prostate gland, Patricia. Then what is it about? He glanced furtively at her cleavage. Feminine now ruled his endocrine system so completely he might as well have been looking at a stop sign. Think again. Let me have no more injustice. Think again, for my integrity is in question. On December 17th, the Job Society gathered once more in the Valley of Children. As the sufferers entered Play Area 3, Randall sidled up to Martin and gestured toward a photograph thumbtacked to the bulletin board. Patricia and Angela wearing matching lime green sunsuits and standing outside the daycare center. Together, the women held the nozzle of a garden hose and gleefully sprayed a gaggle of preschool boys in bathing trunks. "You know them?" asked Randall. "The one on the left is Angela Zaber. She runs this place. The other one is her twin sister, Patricia." "Handsome women." "I'm living in Patricia's guest room." "Your girlfriend?" "My friend. Her kid died from complications of spina bifida." "Spina bifida? Then why the hell isn't she here?" "She doesn't believe in what we're doing." Randall scowled indignantly. People shouldn't let other people fight their battles for them, especially when the enemy is God. The meeting was not long underway when a curious fact dawned on Martin. The Jobians were more anxious to learn about his private disasters than about the ICJ's rejection of their case. Since their last gathering, he'd gone out and become a celebrity, and his fellow sufferers wanted to know what fame was like. "I'll bet your life's been horrible," said Esther. "All our lives are horrible," Martin replied, casting his gaze about the room. Braithwaite was conspicuously absent, afraid, no doubt, to show his face. "But, yeah, you're right. I've had a pretty rough time." "I heard they burned down your house," said Allison. It was as if, having cheated the world out of a talk show appearance, he was obligated to give such a performance here and now. Only after questioning him for a full half-hour were the Jobians satisfied to tackle the business at hand. $80 million, said Esther, drumming her fingers on the December 14th time. "So, what are we going to do?" asked Randall. "Hold a fucking bake sale?" "Let's all become Amway representatives," said Julia with a dark smile. "Job never quit," said Martin. "He stayed on the dung heap, railing against injustice, and eventually the whirlwind appeared." "I've got an idea," said Allison. "We're a grassroots organization, right? So why not stage a grassroots trial? My sister-in-law is a district judge in Macon, Georgia. Maybe she'd be willing to hear our case." "I'd hate to settle for something that small," said Martin. "Depending on how much media coverage we get, a scaled-down proceeding might be quite satisfying," said Peter. "My heart's not in it," said Martin. With the approach of midnight, the pace of the discussion accelerated. Eventually it was agreed that upon returning home, Allison would find out whether her sister-in-law would work the trial of the millennium into her schedule, a thought Martin found endlessly depressing. Holding the trial in Macon instead of the Hague would be like getting a plush terrier for Christmas when you'd asked for a live Dalmatian. At 5 minutes to 12, he declared the meeting adjourned. A crab spasm radiated through his pelvis. He ate 3 Roxanols and looked around. 65 Jobians were heading for the door, a morbid procession of wheelchairs, walkers, IV drips, and oxygen tanks. Ruefully, he recalled the bittersweet denouement of their previous gathering. How alive he'd felt back then, how like Job himself, full of bracing belligerence. But tonight he felt like what he was, a widowed, impotent, homeless, lame duck justice of the peace, marooned in a benumbing Republican suburb and dying of metastatic prostate cancer. Chapter 5. Cancer is my masterpiece, the source of all my awards. But weather has always been my bread and butter. You cannot be a credible prince of darkness without a talent for hurricanes, a feel for drought, and a working knowledge of snow. On December 14, 1999, a ferocious blizzard engulfed the city of Cambridge, Massachusetts, a community boasting more IQ points per capita than any comparable settlement east of the Mississippi. For 18 hours straight, it snowed. Weighted down by the conglomerated crystals, scores of telephone cables and power lines snapped in two, like Jason Lowry's spinal cord, rendering the city deaf, dumb, and blind. The streets became frothy white canals, negotiable only via snowshoe, snowmobile, or cross-country ski. Enterprising teenagers made fortunes clearing sidewalks and delivering groceries. By Christmas, the casualty count stood at 25, including 4 citizens who'd experienced lethal heart attacks while out shoveling, an elderly piano teacher who'd bled to death after his snowblower lacerated his foot, and an 80-year-old antiques dealer who, unable to obtain her insulin, had lapsed into a diabetic coma and died. Throughout the city, only one person remained oblivious to the disaster. This was Gregory Francis Lovett, a semi-retired medieval literature professor who rarely left his house, read his mail only when he felt like it, subscribed to no periodicals save the Augustinian Quarterly, owned neither a radio nor a television, and had not permitted a telephone in his life since 1962. For news of the outside world, G.F. Lovett relied exclusively on the man with whom he shared his Mount Auburn Street abode, his alcoholic younger brother Darcy. If the stock market crashed, a war broke out, or Jesus Christ materialized in Harvard Yard accompanied by a band of angels, Lovett would not know of it unless Darcy got around to telling him. When the emergency officially ended, on the morning of December 19th, Lovett was sitting in his private library and savoring a cup of Irish breakfast tea, his ample rump squeezed into a cowhide wing chair. Cedar logs blazed on the hearth. 3,000 leather-bound volumes rested on mahogany shelves, their gold titles sparkling in the fire's glow. In the far corner, a grandfather clock stood guard, ticking like the mechanical heart of Stanhope the Steam-Powered Man, the robot featured in one of the many beloved children's books Lovett had penned over the years. Of all the various pieces of mail occupying Lovett's lap, the only item that intrigued him was the package from Vernice, his ne'er-do-well thrice-married sister up in Maine, whom he was paying $7,000 a year to send him clippings of a theologically provocative nature. This week's collection featured a dozen articles about an organization called the Job Society, and he had not known such a rush of excitement since 1971, when he and the analytic philosopher Emily Arbogast had crossed swords under the auspices of Harvard's Socratic Club, the topic of their debate being the plausibility of the impossible. The fight had been grueling, but in the end God and G.F. Lovett had prevailed, with Lovett proving that Arbogast's rejection of the supernatural amounted to a rejection of the thought process itself. "Darcy," he called to his brother, "Darcy, something entirely splendid has happened." I should note that before entering his self-induced coma, our Creator had been well pleased with Lovett, granting him a sharp mind and a fit physique. Despite the odds, the claret, the meerschaum pipe, the sedentary life, Lovett was about to celebrate his 74th birthday. Some said his good health traced to his bank account, which had grown at an embarrassing rate since the Disney organization had turned the saga of Sargassia into a series of animated features. Unlike the average Harvard professor, Lovett understood the mind of the child. He often joked that he himself had never stopped being one. The first Sargassia adaptation alone, The Mermaid in the Maelstrom, had so far brought him $17,439,860 in video cassette rentals and toy royalties, 10 times more than he'd received from his lecture series on the Interfaith Network and all his books of Christian apologetics combined. Which is not to say the saga of Sargassia pandered to the marketplace or insulted its audience's intelligence. For the majority of readers, the cycle's central conceit, a vast floating island eternally plying uncharted seas, piloted by a mildly insane captain named Alexis Renardo, and powered by trade winds pulling on the immense leaves of the island's indigenous grickle-grackle trees, resonated as deeply as a Greek myth. If there is justice in this world, when the history of modern fantasy is written, Sargassia will receive no less coverage than Wonderland, Oz, or Middle-earth. Darcy! At last, Lovett's brother appeared, his walrus mustache damp with port, the stem of a wine-glass pinched between his thumb and index finger. Listen to this! Lovett held up Charles Braithwaite's Second Time article. There's a magistrate down in Pennsylvania who fancies himself another Job. Ever since his brother had apprised him of the Almighty's cryptic condition 6 years earlier, Lovett had been pondering the Corpus Dei. While ostensibly a troubling object, the main attraction at Celestial City, USA would eventually, Heat concluded, do the Episcopal Church and the rest of Christendom more good than harm. By providing the world with an intimation of his infinite grandeur, God was saying, in essence, I have shown you mountains and rainbows, sequoias and whales, and now I have even shown you my fleshly form. Yet these wonders are as nothing, nothing, compared to what you will behold upon entering my everlasting kingdom. Which meant, of course, this so-called Job Society was woefully misguided in perceiving the Corpus Dei as an outlaw to be prosecuted. The body was an avatar to be venerated, or it was nothing at all. "Fella named Martin Candle, right?" said Darcy. Lovett sipped his tea and nodded. "It's all too perfect, don't you think? For decades I've been wanting to get into a brawl like this." Darcy took a substantial swallow of port. "Read on. The brawl's been cancelled. The World Court doesn't have the scratch." "How much do they need? $80 million? A sly Alexis Renardo-like smile spread across Lovett's face. "Listen carefully," he said, steepling his fingers. "At your earliest convenience, I want you to begin arranging the transfer of $80 million from Sargassia Incorporated to the bank account of the United Nations." "If you don't mind my saying so, dear brother, this is an astonishingly ill-considered—" Darcy's sentence decayed into a succession of bemused chuckles. He finished his port, paused a beat, and sighed. "I'll ring up Crawford first thing Monday." Lovett rubbed his hands together as if lathering a bar of soap. "It's been a long while since I've had any fun, Darcy, and this is going to be fun. The final war, eh?" he said, the final war being the 10th book in the Sargassia cycle. "I shall always be grateful to this Judge Martin Candle, even as I cut him down, even as I grind his arguments to dust." Does that sound terribly unchristian? Terribly. "Even as I destroy the man, I shall remain forever in his debt." As Martin left the noisy clutter of Park Avenue and entered the hushed vulgarity of Trump Tower, he couldn't help thinking of an earlier, equally outrageous skyscraper, the Tower of Babel on the plain of Shinar. He still remembered the Sunday school lesson his father had wrought from that particular Bible story. After telling his students to transcribe their favorite psalms, but to leave out every other word, Walter Candle next had them read the resulting nonsense aloud. The ruckus that followed, 15 pre-adolescents gibbering at the tops of their voices, vividly dramatized the confusion that had reigned at Shinar after God handicapped humanity with a multiplicity of tongues. Cancer clawing at his pelvis, a Roxanol tablet dissolving in his stomach, he limped across the atrium. A lurid space, agleam with bronze banisters and breccia perniche marble. His soul was buoyant with hope. Just when his fortunes had seemed at their lowest, he'd received a call from Gretchen Wild, private secretary to Stuart Torvald, president of the International Court of Justice. At the moment the court stood adjourned, Wild explained, so that the judges might enjoy the holidays with their families. Could Martin meet with Dr. Torvald 2 days after Christmas to discuss an important new development in the proposed legal proceeding? He stumbled onto the escalator and rose through the tiers of polyglot shops. Lows of Spain, Jourdains of France, Becks of Germany, Piniders of Italy. His reflection glided by, caught in the polished copper panels, his hunched frame and pain-pinched face. He got off on level E and took the elevator to the 42nd floor, eardrums tightening with the force of his ascent. Leaving the car, he knocked on the penthouse door, which opened to reveal a man so lean and elastic he might have just exited an El Greco painting. Piano music drifted into the hallway, a piece Martin recognized as one of Corinne's favorites, Gershwin's An American in Paris. Justice Torvald? Quite so, the ICJ president replied, his aristocratic tones filtered through the unequalized pressure in Martin's ears. Magistrate Candle? At your service. As the two men shook hands, Martin considered how the farthest ends of the judicial spectrum, the lowest and highest courts on the planet, were currently conjoined in this doorway. Torvald ushered him into a sumptuous living room, its transparent far wall affording a breathtaking vista of midtown Manhattan. In the northeast corner, a Scotch pine rose floor to ceiling, its branches hung with ornaments, tinsel descending in a silvery drizzle, the stand encircled by exactly the sorts of Christmas gifts one might assume were exchanged in such surroundings. A rope of pearls, a cashmere sweater, a pair of leather riding boots. For reasons not readily apparent, a battered attaché case sat incongruously amid the presents. "Let me introduce a dear friend," said Torvald, guiding Martin toward a baby grand piano, at which sat a stumpy man with salt-and-pepper hair, a surplus chin, and a beard so short and dense it seemed painted onto his jaw. 3 gold-framed photographs rested atop the piano, each disclosing a different smiling and successful-looking young woman, doubtless the judge's daughters. Irving Saperstein, Professor Emeritus at Princeton and Chairman of the Committee for Complete Disclosure of the Corpus Dei. Irving's lost the Nobel Prize in Neurophysiology more times than Richard Burton was deprived of the Oscar. Goodness, Stu, I'd never heard that comparison. Lifting his thick fingers from the keyboard, Saperstein stood up, bowed slightly, and shook Martin's hand. "We've met before," said Martin. "Orlando," he added, in response to Saperstein's scowl. "You tried to keep me from entering the Celestial City." "Did I succeed?" "No. You saw the main attraction, but your disease didn't go into remission, did it?" "True enough. So instead, we've got international—" "Tell him, Stu." Torvald sauntered across the room, reached toward the Christmas tree, and retrieved from the stack of gifts a small golden mallet. "Christmas present from my wife," he explained. "On Monday, June 5th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, I shall slam this 14-carat gavel onto my bench in the Peace Palace, thus marking the start of International 227, Job Society et al. Plaintiffs versus Corpus Dei Defendant." Martin gasped so profoundly his clogged ears popped. "I thought you didn't have the funds." "A backer has appeared. An angel, as they say on Broadway," Torvald explained. "Does the name G.F. Lovett mean anything to you?" "No." "You've probably heard of the movies they made from his children's books, The Mermaid in the Maelstrom, The Basilisk of Barbados." "Oh, right, the Sargassous Cycle. My landlady's kid used to collect the action figures." Martin's heart raced madly. His breathing became short and shallow. Was he really hearing this? International 227, Job Society versus Corpus Dei. It was actually going to happen? A sad story. The boy died. "I'm told the saga of Sargassia is really some sort of Christian allegory, but it's still a lot of fun," said Torvald. "I was more into Oz," said Saperstein. "Me too," said Martin. "I'll have to give Lovett a try." "Before the new year is out, we'll all be giving Lovett a try," said Torvald. "Not the Sargassia books, certainly not the literary criticism. I mean the Christian apologetics. God for Beginners, Sermons by Satan, The Conundrum of Suffering." Torvald spent the next 5 minutes telling what he called a characteristic anecdote about Lovett, the time the professor had tried inducing Pope John XXIII to take up pipe smoking. Our Lord treasured the things of this earth. How else to account for all those references to mustard seeds and fig trees? But Martin heard only snippets. An angel had arrived with $80 million. Tomorrow I'm holding a press conference downtown at the UN, where Lovett's philanthropy will become public, said Torvald. I'll also be announcing that International 227 will occur only after a court-appointed fact-finding team has ventured into his brain. He presented Martin with a stare to shame the Barbados basilisk. Let me lay my cards on the table. You and Lovett might be looking forward to this trial, but I am not. It has never been my ambition to supervise the persecution of God Almighty by a bunch of disgruntled Times Book Review eggheads. I have no wish to become the next Herod Antipas. Do you follow me, sir? I cannot endorse this project of yours. I find it impudent in the extreme. He cupped a hand around Saperstein's shoulder. What I do endorse is the Committee for Complete Disclosure. When Lovett came to me with his offer, I immediately saw a thrilling implication. I realized we could temporarily consign the body to people who can make far better use of it than the American Baptist Confederation ever will. It's going to be the greatest scientific expedition of all time, Saperstein asserted, sidling toward the Christmas tree. The search for the source of the Nile, writ on a cosmic scale, a journey into the ultimate terra incognita. A lot of people think he's brain dead, Martin protested. Here's the deal, said Saperstein, absently removing a velvet snowman from the tree. The Baptists have always regarded their main attraction not as a comatose body, but as a vessel God shed in the course of becoming pure spirit. Although the Holy Ghost periodically suffuses this vessel, hence its alleged healing powers, it is by no means synonymous with the Almighty. Ergo, when Stu told them the trial was contingent on the Corpus Deis being alive, they agreed to a limited neurological biopsy. They were confident, you see, that the tissue would prove inert. They let you enter his skull? Asked Martin, astounded. We didn't have to go that far. A probe of his eyeball proved adequate. Last Thursday, we drilled into the left cornea, made our way through the vitreous humor, and excised a cell from the optic nerve. Back in the lab, the thing proved anything but inert. Irving will be demonstrating its properties at tomorrow's press conference, said Torvald. Sounds like the Baptists have shot themselves in the foot, said Martin. I see now they were hoping to make hay with Irving's experiment. They wanted to use the neuron's presumed sterility to expose International 227 as a show trial, politically motivated, not to be taken seriously. But it will be taken seriously, right? Said Martin. You'll retain the best lawyers, hire top-notch philosophers, extradite the defendant, send me and my Jobians to the Hague. I want the court to hear what happened to my wife, how a runaway Irish setter— Oh, you'll be telling us your story, all right. In fact, you'll be telling us a great deal more than that. More? Torvald rested the head of his gavel under his chin and smiled. Lovett's donation arrives with 3 strings attached. First proviso, he himself gets to orchestrate the defense. Sounds reasonable. Second proviso, Martin Candle must take the stand as one of his witnesses. As one of his witnesses? Right. He'll be getting an awfully hostile witness. I'm sure he knows that. Third proviso, the case for the prosecution must be conceived and executed by you, sir, by you and you alone. Martin felt a tightening in his chest, the feminine, he realized, attempting to enlarge his breasts. Me? The entire case? Really? You. The entire case. Really. Torvald laid his gavel on the piano bench. Budget permitting, you may employ whatever outside experts you wish. But the opening statement, the closing argument, the examination of witnesses, all this must come from you. Evidently you've offended Lovett to the core. The man wants your head on a platter." Martin picked up the gavel and rapped it against his soggy palm. Win or lose, he was morally obligated to accept this daunting mission. His Jovians deserved no less. "All right," he said at last. "Very well. Fine." He returned the gavel to the piano lid. "The Baptists, they'll actually let you impound his brain?" "After my press conference at the UN, they won't have any choice. Not unless they want to face prosecution themselves for obstructing justice." "Perhaps I should drop by tomorrow so I can see the optic neuron in action. I ought to know what I'm up against, right?" "You aren't up against God, Mr. Candle. You're up against G.F. Lovett." "If I were you, I'd rather be taking on God," said Saperstein, returning the velvet snowman to its branch. He retrieved the scruffy attaché case from under the tree and set it atop the piano. "As for our prize neuron, you may attend the press conference if you wish." Flicking his thumbs, he unfastened the two brass latches. "But we can satisfy your curiosity on that score right now." An unearthly light filled the penthouse, rising from the attaché case in a shimmering blue vortex that struck the great Christmas tree and transmuted its ornaments into flaming asteroids, the tinsel into filaments of fire. "What's going on?" asked Martin. "Each time he sets it free," said Torvald, "it does something new." Even before the judge had finished speaking, the errant neuron slithered, amoeba-like, out of the attaché case and across the piano lid. A cry of amazement broke from Martin's throat. Blinding in its luminosity, fearful in its symmetry, the neuron suggested a kind of imminent frisbee, perhaps, or a radioactive pizza. "It's just one of billions, of course," said Saperstein, as, rippling like a pebble-struck pond, the neuron extended a dendrite toward the keyboard and pressed middle C. "Imagine the wonders we'll encounter once we actually breach his cerebrum." The creature began playing Heart and Soul. Impressed as he was by the neuron's performance, Martin found himself unable to occupy the moment. His mind had drifted elsewhere, toward the astonishing quantity of work that lay ahead, his upcoming odyssey into theodicy. Could he really hold his own against St. Augustine, Thomas Aquinas, Bishop Origen, and all those other dead Christians mentioned in Dr. Philip H. Strand's obnoxious letter? "June the 5th. That's only 5 months away," said Martin. "I wanted to wait till autumn, but Lovett would hear none of it," said Torvald. "I hope you're not getting cold feet." "Lukewarm feet." "Science is counting on you," said Saperstein. The crab clamped its jaws around Martin's thigh bone. He gasped, bit his inner cheeks, and said, "Do you know where I'm headed next, gentlemen? Uptown, to Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. That's where." He pulled out his Roxanol and ate 2 tablets. "I'll chase him round Good Hope, Your Honor, and round the Horn, and round the Norway Maelstrom, and round perdition's flames before I give him up." "Then we'll see you in the Hague?" asked Torvald. "With bells on," said Martin. The climax of Martin's visit to Memorial Sloan Kettering came when Blumenberg examined the results of the latest bone scan, ushered him into his office, and said the Feminine is working wonders. "It's given me a lovely pair of knockers. That's a wonder of sorts. Maybe I could become a rocket." "The spread of the tumor has definitely been halted. Now we're going to send it into a full retreat." Blumenberg clasped his hands together behind his head and tilted backward in his swivel chair. "We'll keep you on the hormones, but I want to supplement them with something called Odrodex 11. Experimental, hush-hush, terrifically encouraging results with prostate cancer. The good news is you can administer it yourself. The bad news is you must stick it directly in a vein, 2 cubic centimeters per day for the next 3 months." "You mean I'll have to puncture myself?" "Nothing that medieval. We'll install a portacath in your chest. Minor surgery, but surgery all the same. Then send you home with a syringe. The injections themselves are a snap, easy as watering a houseplant. Can we put you in the hospital Friday? I guess so. How's the hip? Until the Roxanol kicks in, terrible. Does this Odrodex have any side effects? A few. Feminone turned me into a woman. What will Odrodex turn me into? Blumenberg leaned forward, propped both elbows on the desk, and rested his jaw in his cupped hands. It won't turn you into anything. You'll probably experience some drowsiness, that's all, and you might have trouble focusing your thoughts. Forget it, Doc. Martin's gaze alighted on Blumenberg's 1964 World's Fair paperweight, a brass unisphere the size of a softball. During the next 7 months, my mind has to be sharper than ever. It's the only way I can win my case. A sharp mind won't win your case. An Odrodex regimen might. My legal case. I thought they rejected you. They found an investor. The catch is I've got to run the whole show. I can't lose my edge, not for a minute. Nobody rebels against God and wins, Martin. Prometheus couldn't do it. Job couldn't do it. Ahab couldn't do it. Take the damn drug, okay? The installation of the portacath came off without a hitch, though the procedure left Martin with an unpleasant sense of having been invaded, as if Patricia's Vestons had implanted some insidious monitoring device in his body. It was easy to forget about the microcapsules filling his prostate, but the portacath, a plastic shunt buried above his right breast, the socket angling into the air like an inner tube valve, irritated the surrounding skin and made his nipple tingle. He hated it, though not half as much as he hated the aggressive anti-cancer drug whose intrusion the device permitted. Within an hour after receiving his first hit of Odrodex from Patricia, he felt as if an elephant was stepping on his head. His vision went blurry. Sleigh bells jangled in his ears. He clambered into the guest room bed and stayed there. As he continued taking the drug, his subconscious began to torment him. With the approach of each dawn, he routinely experienced the notorious inverse nightmare all cancer patients must endure. He dreamed he was in his little courtroom, sitting before the people he loved, Vaughn, Jenny, Patricia, Corinne, and telling them Dr. Blumenberg had just pronounced him cured. During those rare and precious moments when Martin was lucid, he set about designing the prosecution's case. By availing himself of his century, that miraculous age of voicemail, fax machines, and computer webs, he was able to coordinate his Jobians without leaving bed. He directed Task Force 1, headed by Randall, to comb through academia, seeking out sociologists and historians willing to argue that a truly inculpable supreme being would have supervised his creatures' fates far more diligently. Task Force 2, headed by Esther, was responsible for lining up a full roster of angry victims. "I want at least 25 heartbreaking stories," he told her. 30 if you can manage it. Throughout January, he remained an Odrodex invalid, dividing his time between grappling with Lovett's The Conundrum of Suffering and zoning out on Patricia's television, a 27-inch Mitsubishi poised at the foot of the guest room bed like a tombstone overshadowing a grave. He watched Court TV, the Sci-Fi Channel, and the Comedy Network, but most of all, he watched The Siege of Celestial City, USA. The showdown traced to the ICJ's decision that the trial must not devolve into an empty symbolic exercise. This was a real criminal proceeding, and the defendant must be extradited and imprisoned accordingly. Unfortunately, Eternity Enterprises was not about to surrender its cash cow without a fight. On the day the court announced its intention to tow the main attraction to the Netherlands, each stockholder was enjoying a 5-fold return on his investment. Following Saperstein's televised demonstration of the optic neuron's talents, proof that an indictable entity resided within the divine skull, a significant percentage of the world's legal scholars, academic philosophers, and liberal theologians had come out in favor of International 227. But this cut no ice with the stockholders. The average eternity investor couldn't have cared less whether his cranium contained 5 living neurons or 5 billion. God was the property of the corporation. Upon learning that United Nations peacekeeping forces were headed for Orlando bearing deportation orders, the stockholders shed their business suits, picked up their handguns and hunting rifles, and secured the celestial city against invasion. CNN provided the best coverage. While the network claimed to be impartial, its sympathies clearly lay with the stockholders. 620 photogenic white people, all prepared to die in the name of God's dignity and prophet's honor. The peacekeepers' strategy proved a masterpiece of nonviolent aggression. Knockout gas was the key. Every time a new sector of the theme park fell under Eternity Enterprises' control, the UN would unleash canisters of Soprophoria B. The CNN cameras revealed heaps of unconscious capitalists piled up around the chariots of Ezekiel Ferris wheel, the Heaven to Hell roller coaster, and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse carousel. Scenes that for Martin evoked the comatose kingdom in the Disney Sleeping Beauty, which he and Jenny had seen together when it first came out in 1959. As Martin interpreted the conundrum of suffering, its theodicy sprang from the concept of ancestral disobedience. For G.F. Lovett, the story of Adam's insubordination in Eden was true in some fundamental anthropological sense. Although the prelapsarian hominids who'd once inhabited the world were unsophisticated technologically, they were highly advanced spiritually, enjoying an immediate relationship with their Creator. But then, as a function of the very consciousness that had enabled them to apprehend God's love, these original sinners grew fatally absorbed in themselves, eventually turning away from the divine to pursue their own agendas. To wit, they became us, a damaged species, sick with sin, twisted by pride. Is it any wonder God allows vermin such as we to suffer? Lovett asked rhetorically in Chapter 3. It is not. The mystery is that he does so with the sole aim of making us once again worthy of his love, real love, divine love, as opposed to mere grandfatherly kindness, is hot as slag and hard as steel. It insists that its object be deserving and not depraved, clean and not corrupt. The tribulations of this world are like the incisions the surgeon makes as he cuts the malignant tumors from a patient's vitals. Awakening from the anesthesia, the patient finds himself in pain. At first the pain seems gratuitous and cruel, but then he remembers the alternative is much worse. God as cosmic surgeon. Martin had to admit it all made a kind of sense. Indeed, in the days when he'd viewed his Creator more sympathetically, his image of God was not unlike his image of Dr. Lloyd Zimmerman, the swashbuckling cardiologist who'd performed a triple bypass on his father. Doubtless, this theodicy had its weaknesses, but in his present drugged state he was far too befuddled to notice them. The more Odredex he received, the woozier he grew. His gait became unsteady, his eyelids heavy, his memory porous. It seemed as if he were actually fighting 2 wars that January, one against cancer, the other against its cure. On Groundhog Day, Martin reached a fateful decision. "I'm going off the drug," he told Patricia. "The darn stuff's blowing out my neurons." "Don't talk nonsense. It's keeping you alive." "Alive for what? Alive so I can lose another election? So I can die a horrible death? It's in my lymph nodes, Patricia. It's in my bones. Don't tell me any fairy tales about Odredex." "Please, Martin. I love you." "You do?" "Yes." "That's not a very good idea." "Keep taking the Odredex. Please." "No, I can't. Sorry, no." 48 hours after the last Odredex dose had entered Martin's bloodstream, his mind miraculously cleared. His brain, he decided, had been like one of Abaddon Marsh's frog ponds. Suddenly the scum was gone, leaving the waters pellucid and pristine. Bring on the dead Christians, he thought. I'm ready for the lot of them. February featured record snows, unprecedented lows, and a valiant effort by Martin to fathom the theologians cited in Lovett's footnotes, a project that included entering his reactions onto the hard drive of his Apple PowerBook 630, one of the first items he'd purchased with the $26,580,000 the professor had obligingly deposited in the Job Society's bank account. As a blizzard raged through Abaddon Township, Martin struggled with the indicated portions of St. Augustine's Confessions, doing his best to grasp the bishop's notion of pain as a teaching tool sent by God so that we might learn self-restraint. But does the pupil learn self-restraint, Martin typed into his laptop, or merely what pain feels like? He tackled the relevant sections of Gregory the Great's Moralia, striving to comprehend the Pope's idea that souls were like athletes. To realize their potential, they must submit to painful training. But there's a difference, surely, Martin wrote, between training and torture. He sampled Gregory Nazianzus's discourse, pondering this church father's arguments that natural disasters bespoke divine displeasure. The evidence is slim, Martin wrote. He dipped into Julian of Norwich's Book of Showings, plowed through 24 of Meister Eckhart's 6 sermons, and forced himself to read 200 pages of Martin Luther's 61-volume Werke. All three thinkers, he wrote, are making essentially the same argument. If life contained no challenges, virtue would wither for lack of exercise. He glanced at Patricia's television. The 100 Eternity stockholders not yet taken prisoner were making a stand atop the cooling chamber. Strung out shoulder to shoulder along the lucite slab, an image recalling various Hollywood depictions of the fall of the Alamo, God's defenders hunkered down as thousands of UN peacekeepers prepared to storm the Corpus Dei from all four sides. The further Martin ventured into Augustine and his ilk, the more apparent it became that a second theory of evil was afoot in their tomes. He dubbed it the Father Knows Best hypothesis. According to this argument, an obscure benevolence underlay most human suffering, but our perceptions were too limited to grasp it. To an extraterrestrial, a mother's labor pains might seem pointless, whereas she herself knows a greater good will result, Martin wrote, paraphrasing the apologists as best he could. To a kitten, a flea bath seems sadistic, even though it may be all that stands between the animal and anemia. The siege of Celestial City, USA lasted 15 days, 2 more than the siege of the Alamo, after which, realizing the hopelessness of their situation, the Eternity stockholders laid down their arms, surrendered the Corpus Dei, and began appearing on the talk show circuit. They were the new national heroes, more popular than the Apollo astronauts of the 60s, more sympathetic than the Iran hostages of the 70s. If Jesus had wanted us to, we would have fought down to the last man, they informed Oprah. We regret having to take up arms, they explained to Geraldo, but there comes a time when your duty to God outweighs everything else. Thank goodness they didn't kill anybody, Martin told Patricia. Lots of people are going to crack up before your damned trial is over, Martin. Not just freaked out stockholders, lots of people. It's not too late to call it off. On the last evening in February, as midnight approached, Martin lay in bed, wondering whether, having taken himself off Odrodex, he should jettison the Feminone as well. His bosom was now so substantial that he had to wear a sports bra, his libido so beleaguered that not even the raunchiest erotica from Perkinsville Video could be stirred. Convulsed with shame, racked with pain, he climbed off the mattress, stumbled into the hall, and stood before the full-length mirror, dressed in nothing but boxer shorts. In the feeble light of the 40-watt bulb, his portacath valve looked as innocuous as a mole. "Nice tits," he muttered, fighting tears. Patricia appeared beside him, sketchpad tucked under her arm. The exposed page showed a Veston flying saucer slicing through the Washington Monument like a knife bisecting a salami. "Nice tits," she echoed, laying a sympathetic palm against his cheek. "It isn't fair." As a teenager, Martin had frequently indulged in the common male fantasy of wishing his body would transmute into a woman's so that he might ogle himself in the mirror. Sometimes he would even mold his bosom into a facsimile of Gloria McIntyre's. Now his wish had come true. First my health, then Corinne, my job, my house. Read a detective novel, Martin, something in which justice prevails. Watch television, American movie classics. And now my gender. You need a Fred Astaire flick, Fred and Ginger. He returned to the guest room, retrieved the Feminone bottle, and reluctantly jammed a capsule in his mouth, washing it down with sour orange juice. Staying with the estrogen regimen made sense in the long run, he told himself. The drug was quite likely keeping him alive, and while it had deformed his body and disempowered his penis, it hadn't reduced his outrage one iota. Like many Republicans, Martin was ambivalent toward the so-called women's movement. He couldn't tell where the legitimate critique ended and the whining began. But he had to admit that the mere presence of female hormones in your blood didn't make you faint-hearted, weak-willed, or unaggressive. Indeed, he felt more determined than ever to chase the main attraction from good hope to perdition's flames. Estrogen was not destiny. Fishing the remote control out from under the blankets, he trolled through the channels in search of Fred and Ginger and hit upon Larry King Live instead. Irving Saperstein was gleefully demonstrating God's optic neuron for the spellbound host. Martin's finger froze. He stopped changing channels. Prompted by Saperstein, the neuron computed the value of pi to 36 decimal places. Martin yawned. His mind drifted. By the time he was asleep, the neuron had painted a first-class forgery of Van Gogh's Sunflowers, proved the four-color map theory, and written a love sonnet so beautiful and true the studio floor manager burst into tears. 3 hours later, a crab spasm jolted Martin awake. Slipping on his bifocals, he glanced at his digital West clocks. 3:55 a.m. A sinister hour, he mused. He wouldn't be surprised to learn that a disproportionately large number of people died at 3:55 a.m., violently and unmourned. He swallowed a Roxanol and fixed on Patricia's Mitsubishi. Strangely enough, the neuron still commanded the screen, a close-up highlighting its silvery outer sheath. Grabbing the remote control, he aimed it at the TV and pushed off. The image remained intact. He changed channels. Nothing happened. "You don't want another network," said a high, squeaky, but emphatically non-comical voice, each syllable entering the room with a crispness and fidelity far surpassing what the Mitsubishi normally delivered. "I'm the best thing on television right now." So deep was Martin's astonishment, he kept his eyes locked on the screen even after a second crab spasm ripped through his pelvis. He ate another Roxanol and nervously addressed the televised cell. "Are you talking to me?" "To you and you alone. For the next 5 minutes, Cable News Network is my plaything, the simplest method I could devise for communicating with you directly." "I didn't realize you were so powerful." "I'm a piece of God, for Christ's sakes. I'm not something the cat dragged in. Listen, Candle, if you're still determined to stage this trial, we insist you do it right." "We?" "Me and my progenitor." "Your progenitor?" "A.K.A. the Corpus Dei." Martin gulped audibly. "I guess I'd been assuming that your progenitor was dead against International 227. "He has a much broader mind than you might suppose. In his own peculiar way, he wants to see justice served." "I'm confused. God hopes I'll win?" "Let's just say he hopes the trial will be aesthetically satisfying. The point is this: you've got a tough row to hoe. To triumph in the Hague, you'll need to do much more than forswear Odredex, stay on Feminone, read St. Augustine, memorize the conundrum of suffering, and put your Jobians on the stand. Though all of those moves are essential." "What do you recommend?" "Mastering the world's great theodicies means going inside my progenitor's head." "Is this a dream?" Neither dream, nor chimera, nor hallucination. I'm offering you the best advice you'll ever receive. Take it or leave it. Join Saperstein's expedition. I'm not much of a traveler. Indeed. Some people are armchair psychologists. Some are armchair politicians. You're an armchair human being. Jesus, Candle, you've lived in Abaddon your whole life. Okay, sure, you've had your reasons. Inertia, lack of funds, neurotic girlfriends. Plus, of course, your nebulous desire to protect your father from your mother. But it's time you widened your horizons. Good heavens, is there anything you don't know about me? Yes, I don't know whether you deserve to win. The neuron began to glow a brilliant crimson, and suddenly it was gone. Poof! Replaced by the normal CNN transmission, a report on a promising new AIDS therapy. Martin aimed the remote control, killed the image, and collapsed on the mattress. His hands shook. His heart thumped wildly, causing his implanted portacath to vibrate. Seeking to quiet his nerves, he made a mental list of the items he would take on the expedition. His painkillers, of course, his feminone, several sports bras. What sort of place was the ultimate terra incognita anyway? A land of milk and honey, bounteous beyond comprehension? Or had the coma turned it into a wasteland? He decided he would bring his hiking boots, tea bags, dental floss, Kleenex, and a flashlight. I think I'm going mad, he told Patricia's television. When Dr. Gregory Francis Lovett sent Martin a registered letter requesting that he fly to Cambridge, Massachusetts for a pre-trial meeting, all expenses paid, the ex-JP's initial instinct was to decline. It seemed foolhardy to permit the first brush with Lovett to occur on ground of the professor's own choosing. But eventually Martin realized he had more to gain than lose by accepting the invitation. Better to size up his adversary now than in the confusion of courtroom battle. After touching down at Logan Airport on the bitter cold morning of March 11th, he hailed a cab, gave the driver Lovett's address, and settled into a Roxanolian catnap. The noon hour found him slipping through the wrought iron gates of 87 Mount Auburn Street. As he approached the front door, briefcase swinging at his side, an uncommon sight greeted him. A plump, red-faced man lying supine in the snow. The man's arms were outstretched, and he was moving them up and down, as if backstroking across a swimming pool. "You made good time, Mr. Candle," said the man, slowly rising like a lead soldier climbing out of its cast-iron mold. Brushing the flakes from his parka, he gestured toward his impression in the snow. "Until the day of judgment, that's the closest I'll ever get to being an angel." "Dr. Lovett, I presume?" inquired Martin, extending his arm. Their mittened hands connected, wool clinging to wool. "Do you make snow angels every winter?" "I haven't done this since boyhood. A very satisfying experience. Snow angels, I mean. Boyhood, too, come to think of it. Would you like to produce one yourself?" "Thank you, but what I most want is a hot cup of tea." From the conundrum of suffering, Martin had expected to find G.F. Lovett rather smug, somewhat pompous, and a tad misanthropic. As the afternoon progressed, he revised his hypothesis. Lovett was intensely smug, profoundly pompous, highly misanthropic, and also quite likable. In appearance, he rather resembled Alfred Hitchcock, though where the film director's manner had been solemn and lugubrious, Lovett indulged in rat-a-tat speech and a peculiar arm-flapping gesture suggestive of a penguin attempting to take flight. "2 months from now, you and I shall engage in the greatest chess match of all time," said Lovett, after providing Martin with a cup of Irish breakfast tea and a tuna fish sandwich. Gripping a Malacca walking stick, the professor guided his guest into the library, where, as if to underscore his pronouncement, a green and white jade chess set adorned the reading table. He picked up the white king and held it before Martin's gaze like a sideshow mesmerist displaying a hypnotic charm. "God Almighty, ruler of the universe, omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, in a word, worship-worthy. And yet there is evil, and yet there is pain. You're asking the right question, Mr. Candle, no doubt about it. Lovett returned the king to its square. I'm strictly a duffer at this game. I still don't know how en passant works. When your opponent advances a pawn 2 squares, you can capture it if you've got a pawn on one of the squares he passed. Want to give it a shot? I promise to lose graciously. Chess has unfortunate connotations for me, Martin replied, as Lovett's rococo marble fireplace lured him toward its crackling warmth. Before she died, my wife and I played every Sunday. You have my deepest sympathy. In the nude, the sensual and the cerebral all at once. Ever done that? No. Sounds rather French. Lovett rested his walking stick against the reading table, sat down before the chess set, and moved the green king's pawn to square 4. You're wondering why I summoned you. Continuing his solitaire game, he developed the white queen's knight. In my protracted sojourn on this planet, Mr. Candle, I have come to value 3 commodities above all others: good books, decent claret, and worthy opponents. Are you a worthy opponent? By the 5th of June, yes, I'll be worthy. I want a sound return on my investment. A good fight, you understand? No knockouts in round 1. A good fight. You don't believe I've got a chance, am I right? You're thinking if they let O.J. Simpson walk, they'll certainly let God walk. Who is O.J. Simpson? Are you kidding? No, but I follow your meaning anyway. Will you give me a good fight? I've read your Conundrum of Suffering twice now, and I've started investigating the theologians you cited in your footnotes: Augustine, Luther, Meister Eckhart. Splendid! And have you grasped the essence of my argument? I think so. And what might it be? Spare the rod and you'll spoil the species. A prodigious grin spread across Lovett's ruddy face. Spare the rod, he echoed in a half-whisper. Spoil the species. Wonderful, sir. Perfect. And do you believe my argument works? Not completely. You found a chink? Yes. Excellent. Walking stick in hand, Lovett sauntered toward the far wall. With the insouciance of a can-can dancer lifting her skirt, he pushed aside a burgundy drape to disclose a red plastic button. In the Augustinian view, of course, we're already a spoiled species. Spare the rod and you'll spoil the species even more. As the circuit sprang to life, the central bookcase rotated like a subway turnstile, revealing a gray slate board on its opposite side. Normally, this board is covered with scraps of Old English verse and medieval poetry. Every Thursday evening, my more promising pupils drop by for food and conversation, the Beer and Beowulf Society we call ourselves, though we rarely consume beer, and we've yet to scan a single line of Beowulf. Taking a stubby stick of chalk from his waistcoat, he wrote disciplinary in capitals replete with curlicues. As I interpret my own book, it's basically a gloss on the so-called disciplinary defense. As you know, this solution to the problem of evil has a long and venerable history. Indeed, said Martin, seeking to score an early point. I'm especially taken with Gregory Nazianzus's image of the soul as an athlete in training, each day growing stronger by shouldering life's burdens. You are confusing Gregory Nazianzus with Gregory the Great, replied Lovett with a quick little wink. Gregory the Great, said Martin hurriedly. Of course. His cheeks grew flushed. That's who I meant. Whom? What? That's whom I meant. It's called grammar. Don't let the is fool you. The objective case must be employed here. So, what's this chink you found in the disciplinary defense? You'll learn about it in 2 months. Between now and the 5th of June, Martin decided, would be plenty of time to get his Gregories straight. Fair enough. Lovett leaned toward the slate-board and wrote Hidden Harmony. Supplementing the disciplinary defense, of course, is the famous Hidden Harmony solution. I call it the father knows best hypothesis, said Martin, with all the sardonicism he could muster. Father knows best, echoed Lovett. Yes, very clever. Just the sort of dismissive paraphrase in which I am accused of trafficking. Unfortunately for your case, the farther one ventures into the hidden harmony defense, the less dismissible it becomes. Meister Eckhart got to the heart of the matter when he said we have no right to impose our own limited vocabulary on God. I'm sure you know his famous remark, calling God good is like calling the sun dark. Black, actually. He said black. Julian of Norwich provides an equally vivid image. We see reality through a kind of milky crystal. Lovett pressed the chalk stick against his lips, giving himself the appearance of a man being silenced by a skeleton's index finger. If we could but remove the cloud, plagues and tornadoes would appear necessary in their own way. Doubtless you have an answer for Julian. I don't find him particularly profound. Her particularly profound. Her? Her. Maybe I've lost this skirmish, brooded Martin as he scanned the bookcases flanking the fireplace, but I'm going to win the war. Beyond the first editions and the leather-bound reprints, the shelves' most striking occupants were 10 plastic action figures derived from the Hollywood adaptations of Lovett's works. Captain Alexis Renardo stood watch atop the Canterbury Tales. Basil the Basilisk guarded Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. Amberson the Lion protected the Mabinogion. Stanhope the steam-powered man maintained a vigil over Le Morte d'Arthur. "Any other defenses?" asked Martin, in a tone he hoped sounded more defiant than apprehensive. Lovett touched chalk to slate. "Eschatological," he wrote. "Ontological. Liberum arbitrium." Anxiety swept through Martin, less painful than a crab spasm, but almost as disorienting. His understanding of eschatological was hazy at best. He couldn't imagine what an ontological defense might comprise, and the only sense he could make of liberum arbitrium was arbitrary book. "You look unhappy," said Lovett. Drawing his new laptop from his briefcase, Martin began recording the contents of the slate. "I'll master all 5. "Splendid. What's that device you've got there?" "Personal computer." "Fascinating. I suggest you start with a good English translation of Augustine's Opus Imperfectum contra Julianum, unless, of course, you read Latin." "Some Latin," said Martin icily, typing Opus Imperfectum contra Julianum into his hard drive. "I'll buy a translation tomorrow, and there's something else I intend to do, Professor. I intend to journey through the defendant's skull. Saperstein has agreed to let me join the expedition." "Why would you want to do that?" Lovett smiled slyly. "Are there more things in God's brain than are dreamt of in Augustine's philosophy?" 10 days ago, that weird neuron Saperstein bagged during his first probe communicated with me via my landlady's television set. Maybe I was hallucinating, but the message came through loud and clear. I'd do well to enter the divine mind. I don't imagine you've been contacted by the neuron. I don't even own a television. Irritated by the portacath, Martin's right breast began to itch. Placing hand to bosom, he scratched himself through his sweater. "You're welcome to come along. I wouldn't want to have an unfair advantage." "Yes, you would." Martin laughed. "Yes, I would." Abandoning the slate, Lovett shuffled toward a lamp table on which rested 2 wine glasses and a many-faceted decanter filled with dark red fluid. 18 years ago, my brother published a book about life in France during the reign of Louis XIV. It sold in the tens of thousands. Such is Darcy's talent that he managed to make the Versailles of Saint-Simon as vivid as your grandmother's kitchen. He yanked out the stopper. "But fancy this. My brother has never been to Versailles. When he visits the Hague as my aide-de-camp next month, it will be the first time he's ever set foot in Europe. I needn't go traipsing across God's cerebrum, Mr. Candle, to know what God is like. Care for some claret? Please. Lovett filled both glasses, handing one to Martin. A toast to reasoned theological debate. To reasoned theological debate, Martin echoed. Their glasses clinked together. And may the best man win. Better man. What? Martin pressed the glass to his lips, took a warm swallow of claret, and grinned. It's called grammar. Book 2. Spelunking the Infinite. Chapter 6. After my creator's optic neuron made the covers of Time and Newsweek simultaneously, shining forth from the magazine racks in brilliant color and three-dimensional splendor, barely a day went by before the striking hologram, coyly dubbed a holygram by Charles Braithwaite, appeared on thousands of walls, bulletin boards, and refrigerator doors throughout Europe and North America. I myself saw no need of exhibiting that particular image. It would be as absurd for a Corpus Dei inhabitant to display a divine neuron as for a Bedouin to appoint his tent with pails of sand. The longer people contemplated their holograms, the more they were forced to acknowledge a disquieting truth. What they had in the Corpus Dei was their comatose creator himself, not some expendable husk. For many citizens of the Western world, this situation proved, as you might imagine, troubling, especially in the United States, where reality has never enjoyed a great deal of prestige. And so the American Baptist Confederation once again undertook to restore the average American Protestant's peace of mind. Sacred time, the Confederation explained, differs from profane time. Just as Jesus lay suspended in his tomb for 3 days prior to his resurrection, so would the Corpus Dei remain comatose for the same interval, 72 hours, measured, however, not by any terrestrial chronometer, but by the great clock of heaven. Be patient, the Baptists counseled their flocks. God will awaken soon. Having abandoned the Mayfly theory for a theology more congruent with the facts, the Baptists were in no position to protest what happened next. Flush with their victory at the siege of Celestial City, USA, the United Nations peacekeeping brigades disconnected the Corpus Dei's evaporator, compressor, and condenser, selling the whole massive refrigeration system to a Chicago meatpacking concern for $8.5 million and donating the proceeds to Eternity Enterprises. As for the cooling chamber that contained the body itself, the UN decided to leave it in place. Although irrelevant to its original purpose, the Corpus Dei being alive after a fashion, this great lucite box could still function as a kind of shipping crate. Only one person on Earth ended up regretting the chamber's retention, Hugo Ott, a wise-ass freelance journalist, who noted in the Village Voice that God, like Adolf Eichmann before him, will stand trial from inside a glass booth. The day Ott's article appeared, he was visited at home by 3 masked vigilantes from the Sword of Jehovah strike force. After removing his right thumb with a scaling knife, the Jehovahans informed him that his left would be next if he published any more articles comparing God to a war criminal. The Lockheed 7000, of course, also remained undisturbed, nourishing the main attraction's surviving cells with the countless gallons of clean, oxygenated blood his static heart, collapsed lungs, and shriveled kidneys could not provide. Thus did the river Hiddekel continue on its route, flowing past my tailor shop at 40 kilometers per hour, weaving to and fro among the dying forests and decaying cities of his western hemisphere. God's deportation was a simple matter of reversing the steps by which he'd come to Orlando. Availing themselves of the same gantries that had lifted the cooling chamber from the Atlantic, the peacekeeping brigades next loaded it onto an array of flat cars and sent it by rail to the east coast of Florida. On April 23, 2000, the Corpus Dei arrived safely in Cocoa Beach, where the UN troops set the chamber afloat on a gargantuan raft chained to a triad of supertankers, the Cargo New Orleans, the Arco Fairbanks, and the Exxon Galveston. The Heart Lung machine completed the flotilla, buoyed by its own raft and borne by its own ship, the Chevron Caracas. On the morning of May 2nd, just as I was completing one of my most spiritually satisfying commissions ever, the flag of the Rwandan government in exile, a dauntless band of Hutu tribal leaders and militiamen who, before being ousted, had presided over the slaughter of nearly 1 million Tutsis, all 4 supertankers set sail under the command of Captain Anthony Van Horn, dragging the Corpus Dei and its auxiliary cardiovascular system north toward Philadelphia. Like almost every other sentient being in creation, I watched the convoy's stately progress on television. Joining me in front of my portable black-and-white zenith were my clever neighbor, Bishop Augustine, and my crafty disciple, Herr Schoenspiegel, the very demon who, as it happens, fashioned the prototype from which all such supertankers descend. The worthiness of Schoenspiegel's design has proven itself repeatedly, from the Torrey Canyon spill that so spectacularly spoiled the English Channel to the wreck of the Carpco Valparaiso and subsequent obliteration of Matagorda Bay. Had the United Nations not supplied Martin with an armored car, a driver, and 2 personal bodyguards, he might very well have been assassinated en route to the Great Flotilla. As he traveled through Philadelphia that morning, the Sword of Jehovah strike force took up strategic positions along the sidewalks, bombarding the car with a panoply of projectiles, rocks, bricks, bottles, lead pipes. From his sanctuary inside the passenger compartment, Martin browsed his Penguin Classics edition of Augustine's Opus Imperfectum contra Julianum, and simultaneously pondered the Jehovah's agenda. What they were really mad about, he decided, as an empty mayonnaise jar exploded against the window, was God's decision to go catatonic, not International 227, but their impacted reverence prevented them from directing their fury toward the defendant himself. Disturbing as his trip to the flotilla was, Martin felt even worse about the previous evening's conversation with Patricia. "You say you love me, but you don't mean it," she asserted. "I love you," he said, slipping on his sports bra. "You're a dear, dear friend." "You love me, but you'll never love me as much as you loved her." "Please, Patricia, please. I can't be thinking about this stuff right now. My bones are full of cancer, my tits are bigger than yours, and I've got less than a month to make myself smarter than 16 different church fathers." "Randall Selkirk phoned yesterday. He saw my picture in the Valley of Children. He's coming to Philadelphia next week to shoot some zoo footage, and he wants to take me out to dinner." "Randall isn't supposed to be starting a relationship. He's supposed to be working on International 227. "Oh, I get it," she said, in the tone she normally reserved for commentaries on her ex-husband. "It's okay if he humps me, as long as he's reading St. Augustine at the time." "Don't put words in my mouth." "Stay home, Martin. You belong here." He looked into her sad, wet eyes. "And if I am an honest man, I am bound to give it back as soon as possible. It's not God I don't accept, Alyosha. Only I most respectfully return him the ticket." "Fuck you, Martin. Fuck you from here to Holland." Arriving at the waterfront, he jammed Opus Imperfectum contra Julianum into his pocket, snatched up his 2 mismatched suitcases, and, as the bodyguards lobbed tear gas canisters into the mob, boarded a decrepit UN cutter called the Haile Selassie. Within minutes, the cutter was steaming southward down the Delaware, a voyage made singularly unpleasant by the dead fish that, maneuvering their speedboats within range, the Jehovah's managed to hurl onto the foredeck. Crab spasms exploded in Martin's right ilium and left pubic bone. No surprise, really. According to the latest bone scan, the tumor had infiltrated both halves of his pelvis. He pulled out his Roxanol, popped 3 tablets, and chewed. Reeking of halibut and mackerel, the Haile Selassie cruised into Wilmington Bay, where the Carpco New Orleans and her sister vessels lay at anchor. TV news helicopters circled presumptuously overhead, poking and probing with their zoom lenses. Surveying this bizarre and epic scene, Martin realized how radically the scale of his life had changed. A year ago, he'd been wondering whether it would do Margot Spencer, an adolescent shoplifter, more harm than good to spend a night in jail. Today, he was confronting the panoramic fact that, thanks to him, 4 supertankers, a gigantic heart-lung machine, and the comatose body of God Almighty were all poised for an unprecedented trip to the Netherlands. He bid the bodyguards farewell, and, suitcases in hand, strode up the gangway and stepped onto the weather deck of the Cargo New Orleans, where Anthony Van Horn greeted him with a vigorous handshake. The captain was a hale, gray-haired, lantern-jawed man in his late 50s, wearing dress blues and sporting a broken nose. Guiding Martin down the catwalk, he explained that by tomorrow morning they'd be in Bayonne, where they would refuel, take on supplies, and pick up the 2 scientists Saperstein had chosen to accompany him into the divine cranium. "It's good to be at sea again," said Van Horn, inhaling a healthy helping of salt air. "It's good to have a mission. I hope you're prepared for a long, slow voyage. I speak from experience. Towing the old Smiler takes time." "Ever been to Holland before?" "A Dutchman like me, you'd think I'd have gotten over there by now, but this is actually my first trip." "Looking forward to it?" "My country is the ocean, Mr. Candle. Tulips and windmills do nothing for me." While the Jehovahans regarded Martin as the most insidious piece of slime ever to creep across the face of planet Earth, the Committee for Complete Disclosure saw him as a hero, the man whose vision and stubbornness had afforded them their entree into God. The cabin into which Van Horn now led Martin was luxurious to the point of decadence. Cornell astronomer Dwayne Kitchen, the committee's flamboyant chairperson, had arranged the poshest accommodations available: a 4-room suite featuring a jacuzzi, a wet bar, a home entertainment center, and a refrigerator stocked with champagne and caviar. "I've read about your troubles," said the captain. "Illness, and then your wife. Really rough. In your shoes, I'd probably want to strike back too." Setting the smaller suitcase on the bunk, Martin popped the clasps and tilted back the lid. He shuddered. A plastic syringe and 50 2cc vials of Odrodex rested atop his flannel pajamas, right next to Augustine's Confessions and Lovett's The Conundrum of Suffering. Patricia's doing, no doubt. He certainly hadn't packed the stuff. "I must tell you something, though," said Van Horn. "I'm a big fan of your opponent." "God?" "G.F. Lovett. If his books are anything to go by, you've got your work cut out for you. That fellow's crafty as a marlin." Martin studied the beguiling vials. Hobson's choice. If he didn't go on Odrodex, he might die before the trial began, whereas taking the drug meant losing the alertness on which his hypothetical victory depended. "I sometimes wonder if I'm the only person in the world who's never read The Mermaid in the Maelstrom." "You should give it a try. My little boy and I are working our way through the whole saga of Sargassia together. It's going to take us about 500 bedtimes. Thanks to G.F. Lovett, Stevie thinks having a skipper for a dad is a pretty good deal. He's started calling me Captain Renardo." Martin passed the voyage to Bayonne in yet another attempt to plumb opus imperfectum contra Julianum, pausing only to eat caviar, swallow Roxanol and Feminone, and visit the bathroom. With the help of his American Heritage Desk Encyclopedia, he'd already deduced that liberum arbitrium meant free will, that the so-called eschatological explanation of suffering had something to do with heaven and Judgment Day, and that ontology was a branch of metaphysics, addressing the nature of existence, enabling philosophers to distinguish, for example, between flesh and spirit. He'd been hoping Augustine would offer coherent accounts of these theodicies so he could start devising counterclaims. Alas, the further he ventured into opus imperfectum, the more perplexed he became. The proper words appeared with regularity: evil, will, soul, body, but their context continually veered between the obscure and the opaque. The linchpin sentence of Book 1, Chapter 22, for example: "This is the Catholic view, a view that can show a just God in so many pains and in such agonies of tiny babies." Maybe it made more sense in Latin. On the morning of May 11th, in the supertanker's oak-paneled wardroom, a breakfast meeting occurred, a colloquy addressing matters of such consummate uncanniness that an eavesdropper might have interpreted it as a therapy session for schizophrenics. At the head of the table presided the celebrated neurophysiologist Irving Saperstein. To Saperstein's left sat Jocelyn Beecham, a black mathematics professor from Vassar, best known for her work in artificial intelligence, which she described for Martin as my quest to create a sentient robot whose heart is in conflict with itself. To Saperstein's right, Father Thomas Occam of Fordham University, the cosmologist who'd served as the Vatican's liaison during the first towing of the Corpus Dei, an adventure the priest subsequently turned into the best-selling Parables for a Post-Theistic Age. Martin occupied the remaining chair, adjacent to a porthole framed in brass, from which vantage point he watched the stormy, wind-swept Atlantic, forever ejecting foam and spindrift as the convoy crept eastward toward the Hague. Saperstein began by announcing that within 48 hours they'd be beyond the range of the TV helicopters. "This is all to the good," he explained, sipping coffee from a Carpco shipping mug. "Whatever we find in his skull, it's bound to be complex, right? God is a professional. When we re-emerge into daylight, the last thing we want is some pesky CNN stringer landing in our laps demanding an instant analysis." "We'll be strangers in a strange land, won't we?" said Beecham. She was a booming, stately, Juno-esque woman with flaming red lipstick and clusters of dreadlocks hanging from her cranium like coils of insulated wire. Saperstein grunted in agreement. "The Photer's Guide to this particular country hasn't been written yet. The Berlitz phrase book for trips to infinity doesn't exist." "You're imagining we'll be able to communicate with him, aren't you?" said Occam. "That cell we pried from his optic nerve tells us everything that's on its mind. Look at the Torah, Thomas. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. This is a God who talks. He likes to spell out laws. You needn't be shy about asking him to clear up certain long-standing mysteries. You know, what is the correct value of the Hubble constant? Why is the proton in a hydrogen atom 1,836 times as heavy as the electron? Naturally, one thinks of old Werner Heisenberg lying on his deathbed declaring he'll have 2 questions for God," said Beecham. "What questions?" asked Martin. "Why relativity, and why turbulence?" Beecham bit into a cinnamon roll and smiled. Then Heisenberg added, "I really think he may have an answer to the first question." "Fine, great, but I'd like to venture even deeper than that," said Occam. He was a gaunt, raw-boned man, forever in motion, eyes darting, fingers entwining, spine shifting, as if trapped in an eternal state of remembering he was supposed to be somewhere else. "I'd like to go to the meat of things and ask why he bothered to create a physical cosmos in the first place. I'm assuming, of course, our Corpus Dei is in fact the supreme being, and not some Gnostic artificer or Platonic demiurge." "Artificer?" said Martin, swallowing orange juice. "Demiurge?" "It's one of the oldest problems in theology," said Occam. "Was the universe created by God himself or by one of his fallible apprentices? Human vanity favors the former hypothesis, though the latter makes a good deal more sense." The orange juice soured in Martin's stomach. "Oh, crap," he thought. "With my luck, everybody will decide the Corpus Dei is really just a demiurge. It was God the Father he wanted to bring down, not some ancillary hitman." "Even if our cargo is a demiurge, he probably knows more about the universe than we do," said Saperstein. "We should still have our questions ready." "What if God doesn't exist?" asked Beecham. "What if our demiurge was created by another demiurge, and that demiurge by another demiurge, and that demiurge—" "Assuming the universe was truly made, assuming it didn't somehow invent itself, then, eventually, one must posit an uncreated creator, a self-sufficient, self-explanatory, necessary being," said Occam. "And there's the real puzzle. Why would a self-sufficient being indulge in the seemingly pointless exercise of fashioning a material cosmos?" "Maybe he was bored," said Martin. "Then he wouldn't be self-sufficient, would he?" "Lonely." "Same problem. A lonely God is a codependent God. Occam slapped the shell of his soft-boiled egg with the back of a spoon. One answer is that the Supreme Being in his day had two poles, a self-sufficient side that existed beyond space and time, and a contingent side that created the universe. That, I would argue, is the first thing we should ask him. God, were you bipolar? Martin stared out the porthole. He didn't quite know what to make of his fellow passengers aboard the Cargo New Orleans. In theory, their curiosity was wholly admirable, yet it seemed tainted with a certain opportunism. He pictured the scientists as three learned vultures, eyeglasses balanced on their beaks, circling around and around above the cooling chamber as they prepared to devour the spoiling meat of God's mind. "I imagine you're planning to ask him a math question or two," said Saperstein to Beecham. "I mean, if anybody can prove Fermat's last theorem—" "The equation x to the n plus y to the n equals z to the n, where n is an integer greater than 2, has no solution in the positive numbers," said Martin, who had had the good sense to take Mrs. Rosenzweig's Math for Romantics course at Abaddon Senior High. He remembered about the maddening note Fermat had scrawled in a book he was reading, brought to light posthumously. Evidently, the mathematician had hit upon a neat little proof of his conjecture, but there wasn't enough room in the margin for the details. "You mean they still haven't cracked that thing?" "Several years ago, my colleague, Andrew Wiles, announced that he'd done so," said Beecham, consuming a fluffy forkful of scrambled eggs. "But his solution was such a Rube Goldberg sort of affair, nobody could work up much affection for it. What we really want, of course, is Fermat's solution to Fermat's last theorem." A smile broke through Saperstein's scraggly beard. "So far we've been working from the top down, lofty, abstract questions. I prefer to begin near the bottom, with a single cell, okay? The human zygote. Immediately after arriving on the scene, it divides into 2 cells, then 4, 8, 16, etc. Then, at a certain stage, one particular cell commits to becoming the baby's brainstem. Amazing! A miracle! How does that cell know to inaugurate the apparatus for thinking, feeling, hoping, dreaming? What keeps it from turning into a kidney or a spleen?" The neurophysiologist ate a syrup-laden hunk of pancake. "Now, let's descend even further, to the protozoan Mixotricha paradoxa, a parasite who lives in the digestive tract of the Australian termite, engulfing fragments of finely chewed wood." Hearing the word termite, Martin cringed. "Ravenous termites have attacked the guardrails on the Henry Avenue Bridge," the police report on Corinne's death had noted, turning them into little more than slabs of compacted sawdust. "Look at Mixotricha under the microscope, and you'll see he gets around via spirochetes attached all over his body. Question, what holds the spirochetes in place?" Saperstein bit the apex off a triangle of toast. "Static electricity? Duco cement?" "Spirochetes on a bacterium?" said Martin. "Inside a termite? Do you people really worry about things like that?" "You bet we do," said Beecham. "All the time," said Occam. Saperstein's rubbery face contracted into a frown. He sighed, finished his coffee, and intoned what Martin recognized as a paraphrase of Franz Kafka's famous observation about religious faith. To the scientist, no explanation is necessary, and to the non-scientist, no explanation is possible. As the late morning sun beat down on the convoy, its beams slanting into the sea like flying buttresses holding up heaven's airy ramparts, the neuronauts made ready to enter the defendant's skull. They donned their scuba gear, shouldered their waterproof backpacks, and scrambled into the New Orleans' launch, an inboard motorboat piloted by Van Horn's beefy and phlegmatic chief mate. Maneuvering amid the treacherous web of tow chains, the mate managed to ferry his charges out to the raft in only 20 minutes. The southern face of the cooling chamber featured a vertical series of 500 footholds, and by noon the neuronauts were climbing skyward. But for the painkiller in his blood, Martin would never have gotten past the first rung. Flecks of spray ricocheted off his wetsuit, instantly borne away by the wind. Petrels cruised across the sky, gliding back and forth above the Corpus Dei, their flight made particularly beautiful by the soothing opium haze that lay between Martin and the world. As he reached the top and stepped onto the lucite lid, he noticed how dramatically the chamber had changed since his visit to Celestial City, USA. Gone were the flowered footpath and the neon arrows. A huge manhole now occupied the spot from which he'd once beheld his creator's grin. Gangways and catwalks protruded from the edge of the opening, dropping for nearly 1,000 feet to the spongy surface of his right tear duct. Martin looked up, facing the Lockheed 7000. Beyond lay the North Atlantic, rolling between the continents like some vast, wrinkled canvas on which God had once intended to paint his masterpiece. "You don't much like us, do you?" said Saperstein, drawing alongside Martin. The neurophysiologist slid his face mask in place, rested his gloved hand on Martin's shoulder, and frowned. "You think we've got our heads in the clouds?" "That's one way to put it." "Someday I'll tell you about my wife. Ever see a woman die of ovarian cancer?" Martin ate his 6th Roxanol of the morning. "No." "I hope you never do," said Saperstein, wrapping his lips around his regulator. Into the eye, then, into the primal wink, the pristine squint, the great globular organ through which 10 billion years earlier he'd seen the Big Bang, that it was good. Saperstein led the way, fingers encircling the pistol grip of a tungsten halogen lantern as he followed the path he'd blazed the previous winter. Marching across the tear duct, the explorers lowered themselves into an artificial fistula extending from the pocked outer surface of the cornea to its glassy underside. They plunged through the limpid aqueous humor, entered a second culvert, and, traversing the mighty lens, as large as the equivalent component of the Hawking Space Telescope, brought themselves to the shores of the vitreous humor. Stepping forward, they began their final descent. Ever since he'd performed a wedding ceremony at the bottom of the Schuylkill River, Martin had felt comfortable wearing scuba gear. But this dive was different, a slow-motion fall through a fluid so heavy and gelatinous he felt like a bumblebee imprisoned in a bottle of Prel. As he neared his destination, jagged bursts of light shot upward from the basin. The sacred rods and holy cones, he realized, blinking and sputtering as comatosity claimed the farthest reaches of his nervous system. Landing, the neuronauts collected on the threshold of the optic nerve, a 10-foot-wide hole, black as the silt of Abaddon marsh, and yanked the regulators from their mouths. This was God's blind spot, Saperstein explained, the only light-insensitive area on his entire retina. Free at last of God's humors, the neuronauts shed their scuba gear, securing the mound of wetsuits, air tanks, masks, gloves, fins, and weight belts beneath a dead photoreceptor. The surrounding cells continued to convulse, flashing randomly on and off like semaphores being operated by lunatics. Activating his lantern, Saperstein aimed the beam straight ahead and climbed into the blind spot, Beecham right behind, then Occam, then Martin. Within a minute, the neuronauts were hiking through the damp, gluey shaft of the optic nerve, a dazzling place, alive with the op-art throb of its glistery ceiling and rainbow-colored walls. The nerve expanded, soon growing as large as the Lincoln Tunnel. A journey of 100 yards brought them to the pulpy crossroads of the optic chiasma. Beecham snapped a dozen photographs with her waterproof Nikon. Focusing his camcorder, Occam ran off a long burst of videotape. They had a choice now, left optic nerve versus right, an issue Saperstein resolved with a flip of the Manhattan subway token he found in his windbreaker. Heads, left. They would stay on their appointed path, bound for his western hemisphere. 70 yards beyond the chiasma, they began encountering actual brain matter. Massive assemblages of neurons lined the shaft, their dendrites interlocked in spidery configurations, their synapses firing madly, a million golden explosions per second. As the explorers ventured forward, the nerve became larger still, its fleshy walls rising for 100 meters, then meeting to form the roof of a vast subdural chamber. Saperstein killed his lantern, the surrounding psychic fireworks having rendered it superfluous. To Martin, the space felt simultaneously soothing and incomprehensible, as if he were traversing the nave of a cathedral housing a religion so fiercely beautiful only angels and children were permitted to believe in it. Large, glowing objects drifted through the air, tree, lion, chair, plow, sword, shapes that, despite their numinous luminosity, seemed to possess more reality than their terrestrial equivalents. The tree radiated treeness, the lion exuded lionhood. The chair was the source of all chairs, the plow a primal plow, the sword a glittering quintessence. "Good Lord, he's a Platonist!" gasped Occam, aiming at the lion with his camcorder and squeezing the trigger. "I knew it! I just knew it!" "What do you mean?" asked Martin. "Unless I miss my guess, we're in a universe of perfect forms. This is God's private laboratory. It's where he develops his ideas." "I must admit I was expecting a more Jewish sort of consciousness," said Saperstein. "I never thought he'd be so Greek." Awesome as the floating archetypes and the optic cathedral were, their connection to the world's great theodicies seemed decidedly remote, and Martin had trouble summoning a properly reverent attitude. Had he been foolish to believe the errant neuron's claim that triumphing in the Hague meant trekking across this terra incognita? Might he have done better staying home in Abaddon, reading dead Christians? In the center of the cathedral, the explorers paused for lunch. They opened their backpacks, removed their provisions, beef jerky, fresh fruit, stuffed grape leaves, and began to appease their rumbling stomachs. Organ notes filled the air, chords that Martin immediately recognized as belonging to one of his father's favorite pieces, Bach's Toccata and Fugue. But of course, he mused, whom else but Johann Sebastian Bach would God have commissioned to compose the divine Muzak? Before the cargo New Orleans sailed from Philadelphia, Martin and his co-prosecutors had calculated that throughout the flotilla's Atlantic crossing, the Corpus Dei would be in range of the Mahatma Gandhi geosynchronous satellite. It was with this fact in mind that he now drew out his Apple PowerBook, along with a modem and a cellular phone. He plugged the devices into each other and set about determining whether the United Nations computer in New York City harbored any email from either Randall or Esther. From selkirk2@aol.org to marikand@prodigy.edu. Date Sunday, May 14th, 11:32 a.m. EDT. Martin, did you ever hear of the Disaster Studies Department at Bowling Green State University, founded 2 years ago by a professional cataclysmatician named Donald Carbone? He's something of a madman, but he has a million facts at his fingertips about earthquakes, tornadoes, pestilences, plane crashes, and hotel fires. Wonderful stuff. Did you know 550,000 Americans died in the great influenza epidemic of 1918-1919, more than 10 times our battlefield losses during the concurrent Great War? Problem: Carbone is scheduled to teach a summer school course on the Black Plague. Second problem: he wants $125,000 for 10 days on the stand. I'm in Philadelphia right now, shooting guerrilla footage at the zoo for a Nova episode about primate behavior. Your landlady and I had dinner last night. We quite enjoyed ourselves. I did, at least. As you probably know, she's in love with you. Earthquakes, tornadoes, pestilences, plane crashes, hotel fires. Wonderful stuff indeed, thought Martin. If Job had possessed such data, he might have won his case. From markand@prodigy.edu to selkirk2@aol.org. Date Tuesday, May 16th, 1:38 p.m. local time. The defendant's brain is very strange. Ideas fly through the air like angels. Believe it or not, he's a Platonist. Randall, we simply must put your cataclysmatician on the stand. Tell Carbone we'll not only pay him his $125,000, we'll earmark another $15,000 for whomever he gets to teach his Black Plague course. I'm delighted you and Patricia are hitting it off, but please don't dissipate your energies. June 5th will be here before we know it. It's time to start filing discovery motions. Contact Pierre Ferrand in The Hague and ask him for a list of Lovett's proposed defense witnesses. Esther, too, had posted a message. From sclute@aol.org, to marcand@prodigy.edu. Date, Monday, May 15th, 6:15 p.m. EDT. Progress on this end is slow but steady. Allison Lowry is willing to submit a deposition concerning her son's brain injuries, but she won't come to Holland. Jason needs her, she says. I think we should respect her wishes. On the bright side, I've lined up 7 absolutely terrific cancer patients, 6 bereaved parents, and Stanley Palomar. Remember him? That Marine lieutenant who lost both his legs in Vietnam? I'll bet he'll break the world's collective heart. Allison's recalcitrance put Martin in a foul humor. Couldn't the kid get by without her for one lousy week? From marcand@prodigy.edu to sclute@aol.org. Date, Tuesday, May 16th, 2:03 p.m. local time. Esther, we absolutely have to get Allison to testify. There wasn't a dry eye in the room after she talked about feeding Jason his pureed birthday cake. Yes, Stanley's missing legs will probably net us a couple of guilty votes, but Allison's story is even more wrenching. Tell her we'll pay a nursing team top dollar to watch over Jason the whole time she's in Holland, and she can charge us whatever witness fee she wants, up to $10,000. Reading the first draft of his letter to Esther, Martin experienced a sudden and profound bewilderment. What kind of world were they constructing here? What sort of reality was it where Stanley Palomar's mutilation became an asset and Jason Lowry's paralysis an ace in the hole? Right before Martin's eyes, International 227 was transmuting into a terra incognita every bit as strange as God's brain. He shuddered to imagine what vistas lay ahead. "Well, folks," said Saperstein, sealing a divine dendrite in a Ziploc bag, "it's time to hit the road." The farther the neuronauts advanced, the more of God's mind they met. Certain archetypes were astonishingly concrete, the paperclip, others highly abstract, freedom. But in each case, Martin had no trouble identifying the manifestation at hand. The concept of photosynthesis drifted past, enacted by masses of eternally transmogrifying ectoplasm. The notion of a feather followed, pollination next, homeostasis, fission and fusion, wheel and wedge, pi pi and pi pie. The self-healing intelligence of wounds, the pleasures of a successfully scratched itch. Bad ideas inhabited the laboratory as well, fleas, greed, monarchy. But despite such lapses, this was clearly the workshop of a genius. Beyond the cathedral, the brain changed radically, the neuronal conglomerates yielding to a more conventional terrain, a floodplain reeking of ammonia and roofed by a lambent sky. It was a world of mud, dotted with ferns and pocked with puddles, spreading toward the horizon like a preternatural oil slick. The explorers pressed steadily on, pausing only to take pictures and collect pieces of the pungent landscape, silt, leaves, holy water. They had traveled barely 3 kilometers when an ornate wooden gazebo appeared, elegant despite the ravages of rain and woodlice. No less exquisite were the gazebo's inhabitants, 2 10-foot-tall ostrich-like dinosaurs seated at a picnic table and engrossed, against common expectations, in the venerable game of Scrabble. "What species?" whispered Occam, slogging cautiously forward. "Gallimimus, I think," said Saperstein. "Don't startle them." A wave of sadness washed through Martin. Poor, sick Brandon Appleyard. Brandon and his beloved dinosaurs. The female Gallimimus looked up from the Scrabble board and gestured smoothly with her left forelimb. "Come on over, darlings. We've been expecting you." The neuronauts approached the gazebo, silt sucking at their boots. "You can talk," gasped Beecham. "Everything you know about dinosaurs is wrong," said the male, bobbing his blunt reptilian head. He spoke in a nasal but endearing New York accent. "We were warm-blooded, quick on our feet, good in bed, and verbal to a fault." Mounting the gazebo steps, Martin glanced at the Scrabble board. The dinosaurs' word choices bespoke a morbid state of mind. Doom, despair, plague, damnation, nothing. "Gallimimus, correct?" asked Saperstein. Correct, said the female. She sounded more cultured than her mate, carefully shaping each syllable in the manner of a Boston aristocrat. Call me Vivian. My name's Lawrence, said the male, cleverly obtaining a triple word score by appending ness to nothing. We aren't simply any dinosaurs, said Vivian. We're the idea of dinosaurs, the archetypes, if you will. We've just come from his lab, said Occam, nodding sagely. An astonishing place. This whole hemisphere used to be astonishing, glory pouring from every neuron, said Lawrence. Then the coma came. You're Father Occam, aren't you? That's right. I read your book, said Vivian. Basically, you got it right. The coma was God's idea, his way of forcing humankind to mature. You're a good writer. Try using fewer adjectives next time. I appreciate your candor, said Occam. Now, please answer one question for me. Are we wasting our time in here? That depends. What do you want to know? Asked Vivian, seizing on the second S in nothingness to make abyss. Well, for example, Occam cleared his throat. What is the correct value of Hubble's constant? I beg your pardon, said Vivian. Good question, said Lawrence, exploiting the A in abyss to make carrion. Why turbulence? Beats me, said Lawrence. Did Fermat really have a simple proof for his last theorem? Asked Beecham. I haven't the foggiest, said Vivian. How do the spirochetes adhere to Mixotricha paradoxa? Demanded Saperstein. You know what you ought to do, said Vivian. You ought to go see Sarcos. Who? Jonathan Sarcos, the tailor. He's the brightest person in this hemisphere. Walk south. After an hour, you'll reach the river Hiddekel. Turn left, follow the levee for 5 kilometers, and you'll run into his shop. You can't miss it. He's got a satellite dish outside. Looks like a giant wok. 5 kilometers, said Saperstein. But that's longer than the whole Corpus Dei. Indeed. Or, as Dostoevsky put it, if everything on earth were rational, nothing would happen, said Martin. Exactly, said Vivian. May I take a photograph of you? Asked Beecham. You may, said Vivian, batting her dual-lidded eyes. Go right ahead, said Lawrence, grinning expansively. Beecham framed the dinosaurs in the viewfinder of her Nikon and pressed the shutter release. There's one question we can answer, said Vivian, running her tongue across her upper lip. Indeed, said Saperstein with a skewed smile. I hesitated to bring it up. I imagine it's a sore subject with you. Quite sore. Lawrence scowled at his mate. We really don't like talking about it. You don't like talking about it, said Vivian tartly, rising from her bench. I think we should be talking about it all the time. I mean, how else are we going to deal with it? She rested her tail on the gazebo floor and pivoted toward Saperstein. Let's begin by admitting the most popular explanation simply doesn't wash. Are you referring to the cosmic catastrophe theory? Asked Saperstein. I am. Indubitably, an asteroid rear-ended the Earth during the late Cretaceous. The worldwide iridium layer confirms this, and yes, it threw up a blanket of dust, blotted out the sun, and killed endless acres of vegetation. But that doesn't begin to explain our demise. If the disaster had been sufficient to exterminate all of us, it would have wiped out the frogs and turtles too, and they're still around. So what's the answer? Guess, said Vivian. Well, as you probably know, said Saperstein, one theory holds you were too, unintelligent to adapt to changing planetary conditions. Fuck you, Buster, said Lawrence. The dinosaurs lasted over 100 million years. You'll be lucky to get past 5. Guess again. Another school has it that poor skeletal design led to an epidemic of slip discs. Poor skeletal design? Look who's talking, white man. You and your 4,000 backache remedies. Upstart mammals devoured your eggs, ventured Beecham. Please. The world got much colder, said Saperstein, and even though you were warm-blooded, you couldn't maintain sufficient body heat. Hardly, said Vivian. A global contagion? Impossible. Erupting volcanoes spewed out poison gases and... No way. All right, said Saperstein, I give up. You do? Yes. Constipation. What? Constipation. How's that again? You want me to draw you a picture? Constipation. We died of blocked bowels after eating newly evolved indigestible plant forms. Once we herbivores were gone, of course, the carnivores perished for lack of prey. Vivian lifted all 7 letters from her rack, but instead of placing them on the board, she enclosed them in her fist and lurched toward Martin. Her eyes enchanted him, each jet-black pupil set against a golden iris like the moon eclipsing the sun. Judge Candle? Ex-judge. I lost big in November. Your project can't possibly end happily for the prosecution. I hope you know that. Opening her fist, Vivian began arranging the Scrabble letters across her palm. Too bad they booted you out of office. Your verdicts were always environmentally sound. We especially appreciated your decision in the Pronto Prince case. Pronto Prince was a Fox-run film processing concern that had surreptitiously dumped 3,000 gallons of stale chemicals into Wapelani Creek. Martin had levied a stiff fine and made the company install a full complement of water treatment devices. You're absolutely determined to go through with it? Absolutely. Then we have a request. When you draft the final indictment, keep Lawrence and me in mind. Lawrence and me and the rest of us. A major extinction is nothing to sneeze at, said Lawrence. A bona fide evil. Vivian placed all 7 of her letters on the board. The A in plague enabled her to spell out Thanatos. I quite agree, said Martin, wondering what sort of sense, if any, it would make to mention the great Cretaceous dying in the indictment. You can't use that word, said Lawrence to his mate. Yes, I can. It's a proper name, a Greek personification. It's also a synonym for death. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. I challenge you. Where's the goddamn dictionary? I challenge you. We want a voice, said Vivian abruptly, swerving toward Martin as she drew a Random House College dictionary from underneath the picnic table. Give us a voice, said Lawrence. I'll see what I can do, said Martin. The Neuronauts departed shortly after learning that Thanatos is not always capitalized. Chapter 7. When Martin Candle and his associates came tromping into my backyard, boots caked with mud, brows shiny with sweat, I suddenly realized how starved I'd grown for stimulating social intercourse. With the exception of Bishop Augustine, my customers are a dull lot, and my disciples have as much use for the life of the mind as a cobra has for a corn plaster. All Belphegor wants to talk about are horror movies and baseball. Schoenspiegel's idea of a conversation is reminiscing about the sack of Rome. The thought of passing a leisurely afternoon with beings whose intellectual prowess rivaled my own brought me to the brink of rapture. Upon learning the sobering fact that I am not just a tailor, but also the Prince of Darkness, all 4 Neuronauts grew apprehensive. But through copious applications of reason and charm, I eventually calmed them down. The coma, I explained, had left me a metaphysical cripple. I could no more steal their souls than a decoy duck could lay eggs. Here on the river Hiddekel, we are all devout carnivores. If it doesn't bleed, we don't eat it. My personal chef, Funkeldoon, has become a purist of late, refusing to cook anything he hasn't hunted down and killed himself. Luckily, none of my guests practiced vegetarianism, and their eyes absolutely glowed upon perceiving the proteinaceous supper Funkeldoon had set out for us, a stew wrought from the Jehovic archetype of Ernest Hemingway. I said my standard grace, Dear Lord, we know you have good reasons for allowing thousands of children to starve in various underdeveloped nations, and we thank you for concomitantly supplying our own table with these grossly superfluous portions. Amen. After which we all dug in. Naturally, I kept the meat's true source hidden from my guests. They believed they were eating a wild boar, which in a manner of speaking they were. What I don't understand is whether you are the actual devil or merely the idea of the devil, said the Jesuit cosmologist Thomas Occam, devouring a chunk of Hemingway's haunch. The idea of the devil is the actual devil, I replied firmly. The incarnate devil, the Jobian Satan, who used to go roaming across the earth, is but a simulacrum of myself. I was tempted to add, just as the Ernest Hemingway who enjoyed fame as a terrestrial writer is but a simulacrum of the Ernest Hemingway on whom you are dining. Somehow I resisted. All during the meal, my visitors plied me with the sorts of questions people worry about on public television. To tell you the truth, I don't really like public television. Give me the Playboy channel any time. Pubic television, as Belphegor calls it. What is the correct value of Hubble's constant? Why is the proton in a hydrogen atom 1,836 times as heavy as the electron? I explained that before the coma came, I probably possessed the answers, but these days I could barely remember how to do crewel work. Do you know any counter-arguments to the liberum arbitrium or free will solution to the problem of evil? Piped up Candle. Doubtless I did at one time. What about the ontological solution? You should be talking to a doctor of theology, not a father of lies. The distinction is subtle but real. Our hero ate a piece of Hemingway's shank. G.F. Lovett had me read St. Augustine's Opus Imperfectum Contra Julianum, but I didn't find it very helpful. One of my favorites, actually. But why settle for Augustine's last work when you can have Augustine himself? See that brown worsted three-piece suit over there? With my taloned index finger, I guided Candle's gaze toward a set of clothes awaiting pickup, coat, vest, trousers. When he comes to claim it tomorrow, I'll tell him I'm canceling the bill, provided he leads you upriver, straight to the wellspring of his theodicy. I refer, of course, to that paradisiacal spot from which the Pison, Gihon, Euphrates, and Hiddekel all flow. A journey to the Garden of Eden would be most stimulating, I'm sure, said Occam, chewing on a morsel of loin. And it may indeed equip Mr. Candle with the sort of information he requires, but the rest of us have come for scientific knowledge. If you can't answer our questions, who can? Asked Peachum. Stop talking as if you won't be visiting the pineal gland, I told the scientists. I wouldn't dream of allowing you to leave his cerebrum until you visited the pineal gland. Pivoting, I pointed my sewing needle directly at Candle's left eye. Beware of Bishop Augustine, friend. He's smarter than the rest of us. Given half a chance, he'll tie your mind in knots. Some people don't have all their marbles. Augustine has too many marbles. The pineal gland? Said Occam. The pineal gland, I echoed. Do you mean to imply that Descartes was right all along? Every person's soul, even our Creator's, is synonymous with his pineal gland. If your questions have answers, Father, you'll find them on the frontiers of his forebrain. Over the course of his career, Martin had on several occasions encountered a human being he was forced to label evil. He would never forget the case of 9-year-old Jared Gallatin, for example, who had serially doused 8 Glendale cats with kerosene and set them aflame. Then there was the time he'd investigated an ostensible instance of improper garbage disposal in Deerhaven, only to discover that the stench pervading Gladys Wirtz's property came from the strangled corpse of her 10-month-old son. Now, once again, Martin found himself in the presence of irredeemable depravity. However much the coma might have atrophied the tailor's powers, this was still a being who, if it suited his purposes, would handcuff you to a bedpost and remove your liver with a jigsaw. But for the optic neuron's insistence that the best counter-theodicies lay in the divine cranium, Martin would have excused himself forthwith and beaten his way back to the Carpco New Orleans. I'm afraid there are no beds on the premises, said Jonathan Sarcos, as the idea of darkness settled over his shop. But among the virtues of my packet steamer are 6 berths containing air mattresses inflated with the last gasps of slaughtered lambs. You've never slept on anything softer." Martin blinked, his eyes adjusting by degrees to the wan glow of the whale oil lamps. The nearest rack contained 5 motorcycle jackets with the words Antichrist Consortium embroidered on their backs. Beside them hung St. Augustine's worsted suit and a dozen sheets featuring the logo of the Ku Klux Klan. He fixed on his maleficent host, a bold and boisterous giant, his eyes as red as a lab rat's. Dressed in an expertly cut tuxedo, the tailor was a walking advertisement for his talents. But the match between Sarkos's appearance and his profession was the only jot of rationality Martin could glean from his present circumstances. "Before you turn in, permit me to entertain you." Sarkos reached behind his work table and drew out a device that, thanks to Martin's membership in the Abaddon Junior High Audiovisual Club, he recognized as a Kodak Pageant 16mm projector. "I don't expect you to find these shots very amusing." Setting the projector on the work table, the tailor threaded up a 400-foot reel. "I expect you to find them painful, in fact. Of all my inventions, I am particularly proud of home movies. Mind operating the machine, Mr. Candle? I know you're familiar with it." "No problem," said Martin warily. "Ladies and gentlemen, Purgatory Pictures presents It Came Upon a Midnight Drear, written, produced, and directed by Jonathan Sarkos." The tailor lumbered toward the far wall, took down a KKK sheet from its peg, and thumbtacked it to the doorframe. "Roll it," he instructed Martin, simultaneously dousing the lamps. Martin rotated the control knob to forward. The projector bulb ignited, and the image hit the sheet, a wobbly, badly lit long shot evocative of low-grade pornography. Dressed only in a wristwatch and a rhinestone necklace, a prostitute sat cross-legged on the stained ticking of a motel mattress. A customer entered the frame, a multi-horned, thousand-eyed beast who might have just escaped from the Book of Revelation, and promptly availed himself of her services. "My conception occurred against the odds," Sarkos narrated. "The woman in question was infertile, her fallopian tubes having been clogged by a case of gonorrhea acquired on the job. She remembered nothing about my father, except that he smelled like roadkill. An abortion was out of the question. Mother was always militantly pro-life." The beast turned toward the camera and laughed. His semi-erect penis looked like a shock absorber. "The instant God realized I was in the works, he resolved that mine must be a humble birth, lest the sin of pride infect me prematurely. He had a stable all picked out, but it was otherwise occupied." The nativity scene from the 1959 remake of Ben-Hur appeared, a Metro-color Madonna sitting amid a congestion of cows and goats, staring adoringly at her newborn son. And so he had to settle for something fancier. A Holiday Inn flashed onto the screen, its neon vacancy sign glowing through a relentless downpour. "Thus did the father of lies come into the world, born by the mother of whores." Belly swollen with a full-term pregnancy, the prostitute lay sprawled across a queen-sized bed. As the camera operator zoomed capriciously in and out, the baby rammed his way through the cervix and down the birth canal, dragging the umbilicus behind him like a rock star trailing a mic cable. Smiling demonically, the baby crawled across the exhausted woman's torso and wrapped his cord around her neck. "I really don't need to see any more," said Occam. "Mother and I were fated to have a stormy relationship," said Sarkos. The baby cinched the fleshy rope. The prostitute's tongue shot out like a carved bird from a cuckoo clock. Seconds after her death, the infant Sarkos began sucking on her left nipple. "Shit, this is disgusting," said Beecham. "Turn it off," said Saperstein. "From the very first, the outside world recognized the import of my advent," said Sarkos. "Among the visitors to my cradle was a trio of potentates from the West. 3 men with wildly divergent hairstyles charged into the hotel room, gaily wrapped gifts in hand, mischievously poking each other in the eye and conking themselves on the brow. The first visitor wore what looked like a black mop on his head, the second boasted a Jewish afro, the third sported a crew cut. "The low point of their careers," said Beecham. A mid-shot followed, the infant sitting on the dead prostitute's stomach, opening one of his presents. 7 cloth and metal snakes sprang out. "Ever since then," said Sarcos, "I have lived by the maxim, beware of geeks bearing gifts." The final shots showed the infant hurling the potentates into the Holiday Inn's piranha-infested pool. "The end," said Sarcos. "Thank goodness," said Saperstein. As Martin shut off the projector, Sarcos struck a kitchen match, touching the flame to a lamp wick. The shop filled with the whale oil's warm mammalian glow. "You missed your calling," said Occam acidly. "You should have been a film director." "I am a film director. You don't really think Robert Zemeckis made Forrest Gump, do you?" Sarcos strode to the projector, wrenched the reel off the pickup spindle, and waved the movie in Martin's face. "Logically, of course, I should be vehemently opposed to International 227. If the verdict is guilty and the tribunal pulls the plug, well, where does that leave me?" He flung the reel across the shop like a discus. "Still, an acquittal would depress me even more, so I'll be cheering you every step of the way. My disciples and I plan to watch the whole circus on my little zenith over there." Sarcos slipped a TV remote control from his jacket and pointed the device at Martin. "A remarkable tool. Not only does it change the channels, control the volume, and vary the contrast, the LED display allows me to assess every tin pot Prometheus and would-be Job who blows through town." Pressing the remote control against Martin's forehead, Sarcos stared at the matrix of buttons. The device felt like an ice cube. "It's cold." "Shh," said Sarcos. "Let's see. Bitterness quotient, 147. Good. Self-righteousness ratio, 175/96. Excellent. Moralistic fervor, 38.8 degrees centigrade. By damn, Mr. Candle, you're the strongest contender we've had yet. You might even win. Justice is blind, after all. I ought to know. I sewed her eyelids shut. With this." The tailor flourished a bright silver sewing needle. "Above all, whatever tricks Lovett pulls in the Hague, don't let him put the blame on me." "I won't." "Nobody forced our Creator to pollute the universe with the Prince of Darkness," said Sarcos, flashing a shark-like grin. "My violent conception, my slutty gestation, my ignoble birth, none of this was inevitable. He made it all happen of his own free will." With the aid of Roxanol, Martin slept soundly that night. So soundly, in fact, that when he awoke, it took him several minutes to realize he wasn't back home in Abaddon, but afloat on the river Hiddekel aboard a broken-down 50-foot packet steamer called the Good Intentions. It was the river's distinctive fragrance that jogged his memory. The Hiddekel exuded the most wondrous odor his nose had ever known, a combination of red roses, hot marshmallows, and cured meat. Even in its present decadent state, God's cerebrum smelled better than most brains did at their peak. He slid off the mattress, limped past the sleeping forms of Saperstein and Beecham, and ascended a companionway to the main deck. The Good Intentions was fully underway, steaming steadily west, the featureless mud-flat gliding past on both sides. Her engine chuffed and chugged, smoke gushed from her dual stacks, bulbous black clouds speckled with orange sparks. The morning air was wet and viscid, its sticky molecules sustaining swarms of buzzing aquatic insects. As he approached the wheelhouse, a wooden shack boasting all the architectural sophistication of an outdoor privy, he heard a male voice singing what he took to be a risque sea shanty. The lyrics reached his ears in ragged bits, as if issuing from a phonograph record so badly worn the needle was hopping randomly among the grooves. Martin made out "Kissing a Squid," followed by "Humping a Humpback Whale." The singing stopped. "How, Mr. Candle?" A hideous creature poked his snout through the open wheelhouse window. "I'm Belphegor, your fearless pilot, not to mention Mr. Sarkos's favorite disciple." To Martin, the demon resembled what might have resulted if nature's laws permitted gorillas to mate fruitfully with warthogs. Belphegor's eyes were bloodshot. He could have stored ping-pong balls in his nostrils. "Do not hold my metaphysical status against me," he pleaded, as a dollop of snot rolled from his nose. He belched explosively. "Given the choice, I'd be playing professional baseball." Revolted, Martin lurched away from the wheelhouse and stumbled toward the bow, swatting blindly at the archetypal flies and primordial gnats hovering about his face. A mosquito as large as a hornet landed on his forehead and began to feast. He slapped himself, bursting the insect and spraying his brow with his own half-digested blood. Dressed in the same brown worsted suit Martin had seen the night before in Sarkos's shop, a tall, solid, 50-ish man leaned against the stern bulwark, conversing animatedly with Occam. Binoculars dangled from the stranger's neck, swaying in time to his gesticulations. His aquiline nose supported a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. His handsome teeth clenched a briar pipe. He looked both distinguished and successful, like a tenured Ivy League professor or an aristocratic Romanian vampire who'd managed to establish a pied-à-terre down the road from a girls' boarding school. "By conceiving of the Supreme Being as bipolar," Occam was saying. "A bifurcated deity?" said the stranger, plucking the pipe from his cavernous mouth. "No, no, the Godhead is a tripartite unity," he added. Whereupon Martin noticed the man's ability to raise each eyebrow independently of its mate. "You're sidling into Manichaeanism, Father. I've been there. Don't go." "But the poles work in tandem, just as your eyes do when you use these," Occam insisted, brushing the man's binoculars. "In Manichaeanism, the two principles are at war." "It's a trap, friend. Stay away." "Bishop Augustine?" inquired Martin, approaching. "The idea of Augustine," the man corrected him. He synchronized his eyebrows into a scowl. "Judge Candle?" "Ex-Judge Candle? I've read your autobiography." "My confessions? All of it?" "All of it." "Congratulations. It is my dubious distinction to have produced one of the three masterworks of Western literature that fewer than 70 people living or dead have read in toto, the others being Paradise Regained and the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire." Augustine raised his right eyebrow. "These days, of course, I wouldn't have to bother writing it all down, would I? I'd simply go on Geraldo." The left eyebrow attained the level of its mate. "So, Mr. Candle, you want to know about evil?" "Indeed." "Mr. Sarkos says he won't charge me for my new clothes if I give you a tour." Augustine crossed his arms over his stomach, rubbing the leather patches on his elbows. "I don't mind telling you, International 227 vexes me to the core. Educating you will give me no pleasure, and I'm inclined to back out of the bargain right now." Again the bishop scowled. "Still, a free suit is a free suit." Reaching into his coat pocket, he produced a folded sheet of pink computer paper, its edges fringed with perforations. "Our itinerary: Mount Moriah, the plains of Sodom, the foothills of Ararat, the country of dung, the Garden of Eden." He repocketed the paper, puffed on his pipe, and exhaled a smoke ring shaped like a Mobius strip. "The urge to cleanse one's soul through confession can be overwhelming at times, wouldn't you agree? Right now, for instance, I am moved to admit that our upcoming visit with the actors on Moriah, Abraham, Isaac, the sacrificial ram, will arouse my carnal appetites." "You have impure feelings toward Isaac?" asked Occam. "The ram, actually." Augustine curled his generous lower lip into his mouth and bit down hard. "Lord, what a foul and fallen world we inhabit! The word, Father, is concupiscence. Concupiscence, concupiscence, all is concupiscence." As the morning wore on, the bishop continued revealing himself. He told of his recurrent impulse to have intimate relations with various pieces of heavy farm machinery. He described his raging wish to wear lacy silk negligées. He admitted that he longed to referee one of the famous farting contests, to which the idea of Martin Luther periodically challenged the idea of Satan. Halfway through this prodigious mea culpa, Occam slipped away, but Martin decided to tough it out, eager to cultivate the bishop's goodwill. The salacious content of Augustine's confessions eventually prompted Martin to recall the case of Sidney King, a Glendale real estate agent whose 3 girlfriends had come to the magistrate's office shortly after learning about each other. Their complaints were identical. Each was 7 weeks pregnant by King, a situation that roundly contradicted his claim to have undergone a vasectomy. Whereas Cynthia Ringel planned to get an abortion, Carla Schwartz and Joanne Bogenreef both intended to keep their babies. None of them wanted to marry the jerk. "Any way we can get justice here?" Schwartz had asked. The next day, Martin issued a summons charging King with flagrant misrepresentation of a major reproductive organ. "You could go to jail for this," he told King shortly after the defendant appeared in court. King became agitated. Seizing the opportunity, Martin extracted a pledge. Until his children reached age 12, King must make himself available as a weekend babysitter. No exceptions, no excuses. A hefty fine in the event he reneged. If the president of General Motors invited King to go trout fishing one fine Saturday morning, both of King's bastards must come along. If a Hollywood starlet proposed they spend 2 weeks in the south of France, she would have to make 4 plane reservations. 7 months later, the babies arrived, a boy in each case, and from the very first the arrangement worked well, fatherhood having awakened a dormant tenderness in King. Eventually, both Schwartz and Bogenreef acquired stepfathers for their sons, with King functioning in the boys' lives as a kind of year-round Santa Claus. "Have you ever wanted to have a gerbil living in your rectum?" asked Augustine, his hands drifting toward Martin's abundant bosom. "Can't say that I have." "Concupiscence, Mr. Candle, concupiscence." The bishop copped a feel and continued. "Oh, what a deplorable species we are! Our flesh is fetid, our souls are full of slime. The sooner the day of judgment comes, the better." "It is my sacred duty to put up with this," Martin told himself, clenching his teeth and closing his eyes. "My Jobians are counting on me." As the late morning sun beat down on the mudflat, raising mirages reminiscent of the iridescent icons back in the defendant's laboratory, Martin returned to his berth and collected his email. From selkirk2@aol.org to markhand@prodigy.edu. Date Tuesday, May 16th, 9:45 p.m. EDT. At the moment, my relationship with your landlady is flourishing. Patricia and I have much in common: divorce, bereavement, atheism, and I believe we can help each other, though she remains oddly unsympathetic to our cause. She wants to know whether you're taking something called Odrodex. Bad news. Dr. Carbone has upped the ante. He's now asking $175,000. What's more, he insists that the only other cataclysmatician in Ohio competent to cover his summer school course is his wife Pearl, and she wants $32,000 plus $5,000 for a teaching assistant. I think these figures are outrageous, and I told Carbone so. By the time Martin finished reading Randall's message, his heart was pounding, and his blood felt ready to boil. From markhand@prodigy.edu to selkirk2@aol.org. Date Wednesday, May 17th, 11:40 a.m. local time. For heaven's sake, Randall, stop goofing around with our star witness's fee. Give him his $175,000 and his wife her $37,000. We may not have the angels on our side, but we do have a Hollywood budget. Inform Patricia I'm not injecting myself with Odrodex. This will come as no surprise to her. Esther's message was considerably more soothing than Randall's, though it began on a discouraging note. From estclute@aol.org to markand@prodigy.edu. Date, Wednesday, May 17th, 10:17 a.m. EDT. Allison Lowry refuses to testify, not even for $10,000, and that's that. Sure, she was able to tell her story at our first meeting, but that doesn't mean she wants to repeat it before the whole world. I can't promise you any more severed spinal cords, but I think I'm onto something just as rich, cystic fibrosis. I'm interviewing 3 sets of parents this week. 2 of the relevant children will be dead within the year, while the 3rd succumbed last January. Wish me luck. On the terminal cancer front, meanwhile, things keep getting better and better. You should hear Frank Latham describe the horrors of Hodgkin's disease, and Rosalind Kruger talk about losing a daughter to acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Best of all, I think I can score us a refugee from the Rwanda genocide, Xavier Mugama. They attacked him with a machete. Tongue pressed against his upper lip, Martin reread Esther's letter. I can't promise you any more severed spinal cords. So, there it was again, the cold-blooded kingdom of International 227. On the terminal cancer front. No wonder humankind so rarely took its creator to court. God-hunting was not a sport for amateurs. From markand@prodigy.edu. To estclute@aol.org. Date, Wednesday, May 16th, 11:58 a.m., local time. All right, fine, we'll leave Allison alone. If you can dig up an articulate cystic fibrosis parent, that ought to plug the gap. Naturally, I'm pleased we're doing so well with our cancer patients. I have a concern, though. Hasn't cancer become rather jejune of late? Can you find us something with more pizzazz? I seem to recall at least one multiple sclerosis victim and a couple of early-onset Alzheimer's cases. When Martin returned to the daylight, the idea of the sun stood at its zenith. Wandering about the packet, he found Augustine on the afterdeck, sprawled across an Adirondack chair and holding a fishing rod. The line trailed off the transom for about 20 feet, connecting with an egg-shaped plastic bobber before descending into the Hiddekel's depths. Have you ever wanted to decorate your face by forcing fishhooks through your lips? The bishop inquired. Never, Martin replied. East of Eden, the temptations never stop. Catch anything? No. And when you consider the monsters who inhabit this river, it's probably just as well. Over there, for instance. Augustine pointed north. We have a beast so fearsome that God subdued him only after a 3-day battle. Behemoth from the book of Job. Martin glanced toward the levee. An animal resembling the offspring of a hippopotamus and a plesiosaur lay half-buried in the muck, feasting on bulrushes and lotus plants. Its mountainous shoulders glistened with plasma. Its darting eyes were set atop stalks, a pair of organic pinwheels. Moaning, Martin grasped the transom rail for support. It was one thing to read about Behemoth, a symbol of primordial chaos according to most commentators on Job, and quite another to be in the cosmic hippo's presence. Inevitably, Martin recalled the time his father, ever in search of provocative material for Sunday school lessons, had rented a 16mm print of the giant Behemoth, a late 50s sci-fi thriller, borrowing a projector from the church and previewing the film in the living room of the firehouse. It was a big event. Martin was allowed to invite Billy Tuckerman over. Unfortunately, the giant Behemoth wasn't very scary, at least not to a 12-year-old's sensibilities. Walter, too, had watched it with growing disappointment. Except for the narrator's first line, "And God said, Behold thou the Behemoth," and a vicar's graveside funeral speech, the movie contained no biblical material whatsoever. "And God said, Behold thou the Behemoth," quoted Martin, wishing Augustine would reel in the hook and bobber before the monster got wind of the bait. "If the river is turbulent, he is not frightened," added Augustine, studying Behemoth with a mixture of terror and concupiscence. "He sprawls at his ease, though the stream is in flood." Martin stared at the receding beast, transfixed by its inscrutability. There were indeed more things in God's brain than were dreamt of in Augustine's or anyone else's philosophy. Can a man blind his eyes and capture him, or pierce his nose with the teeth of a trap?" quoted Augustine. "Offhand, I'd say no," Martin replied, laughing nervously as the monster finally passed from view. The afternoon brought barbaric heat, ravenous mosquitoes, and, less predictably, the emphatic fragrance of burning wood, a sensation that evoked for Martin not only the recent loss of his Chestnut Grove farmhouse, but also his unsuccessful attempt as a Boy Scout to earn a merit badge in cooking. A crab spasm shot through his left pubic bone. He ate 2 Roxanols and looked north. A half-mile beyond the riverbank, a pyramid of faggots surrounded a hill of rock, flames and smoke curling upward from the bottommost sticks. The wood, he mused, might have come from the burning bush of Mosaic lore, for while the flames appeared sufficiently hot, they did not consume their fuel. Borrowing Augustine's binoculars, he raised them to his eyes, twisted the focus knob, and gasped. A frail boy, no more than 10, and dressed only in white cotton briefs, lay wriggling atop the pyramid, his wrists and ankles lashed together with leather thongs. 20 feet away, a stooped, bearded octogenarian wearing a lumberjack shirt paced in fretful circles, an obsidian knife clutched against his breast. He was a man divided, pulled in one direction by a divine mandate, and in the other by his impulse to unfasten the boy and bear him safely home. Both actors, father and son, seemed trapped in a kind of time loop, like clockwork figurines dancing on a music box. "Stop the boat!" Augustine rushed toward the wheelhouse, waving the pink itinerary around like a pennant. "Stop it, right now!" Leaning out the window, Belphegor confronted Augustine with the sort of expression a husband might flash his wife upon being asked to buy her a box of tampons. But the demon nevertheless complied, throttling down and dropping anchor. A glutinous mist drifted across the river's surface as Martin lowered himself over the side and, holding his laptop computer high above his head, started for shore through the blood flow, Augustine and the scientists right behind. The crimson currents were warm and viscous, like melted fudge, a sensation Martin would have found completely unpleasant were he not flying on Roxanol. Plasma running down their limbs, the travelers gained the bank and climbed Moriah's muddy slopes. "Perhaps you can assist me," said Martin, moving as close to the boy as the flames permitted. Their eyes met. "Are you familiar with any of these solutions to the mystery of suffering?" He brought up Lovett's list on the laptop screen and held the display before Isaac. "The hidden harmony defense, for example. The liberum arbitrium." "You're Judge Candle, aren't you?" said the idea of Isaac, sweat streaming down his face. "Ex-judge, liberum arbitrium, as you may know, means free will." "I'm not thinking very clearly right now. My father is on the point of killing me. Otherwise, I'd be happy to talk about evil." "I'm pretty confused, too," said the idea of Abraham, staring straight ahead with weary, bloodshot eyes. "Please, Lord, give me strength." As Occam aimed his camcorder at Abraham and ran off several feet of tape, the patriarch raised the knife, bringing it level with his gaze. The blade glittered in the fading sunlight. "Does either of you know how the spirochetes adhere to Mixotricha paradoxa?" asked Saperstein. "Who are the spirochetes?" responded Abraham. Augustine moved into Martin's field of vision, confronting him with his lustrous, black-eyed stare. "You're looking at the eschatological defense," the bishop explained. "At the moment, Abraham and Isaac are both suffering terribly." "You can say that again," moaned the boy. "I wish I were dead," wailed his father. "And yet, in the fullness of time, the child will be rescued." Augustine smiled expansively at the patriarch. "Have patience, sir. The material world is a vale of tears, but ultimately you ascend to heaven." By way of retort, Abraham pointed the tip of his knife toward Augustine, curled his lip contemptuously, and burst into song. "Just around the corner, there's a rainbow in the sky. So let's have another cup of coffee, and let's have another piece of pie." Well, yes, if you must put it that way, sneered Augustine. Read Contra Celsum by my brilliant predecessor, Bishop Origen, he said to Martin, and you will realize all our earthly miseries are transient as grass. Origen invented eschatological defense, Martin typed onto his hard drive. What else should I know about Origen? He began as a student of Plato and Gnosticism, then converted to Christianity, said Augustine. After which he sold his books, became an ascetic, and castrated himself, said Occam. Also cut off balls, Martin typed, shuddering as he recalled Dr. Blumenberg's proposal to battle his cancer via the same operation. He had difficulty imagining anyone mutilating himself in this manner merely for the spiritual thrill. Extending his index finger, Augustine indicated a nearby thicket, where a plump ram stood frozen in a posture of fatalistic resignation, its horns ensnared in the branches. See that ram, Isaac? Your deliverance is at hand. Any second now, Abraham will notice the creature and make the swap. I know, muttered the boy sarcastically. It's an old story. You don't sound satisfied, said Beecham. Satisfied? How can I be satisfied? My father hears a voice from on high commanding him to immolate me and hand the charred meat over for his delectation and delight. Make me an offering I can't refuse, says Yahweh. Then, at the last second, he withdraws the demand. Do you imagine I'll go home now and simply forget the whole thing? The smell of the smoke, the gleam of the knife, the thongs chafing my wrists. Do you imagine these facts aren't etched permanently into my brain? Do you imagine I'll ever be able to look my father in the eye without thinking he would have done it? Or, for that matter, said Abraham, do you imagine I'll ever be able to look Isaac in the eye without thinking I would have done it? Dysfunctional family, Martin typed. You're both missing the point, Augustine insisted, frowning extravagantly. The binding of Isaac is a symbolic story. Your symbol, my son, said Abraham. Don't get testy with me, sir. I am Augustine of Hippo Regius, discoverer of concupiscence. Between my legs hangs the axis on which will turn the brave new world of Christian anti-eroticism. Excuse me, said the ram in a plaintive voice. I don't mean to butt in, but if you want to destroy the eschatological defense, Judge Candle, don't start with the psychodynamics of the situation. Start with the crude truth that, wonderful as this boy's incipient deliverance may be, such happy endings are the exception, not the rule. The beast has a good point, said Abraham. Call me Gordon. Breaking free of the thicket, the animal stepped tentatively toward the altar. In both voice and demeanor, he reminded Martin of Eeyore, the donkey. Consider my own predicament. As Abraham starts to sever my jugular, will Yahweh drop by and say, "Stop, hold it, only kidding, April Fool"? Will an alternative sacrifice appear in the next thicket over, a rabbit maybe? And if it does, then what about justice for the rabbit? Will Yahweh be satisfied with a toad instead? Gordon pawed the soggy ground. Admittedly, I can't be objective here, but the fact remains that when child abuse is about to occur in the real world, it is not commonly canceled by divine intervention. Augustine whipped off his horn-rimmed glasses and pointed them toward Gordon. The correct interpretation of this incident does not lead us to expect justice here and now. The binding of Isaac helps us remember that, through the atoning death of Jesus Christ, represented in the story by you yourself, Gordon, humankind has been redeemed. He gave the ram a firm pat on the rump. When our Savior comes again, the dead will be raised, the wicked punished, and the virtuous blessed with eternal life. I cannot respect any theory of evil that so neatly immunizes itself against empirical disconfirmation, said Gordon. All theodicies requiring belief in an afterlife are manifestly begging the question. The ram cast his limpid brown eyes on Martin. Are you getting this? If the pre-coma god were as loving and powerful as his supporters claim, then he possessed no warrant, absolutely none, to wait until some hypothetical judgment day before eradicating evil. A father doesn't have the right to sexually molest his children throughout the winter simply because he intends to take them to Disneyland in the spring. The Disneyland defense, Martin typed. In your opinion, said Augustine huffishly. In my opinion, said the Ram evenly. Another problem with afterlife theodicies, it seems to me, said Martin, is their blithe assumption that heaven will be wonderful. Maybe the flip side of the grave is also a vale of tears, full of pain and loss, and of course clerics promising us that once we check out we'll find ourselves in paradise, and so it goes, jam tomorrow, always tomorrow. That's good, Judge, said the Ram. Thank you. For the second time that day, Abraham began to sing. Just below your pelvis, there's a tumor in your thigh. So let's have another shot of morphine, 'cause cancer is a rotten way to die. He sheathed his knife, hobbled over to Isaac, and loosened the thongs from the boy's wrists and ankles. Here, he said, presenting the bindings to Martin. They're yours. Outside the divine cranium, they'll last only a few months, but that's plenty of time to offer them in evidence. Tell the tribunal, behold Exhibit A. Perhaps Yahweh saw fit to call off Isaac's private holocaust, but since then his record has been atrocious. Martin grasped the thongs, damp with the boy's agonized sweat, stained with his tortured blood. Climbing off the altar, Isaac addressed his proxy. You are a truly marvelous beast. He jumped free of the flames, hit the ground, and rubbed Gordon's woolly head. I shall always be in your debt. Go to hell, rasped Gordon. You're spoiling my whole fucking afternoon. Is there no other way? Isaac asked his father. If it were my decision, I'd let the animal live. With a single fluid movement, Abraham unsheathed his knife and thrust it into Gordon's neck. Do you believe that, son? I do, father. Bleated Gordon, as a stream of blood, red and rich as the hiddekel, spurted from his innocent throat. Chapter 8. Martin spent the next morning lounging in a wicker chair on the steamer's afterdeck, grasping Isaac's bindings with one hand and typing into his laptop with the other. His straw Panama hat, borrowed from Father Occam, settled down around his eyebrows, blocking the blinding sun. At length he saved the file, wiped his forehead, and smiled. Unless he was mistaken, he had finally amalgamated the Ram's attack on the binding of Isaac with the equally astute critique offered by Abraham and his son. Let Lovett try shielding his client with the eschatological defense. Oh, just let him try. Looking up from the computer screen, he glanced across the river. Along the southern bank, a razed and ravaged city rose against a crimson sky. Fallen towers, scorched spires, seared timbers, melted domes. Its ramparts were broken and cratered, like the limestone grave markers whose inscriptions Martin's father had so obsessively sought to preserve through charcoal rubbings. The disciplinary defense, said Bishop Augustine, joining Martin on the afterdeck. What about it? There, in the suburbs of Sodom. Augustine drew the pink itinerary from his coat and pointed toward the carbonized metropolis. The eschatological solution may have a weakness or two, but the disciplinary defense stands tall. Rising from the wicker chair, Martin directed his gaze along the vector of the bishop's extended finger. Beyond the city's walls lay a tract of split and blackened earth, the fissures zigzagging everywhere like cracks in a shattered mirror. A silver-bearded man in a scorched jumpsuit was making his way slowly westward, his back bent by a rucksack, his arms wrapped around a white humanoid artifact only slightly smaller than he. Dressed in a T-shirt, a prominently pregnant adolescent with straw-colored hair and a sullen countenance followed in the man's footsteps, while a second young woman, A redhead, likewise T-shirted and pregnant, brought up the rear. The artifact was evidently heavy. Every 20 paces or so, the man would pause and set it upright on the ground, leaning on it until he caught his breath. The longer Martin contemplated the thing, the more distinctly female it seemed, albeit grotesquely so, like a caryatid supporting the roof of a cubist pagan temple. Martin knew the story well, for it had engendered his father's most notorious Sunday school lesson. Neither look behind you nor stop anywhere on the plain, God's emissary had told the band of refugees as they prepared to flee doomed Sodom in Genesis 19:17, but Lot's wife had looked back anyway and beheld the burning city, and by verse 27 she'd become, of all things, a pillar of salt. "Keep your eyes fixed on me," Walter Candle had told his class as his brother-in-law, Martin's Uncle Wilmer, sneaked into the back of the room, clutching a rolled-up poster for a late 80s horror movie called Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers. Unfurling the disconcerting image, a buxom prostitute wielding a chainsaw, Wilmer scotch-taped it to the closet door. "Behind you is something God doesn't like," Walter continued. "Something God hates, in fact. I'm giving you the same order those angels gave Lot and his family. Don't look back at this hateful thing, children. Don't you dare peek." And within a minute, of course, a dozen children were looking back. And of these 12, half became terribly upset, partly over the image, partly over the failure of their wills. Tommy Williams, Lucy Winthrop, and Sammy McPhee burst into tears. Douglas Hill suffered an asthma attack. By the end of the week, Walter Candle's Sodom lesson had occasioned 9 reproving phone calls from the bewildered youngsters' parents. As the midday sun beat down on the ruined city, Martin, Augustine, and the scientists forded the river and drew within hailing distance of the archetypal Lot and his crystalline wife. "Permit me to offer you my condolences," said Augustine, gesturing toward the salt pillar with his unlit pipe. "I lost a wife, too," said Martin sympathetically, flipping open his laptop. "My Fiona died 2 years ago," said Saperstein. The idea of Lot removed his rucksack, raised a tattered sleeve to his face, and mopped the sweat from his brow. An oblique smile played about his lips. "I'm managing," he said, a peculiar lilt in his voice. "Don't restrain your grief on our account," said Augustine. "I won't." "Let your lament be so loud it rattles heaven's gates." "You bet." Reaching inside the sack, Lot lifted out a cocktail shaker, a long-stemmed glass, a thermos jug full of ice, and 3 bottles containing, respectively, lime juice, triple sec, and tequila. He filled the shaker with several ounces of each liquid, added the ice, and stirred. "On the other hand," "Cry tears as bitter as your beloved's transformed tissues." Augustine lit his pipe. "On the other hand?" "On the other hand, there are ways in which her present condition is not entirely a drawback." Lot pressed the long-stemmed glass against the pillar's left thigh. "Don't get me wrong." He poured the contents of the cocktail shaker into the salted glass, then raised the margarita to his lips and sipped. "I'm not saying she's become the perfect wife. Nevertheless, she now boasts both a measure of reticence and a caliber of compliance that did not obtain previously." "Maybe he thinks this is a change for the better," said the red-headed adolescent. "But we don't," chimed in her straw-haired sister, touching Martin's plasma-soaked sleeve. "Judge Candle, right? International 227? "That's me," said Martin, chewing a Roxanol. Saperstein turned toward the young women's father. "But surely you missed the pleasures of the flesh," said the neurophysiologist. Lot shrugged and gestured toward the pillar's crotch. "All problems have solutions." Martin lowered his gaze. Someone had modified the pillar just below its abdomen, hollowing out a conspicuous concavity. "You've heard of sodomy," said the straw-haired adolescent. "Our father practices the corresponding vice, Gomorrah." Sexual intercourse with condiments, explained the redhead. Her T-shirt displayed the words "Baby on Board" atop an arrow indicating her uterus. "I'm Shua, by the way." "Call me Malab," said Shua's sister. The motto on her T-shirt read "Under Construction." "Does anyone here know why a self-sufficient supreme being would fashion a material cosmos?" asked Occam. "Or whether Fermat really proved his latest theorem?" asked Beecham, photographing the pillar with her Nikon. "Fermat's what?" Shua scowled. "Theorem? Malab and I barely passed geometry." As Martin surveyed the pillar, he was struck by the chilling possibility that beneath her crust Mrs. Lott was still conscious, buried alive, like a character in an Edgar Allan Poe story. It would take a powerful argument to convince him she deserved such a fate. Augustine cupped his palm around Lott's shoulder. "Maybe you're still able to slake your disgusting lust, but from your wife's perspective this is a calamity. Divine retribution is always stern and permanent." Unhanding the old man, he allowed his fingers to brush the pillar's right buttock. "Stern, permanent, and also just. This woman was told not to look back, but she did, and now she's paying the penalty." "Your friend is peddling the disciplinary defense," said Shua to Martin. "Don't buy it," said Malab. Opening her compact, she held up the mirror and painted her mouth with phosphorescent scarlet lipstick. "For every woman who deserves the sort of punishment our mother received, there are thousands who follow the rules and still get shafted. Childbed fever, vicious husbands." "One sometimes hears the theory that our ordeals are like surgical incisions," said Martin, evoking a memorable metaphor from the conundrum of suffering. "Just as a doctor must cut into our bodies to excise malignant tumors, so must God cut into our souls to facilitate our spiritual growth. In both cases, the patient suffers considerable post-operative pain, but ultimately it's necessary." "God is a surgeon," said Malab, with the sort of outraged incredulity Martin had often observed among adolescent shoplifters at the moment of sentencing. "So the argument goes." "Adversity builds character," Augustine elaborated, puffing on his pipe. "Discipline forges a worthy soul." "Who the fuck are you?" asked Shua. "St. Augustine, Bishop of Hippo Regius." Shua pulled a strand of bubble gum from her mouth, stretching it taut until it snapped. "Well, Your Grace, if you'll take a minute to consider the quantity of pointless pain in this universe, you'll see the cosmic surgeon has acted more like a vivisectionist," said Malab, rouging her cheeks. "I like that," said Martin, positioning his fingers above the computer keyboard and typing "God as cosmic vivisectionist." Shua reached toward the pillar, broke off her mother's right ear, and deposited it in Martin's hand. "Here, sir, carry this to the Hague. Eventually it'll disintegrate, but not before you've offered it in evidence. Ask the judges if they really believe that those who endure the worst tribulations are also those most needful of spiritual growth." "Thank you," said Martin, cradling the ear in his palm. "When I was the magistrate of Abaddon, I always tried to make the punishment fit the crime." "If you and your sister knew as much about theology as you do about incest," said Augustine, pointing to Shua's Baby on Board shirt, "you'd realize how superficial your objections are." "Superficial!" echoed Shua indignantly. "Once we reach the source of the Hiddekel, everything will become clear," said Augustine. Shua snapped her bubble gum. "You going to the Garden of Eden?" "The garden and beyond," said Occam. "All the way to the pineal gland," said Beecham. A concupiscent smile flitted across Augustine's face. "Perhaps you lovely ladies would like to come along." Malab swung her swollen belly toward Lot. "May we, sir? May we? Oh, please, please tell Bishop Augustine we're allowed to go." "You must, Father," wailed Shua. "I've never been to Eden. I hear it's beautiful this time of year." "We'll do anything you ask," said Malab. We'll forgive you for inviting the men of Sodom to gangbang us, said Shua. You were probably in a bad mood, said Malab. My answer is no, said Lot, finishing his margarita. No? Gasped Shua. No, said Lot. I absolutely forbid it. But why? Asked Malab. Yes, why? Asked Shua. Maybe I'm an old fool. Maybe my wife is made of salt. Maybe my daughters use me as a sperm bank. But the fact remains that until God takes the idea of patriarchy and replaces it with something better, the power relationships within this family will remain unchanged. Why am I forbidding you to visit the garden, Malab? Why, Shua? Because I'm your father, that's why. 60 miles beyond Sodom, a series of alluvial fans emerged from the Hiddekel, splitting the river into a network of channels so narrow and shallow that Belphegor needed all his navigation skills to keep the good intentions from running aground. Martin spent this treacherous passage lounging on the afterdeck, computer balanced on his knees, contemplating Mrs. Lot's right ear as he chronicled her nubile daughter's spirited attack on the disciplinary defense. Slowly, inexorably, dusk descended, darkening the levees and straining the redness from the river. A harvest moon rose, bright and quintessential. Just the sort of moon, I'll bet, said Beecham to Martin, beneath which old Abel's brother harvested the world's first crop. Why are you staring at me like that? I find it odd that a mathematician would allude to the Bible, said Martin. Mathematics excites me. And so does the Book of Numbers, she said, with a quiet smile. Tell me, friend, what are you hoping to accomplish anyway? With International 227? Yeah. You don't approve? Not really, no. When it comes to evil, I'm with Einstein. God is subtle, but not malicious. Let me try putting it in quantitative terms. Every time we look the other way while the defendant unleashes a plague or a tornado, the net amount of dishonesty in the world increases. Beecham frowned, and, bending over, grasped the iron ring affixed to the afterdeck hatch. You know, Judge, I'm afraid I'd have to call that a white man's way of looking at things. Black people have never had the luxury of rejecting the divine order. We've never had the privilege of railing against the universe. For hundreds of years, Jesus was our only friend. Okay, fine, but that doesn't mean the universe is benign. Tugging smartly on the ring, Beecham opened her way to the berths. Isn't it enough that the universe exists? No, it isn't. Judge, that's all I can say. You sure are hard to please. As the mathematician went below, Martin set about learning whether his co-prosecutors had responded to his previous communiques. There was no mail from Esther, but Randall had posted an elaborate message. From selkirk2@aol.org to markhand@prodigy.edu, date Thursday, May 18th, 9:35 a.m. EDT. First, the bad news. In response to our discovery motions, Pierre Ferrand regrets to inform us that Lovett refuses to release any depositions from his witnesses. Torvald supports this decision 100%. Apparently, we shouldn't be surprised. In cases like ours, where the death penalty is a possible outcome, the World Court often allows the defense to stonewall it. Now the good news. We have officially hired Dr. Donald Carbone, cataclysmatician, as a witness for the prosecution. He intends to augment his testimony with exhibits from the Croft Museum of Natural Disasters and Technological Catastrophes, a photo of the smallpox virus, an iron lung, a Titanic life preserver, and so forth. At first, the museum's curator, a professional jerk named Brian Maltby, refused to let his treasures leave the country, but they became a lot less delicate the minute I offered him $45,000 to label, package, and ship the stuff. It wouldn't hurt if you expressed a little gratitude, Martin, instead of accusing me of goofing around. I'm trying to nail down a second expert witness, Dr. Tanya Braverman, a Brown University historian who's written an 11-hour PBS series about wars, rebellions, and massacres. A History of Havoc will probably never be aired. The final cut was too downbeat, but I think we should make the judges watch it, assuming we're still including human depravity in the indictment. Braverman is definitely in our camp. She likes to quote Stendhal, "God's only excuse is that he does not exist." But he does exist, Martin, and so we need this trial. Lovett's behavior so angered Martin that his heart began to beat madly, rattling his implanted portacath. From markhand@prodigy.edu to selkirk2@aol.org. Date Thursday, May 18th, 11:06 a.m. local time. Lovett doesn't have a phone, not to mention a fax machine, so send the old bluffer a telegram instead. Remind him the main thing he wants from this proceeding is a good fight. How can we give him a good fight if we don't know whom he plans to put on the stand? Sorry about the goofing around remark. I was terrified Carbone would slip through our fingers. Braverman sounds like a real find, and I love the idea of screening A History of Havoc during the trial. Congratulations. Of course, we're still indicting him for human depravity. There will be no plea bargaining in International 227. The instant Martin sent his message to Randall, something unexpected occurred. The text vanished in a sudden starburst, replaced by a what? Hard to say. A kind of spherical amoeba, its outer shell shimmering with an azure light radiating from an incandescent core. The image on the screen grew sharper. "Greetings, Earthling," said the optic neuron, its voice pouring from the laptop speaker. Heavens to Betsy, now you've taken over the World Wide Web? Only for a few seconds. How's it going, Candle? Martin inhaled deeply. He would never get used to these divine interventions. Never. Pretty well, actually. I found a powerful counter-theodicy on Moriah and another outside Sodom. Terrific. Along with Isaac's bindings and Mrs. Lot's right ear. It's good they gave you something tangible. Tribunals like material evidence. I don't understand why your progenitor is helping me like this. In my final statement to the court, I'll be arguing for disconnection of the Lockheed 7000. He's a real enigma, isn't he? If Sarkos is the father of lies, Yahweh is the king of riddles. Keep following your instincts, Judge. You're doing great. Health still holding up? I can't complain. That doesn't sound like you. All right, I can complain. I'm weak, I'm nervous, I'm tired. Hey, everybody, Martin's back. But between the Feminone and the Roxanol, I'm still on my feet. Go for it, sir. Bring him to book. At which juncture the neuron vanished, leaving Martin to stare perplexedly at his hard drive menu. Hello, gentle reader. At last I have returned. I hope you missed me as much as I missed you. In case you're wondering, I can assure you that Randall Selkirk was absolutely right to assume the PBS documentary called A History of Havoc would make a piquant prosecution exhibit. The first scene alone, the death of Robert-François Damiens before the steps of Notre Dame Cathedral in 1757, furnishes provocative material for anyone wishing to argue that God couldn't possibly have had sufficiently good reasons for allowing the fall of man. I'm proud to say that, aided by my Elias Howe sewing machine, I fashioned the very hoods worn by Monsieur Damiens' executioners. The actual executioners, I mean, not the underpaid impersonators of the reenactment. His mind unhinged by various ecclesiastical controversies, Damiens had tried to assassinate Louis XV, a deed for which he was convicted as a regicide and sentenced to make the amende honorable in the Place de Grève. While the crowd gaped and gasped, an executioner mounted the scaffold, seized a pair of steel pincers forged especially for the occasion, and systematically tore gobbets of flesh from Damiens' chest, arms, thighs, and calves. A second executioner poured molten lead into these wounds, followed by a demonic potion of burning resin and boiling wax. "Pardon my God!" Damien screamed to the local priest, who had come to hear his confession. "Pardon, Lord!" The executioners next tied ropes to his upper arms and thighs, harnessed the ends to 4 horses, and urged the animals to a gallop. Unfortunately for Damien, the horses were strangers to the business of quartering, and they failed to pull him apart. Growing desperate, the executioners now drew out their knives and slit his shoulders and hips. The horses tugged mightily, causing the agonized man to cry, "My God, have pity on me!" At last his legs came off, but his arms remained in place. Again the executioners went to work, sawing through his muscles until their knives scraped bone. The horses tugged once more, and finally the right arm came loose, followed by the left. Still alive, Damien somehow managed to sit up and survey what he'd become, a torso with a brain. He was not quite dead when they raised him aloft, threw him onto a pile of logs, and set the pyre ablaze. To tell you the truth, I'm glad the age of the amende honorable is over. Being the devil, I naturally favor capital punishment, but I believe a simple hanging or electrocution will suffice in most cases. As Damien's death demonstrates, torture is a system too easily abused. I think it's unconscionable that 4 well-meaning horses were humiliated in public when the executioners could easily have taken them from their stables the night before and taught them how to quarter. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's cruelty to animals. The idea of the moon stood at its highest by the time the Hiddekel was reborn, each channel melding with its parent stream, whereupon Belphegor throttled down, dropped anchor, and retired to the berths. 10 minutes later, a snoring sound arose, a hoarse, oddly mechanical buzz, like a Hollywood chainsaw hooker pursuing her vocation. His father, Martin recalled, had also been a prodigious snorer, a refreshing touch of corporeality in a man who otherwise seemed not quite of this earth. As the night deepened, Martin and Augustine sat talking atop the forecastle, or rather Augustine talked and Martin listened. He didn't mind. The bishop's diatribes were considerably more entertaining than Saperstein's moody silences, Beecham's oblique jokes, Occam's incomprehensible cosmologizing, and Belphegor's endless enumerations of the reasons Blood Feast was a better movie than The Corpse Grinders. Besides concupiscence, the human failing that most angered Augustine was heresy. For 30 long years I battled the Donatists in my bishopric. I fined them, evicted them from public office, revoked their civil rights, exiled their clerics, and in the end, thanks be to God, I prevailed. "You wiped them out?" asked Martin. "I wiped them out. Show me one practicing Donatist in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania." "There aren't any." "Indeed. I had to fight Pelagius's followers just as hard, and once again the Lord granted me victory. I'll wager not one of your friends is a Pelagian, right?" "Not as far as I know." "Nary a Manichaean in your crowd either?" "No Manichaeans." "I tell you, sir, non-Catholic Christianity has no future." "What about Protestantism?" "Protestantism? Pshaw! Next door to idolatry, with the Bible instead of a golden calf. Believe me, Mr. Candle, Protestantism won't last over the long haul. It hasn't got the teeth." A second noise now filled the air, as regular as Belphegor's vibrating palate. Without exchanging a word, Martin and Augustine rose, and following the insistent thunk, 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 crept furtively toward the stern. Dressed in a watch-cap, pea-jacket, and sailor's bell-bottoms, a gnarled, bearded man leaned over the bulwark, his hands locked around the shaft of an iron-headed axe. With each successive chop, the intruder came closer to separating the Good Intentions' rudder from her transom. "What do you think you're doing?" demanded Augustine. Startled, the ancient mariner lurched backward, swinging the axe in a wide circle and missing Martin's left breast by barely an inch. "I knew I'd never get away with it," the mariner moaned. "Explain yourself," said Augustine. "Perhaps I should have requested your permission. Excuse me, might I make off with your rudder? But I deemed your assent unlikely." "Of course you can't have our rudder," Martin snapped. "We need it to reach the garden." "What ails you, sir?" Augustine asked the mariner. "In the whole of Genesis there lives no nobler hero than Noah. Your present behavior baffles me." The idea of Noah pulled off his watch cap and pointed toward the northern levee. Glazed with moonbeams, a mooring line as thick as a fire hose ran from the Good Intentions to an immense houseboat lashed to a weather-beaten wharf. Corroded by spray, lacerated by gales, the Ark had clearly seen better days. She looked completely deserted. No predators crept along her decks, no birds nested on her roof, no giraffes poked their heads through her skylights. "Do you know what an ark is?" asked Noah. "I mean, do you really know?" "An ark is a ship," said Martin. "Wrong," said Noah. "Wrong, wrong. A ship has a rudder, a ship has a sail. You can steer a ship where you want her to go, but an ark? Nothing but a bottle tossed into the sea, bobbing about at the mercy of winds and currents. Even as we speak, Sarkos is making me a canvas sail. I'm picking it up tomorrow." "You're too late," said Augustine. "No," said Noah. "They're all dead." "No, they're not. I'm going back." "They're dead. Every last one." Turning, Noah presented Martin with a sort of crazed countenance he associated with the dipsomaniacs who'd routinely paraded through the Abaddon Municipal Building during his JP days. "All I need is a rudder and a sail," said the mariner. Craggy and pitted, his features suggested the blasted terrain surrounding Sodom. "Do you know how it feels to slam the door in the faces of 87 million people, guaranteeing their doom? Do you know what it's like to huddle with your wife and sons in a leaky cabin, hearing the sounds of 10,000 species as the floodwaters drag them down? Their cries fill my dreams, their eyes haunt my sleep. I'm going back." "Waste of time," said Augustine. Noah slid the axe handle across his neck, balancing the tool atop his shoulders like a yoke. "You really think so?" "Yes, and you do too." Augustine lit his briar pipe and sucked on the stem, the burning tobacco glowing red in the coagulated gloom. "Behold, Mr. Candle, the hidden harmony defense," he said, indicating the ark with a dramatic sweep of his arm. "To the outside observer, a visitor from Mars, a worldwide flood looks like a bad thing. Our naive spaceman wouldn't realize that every victim of this disaster was wicked beyond redemption. If God hadn't eradicated Noah's entire generation, the Earth today would be crawling with adulterers, sybarites, and malefactors." "Father knows best," said Martin dryly. "Yes, that's one way to put it," said Augustine. "Read Thomas Aquinas's Summa Theologiae. Read Julian of Norwich's Book of Showings and Meister Eckhart's sermons, and you'll see that God in his day not only tolerated floods, earthquakes, tornadoes, prostate cancer, and other so-called evils, he actively cultivated them, though always, of course, for the sake of a greater good." "If we could but grasp the divine plan," added Noah with an unapologetic sneer, "we would learn to love a lesion, make friends with anthrax, and invite tuberculosis over for tea." "Well, let's not push it," said Augustine. "No, let's push it," said Noah. "If we're not going to take the problem of evil seriously, we might at least have some fun with it." "In the entire history of Western civilization," protested the bishop, "no man has ever taken the problem of evil more seriously than Augustine of Hippo Regius." "Until I came along," said Martin. "Don't flatter yourself." Noah fixed his gaze on Martin. "Judge Candle, yes? International 227? "At your service." "You've set yourself a fearsome task." "I know." "Not as fearsome as cramming an entire biosphere into a 300-cubit ark, but still fearsome." Noah put his cap back on, pulling it down over his ears. Once we landed on Ararat, our troubles continued to multiply. Lord, such problems! The bears couldn't stand each other. I had to become an ursine marriage counselor. The elephant was impotent. We resorted to artificial insemination. The kangaroo's mate kept having miscarriages. I've got 1,000 stories. No survivors, really? No survivors, said Augustine. I'm going back. Futile, Noah. Futile. A prolonged sigh escaped the mariner's lips. He slumped onto the afterdeck. Here, he said at last, handing Martin the axe. You can make better use of this than I. It will vaporize eventually, but meanwhile you should take it to the Hague. Tell the judges it's the very tool with which I felled the trees for my ark. Tell them that, in Noah's opinion, the hidden harmony defense runs counter to all our best instincts as human beings. Martin leaned the axe against the bulwark and offered the mariner a corroborating smile. When an upright citizen hears his neighbor has met with an earthquake or a hurricane, he doesn't stop to ask, is there a hidden harmony here? He rolls up his sleeves and tries to help. Exactly. With an athleticism that defied his years, Noah regained his feet and climbed onto the long, taut mooring line. If I learned one thing from the deluge, Your Grace, it is this. A man who seals up his ark for the sake of a greater good is a man who has ceded his soul to chaos. Slowly, cautiously, he tightrope walked toward the rudderless vessel. The hidden harmony defense is pornography, Bishop Augustine. Pornography for priests. You're wrong, Augustine called after the retreating sailor. You're right, shouted Martin. Read your Aquinas! Aquinas, Noah! Aquinas! The mariner jumped from the mooring line to the weather deck of his ark. The moose was gay. The lioness was a lesbian. You don't know what I've been through. You simply can't imagine. For 2 tedious and sleepy days, the Good Intentions continued on her westward course, the remorseless sun pounding on her decks, the ravenous mosquitoes relentlessly pricking Martin and the scientists. The passing countryside was a parched wasteland, crawling with outsized scorpions, their abdomens curving upward like scythes. Skeletons dotted the terrain as well, human skeletons, posed in tableaus alluding to various Renaissance masterworks. The Valley of Dry Bones, Augustine explained, as the packet cruised past a deathly rendition of Botticelli's Birth of Venus and a meatless reconstruction of Raphael's School of Athens. Ezekiel, chapter 37. I'm sure of one thing, those boneheads can't tell us whether Fermat proved Fermat, said Beecham. Nor do they know how the spirochetes adhere, said Saperstein. I'm beginning to think this expedition was a mistake, said Occam, videotaping a flayed facsimile of Michelangelo's Fall of Man. On the 3rd day there appeared a population of skeletons who, far from behaving like the dead, had undertaken to stage Crabs, a musical revue that, according to Augustine, aimed to do for T.S. Eliot's serious poetry what Cats accomplished for his lighter verse. Dressed in top hats and tails, the skeletons threw their arms around each other's clavicles and did a kick dance as they sang the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock to a lush Andrew Lloyd Webberian melody. I should have been a pair of ragged claws scuttling across the floors of silent seas. The skeletons began to waltz. I am Lazarus come from the dead, come back to tell you all. For Martin, Crabs was both highly entertaining and supremely puzzling. Had God conjured up this extravaganza merely to torment him? The ex-JP hardly needed to be reminded that a carcinomic crustacean had colonized his pelvis and thighs. The constant pain informed him of its ever-expanding authority. Perhaps Crabs was God's idea of humor. If so, then which was worse, getting the joke or not getting it? From selkirk2@aol.org to markhand@prodigy.edu. Date, Friday, May 19th, 10:46 a.m. EDT. I sent Lovett a telegram as you suggested, and an hour ago he called from a payphone in Harvard Square. He gave me the identities of his 3 theological witnesses, but refused to divulge anything further. In Lovett's words, "I feel no more obligated to reveal the whole of my strategy than Henry did to contact the French before Agincourt and warn them about the English longbow." Evidently, we're up against the following superstars: Bernard Kaplan, a rabbi from Fitchburg, Massachusetts; Eleanor Swan, a Yale Divinity School professor; and Brother Sebastian Cranach, a Franciscan monk living in Olean, New York. I've hired a half-dozen hungry Harvard grad students, Ph.D. candidates in philosophy, to assemble dossiers on all 3. The rabbi and the academic don't give me much pause, but I'm scared of that monk. Our plan to show a history of havoc during Tanya Braverman's testimony has hit a snag. PBS doesn't want to give the series a world premiere by default over Court TV and CNN. And when I faxed Torvald a motion asking him to subpoena the thing, he turned us down flat. I'm hoping a serious donation will change the network's mind. Martin glanced up from the laptop screen. The living skeletons were animating yet another Prufrock stanza, singing lines that, 34 years after he'd first heard them in Mr. Genasio's class, still gave him a frisson. "I have seen the moment of my greatness flicker, and I have seen the eternal footman hold my coat and snicker, and in short, I was afraid." An antique hearse clattered across the Valley of Dry Bones, pulled by 4 horses so aged and diseased they made the carousel ponies back in Celestial City, USA, seem like Kentucky Derby winners. The driver reined up, hobbled around to the rear of the hearse, and yanked open the door. An oblong wooden coffin tumbled out, striking the ground and shattering to reveal the corpse of a man without any arms or legs. From markhand@prodigy.edu to selkirk2@aol.org. Date, Sunday, May 21st, 3:19 p.m. local time. Maybe Lovett regards himself as another Henry V, but I think of him more as Falstaff, large and self-indulgent. Is Lovett's Rabbi Kaplan the same Rabbi Kaplan who wrote that bestseller called When You Walk Through a Storm? He's going to make a pretty sympathetic defense witness. My Aunt Bridget gave me his book, but I never read it. She says Kaplan's philosophy helped her get over Uncle Wilmer's death. As for the PBS crisis, I think we should offer them a donation of, say, $165,000. They can express their gratitude by giving us a Wall Street Week coffee mug, a Big Bird T-shirt, and the right to screen a history of havoc in The Hague. Martin was pleased to discover that Esther, too, had written back. From esclute@aol.org to markhand@prodigy.edu, date Friday, May 19th, 11:08 a.m. EDT. You said you'd like a more exotic pathology, and I think I've got just the ticket. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Lou Gehrig's disease. From our meetings, you may recall Christopher Ransom, the young man who talks using a computerized voice synthesizer. His medical bills are horrendous, and he's been hinting he'd like a serious fee. Does $85,000 sound about right to you? I'm also working on Norma Bedlow, that woman with the defective liver who has to swallow 67 pills a day. I think she'd be sensational on the stand. The problem is that Norma plans to kill herself as soon as she figures out how to do it. Did Randall tell you the news? God's optic neuron is no longer with us. The poor fellow simply disintegrated in the middle of an Oprah taping. There's nothing left, but they're giving it a funeral anyway. Martin greeted the neuron's passing with unalloyed anxiety. When alive, the creature had never quite won humankind over. That luminous little genius had made most people feel inadequate. In death, however, it would inevitably garner sympathy. Gee, it was cute. Golly, it was smart. And now here comes the Job Society, bent on killing its 5 billion brethren. The popularity of International 227, he feared, was about to reach a new low. Your friend is gone, he told Saperstein. My friend? The optic neuron, gone to its reward. Lost the will to live, I suspect, said Saperstein. Like a honeybee cut off from the hive, said Occam. I know the feeling. Martin's fingers scurried across the computer keyboard. It hit me last November when Barbara Meredith beat me by 11,000 votes and I found myself without a jurisdiction. From Marquand at prodigy.edu to esclute@aol.org. Date, Sunday, May 21st, 3:43 p.m. local time. Pay ransom any amount he desires up to $100,000. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is just what the doctor ordered. Yes, I remember Norma Bedlow vividly. You simply must convince her to postpone her suicide. I want to make her our lead-off victim. Shortly after the scientists went below for their customary siestas, the Hiddekel began to change. Bubbles rose from the river's depths, as if its waters had mysteriously transmuted into champagne. Coils of steam sinuated across the surface like ghosts of departed eels. "Holy shit, it's boiling!" shouted Belphegor. "The goddamn river's boiling!" "Steady," said Augustine. Reaching through the wheelhouse window, he laid a calming hand on the demon's shoulder. "Steady, steady." "The river's evaporating! We'll get stuck on the bottom!" "You're being irrational," Augustine informed Belphegor. "Maybe we should speed up a bit," suggested Martin, palms sweating, heart pounding. "Good idea," said Belphegor. "Bad idea," said Augustine. "It would annoy him." "Him?" said Martin. Augustine pointed north. Him. Directly off the Good Intentions bow, a gigantic fire-breathing creature, an uncanny amalgam of crocodile, Chinese dragon, and blast furnace, swam in tandem with the packet. Flames shot from its nostrils like rocket exhaust, imparting a brilliant red glow to the waters. Rotating on their axes, its eyes emitted sharp, pulsing shafts of purple light. "Leviathan?" asked Martin. "Leviathan," Augustine corroborated. "The second great Jovian beast. He makes the deep water boil like a cauldron." "Our hull's gonna melt!" screamed Belphegor. "Zizz, sizzle, and bang, we're in the river, getting cooked like a bunch of lobsters." "Take it easy," said Augustine. "It's ontologically impossible for heated water to melt steel. Have we an adequate coal supply?" "Plenty of coal, yes. That dragon's gonna cook us and eat us." By nightfall he'll grow weary of the chase. Believe me, Belphegor, the law of entropy holds everywhere, even in here. "I hate this job. I wanted to be a first baseman." Hour after hour, the sea monster and the packet steamer pursued their parallel courses down the burbling Hiddekel. Martin couldn't say which river dweller exuded more smoke that afternoon, the dragon or the Good Intentions. He knew only that the law of entropy couldn't kick in soon enough to suit him. "He leaves a great shining trail behind him," quoted Augustine, "and the great river is like white hair in his wake." Eventually, Belphegor decided that ridding themselves of the monster would require nothing less than a human sacrifice, a procedure for which he blithely nominated Martin as the sine qua non. "It's basic Christianity, Your Grace," the demon explained. "We must give the devil a ransom in exchange for our salvation." "Basic Christianity," echoed Augustine mockingly. "Right. Except Leviathan is not Jonathan Sarcos, and Martin Candle, I assure you, is not Jesus Christ." "You never run out of things to say, do you?" grunted Belphegor. "There will be no more talk of human sacrifice aboard the Good Intentions." As twilight crept across God's western hemisphere, the bishop's prophecy at last came true. The monster, exhausted, fell back to the packet's stern, then faded farther still, then vanished. The Hiddekel grew placid, its waters cooled. When Belphegor offered Martin a can of Budweiser, he chugged it down eagerly. He asked for another. Only after consuming his third bud did he begin to feel calm. though his mental picture of Leviathan remained vivid, hovering in his mind's eye like a flashbulb afterimage. Inevitably, he thought of the courtroom strategy God had employed in the book of Job. Change the subject. Pretend the topic isn't justice but mystery. Then rattle your accuser with creation's most disquieting beasts. I see now why it worked, he told Augustine. I see now why Job wet his pants and repented. In the morning, the Hiddekel changed once again, becoming a kind of open sewer, its odor so vile that Belphegor's Stygian breath seemed perfume by comparison. The leucocytes, poisoned, began dying in droves. The blood flow grew clotted with obese, long-tailed rats, each as big as a beaver. A prolific species of algae soon claimed the river, riding its currents like an immense carpet, and covering the adjacent levees with a creamy green scum. The agony of Abraham moves me to tears, Augustine told Martin. The fate of Lot's wife is wrenching beyond words. Noah's guilt is the stuff of Greek tragedy. The bishop tapped his index finger on the pink itinerary. When it comes to world-class victimhood, however, one name looms above all others. Here, in the country of dung, you will meet the man who practically invented suffering. This time around, the scientists declined to join the expedition. As Saperstein put it, Job probably knows as much about spirochetes as a cow knows about Sunday. Belphegor docked the steamer skillfully, enabling Martin and Augustine to clamber directly from ship to shore. The bishop led the way, guiding Martin through a landscape of smoldering fumaroles and smoking cinder cones. Within 40 minutes their destination appeared, history's most famous dung heap, a 30-foot mountain of ordure, guano, cow flops, buffalo chips, and coprolites, its stench so benumbing that Martin momentarily forgot the pitiless campaign the crab was waging against his pelvis. "Hello, Judge Candle, I've been expecting you," a raspy voice called out from above. "Come on up." Chewing a painkiller, Martin glanced heavenward. A cadaverous, hollow-eyed man sat on a rusty beer keg atop the heap, dressed in a shredded Crash Test Dummies t-shirt and a tattered red bathing suit. Boils and open sores speckled his skin. He was scraping himself with a Tupperware lid. "I guess you know you're my hero," shouted Martin toward the summit. "I've always admired you, too," yelled Augustine. "The faith of Job can move mountains." "If not dung heaps," cried the idea of Job, gripped by a cough so catastrophic his body fluttered like a spinnaker in a gale. Computer in hand, Martin began to ascend the holy mound. Garbage and trash lay embedded in the slope, along with dozens of cast-off appliances, blenders, toasters, washing machines. With each squashy step, his pulse rate quickened and his joy increased. He laughed out loud. At long last he'd attained his idol's abode, the burning heart of sacred rage. For the scientists, only the pineal gland would satisfy, but Martin needed nothing more right now than these consecrated coffee grounds, eggshells, and banana peels, these numinous Coke bottles, disposable diapers, and dolls' heads. Panting and sweating, he reached the summit, at which instant the idea of Job got up from his beer keg, took him by the arm, and guided him toward a blue plastic picnic cooler. Bright yellow pus leaked from the sufferer's lesions, dribbling down his chest and crisscrossing his stomach. He looked as if he'd been tattooed with a road map. "Keeping watch here on my heap, day after day, I naturally recall your masterful handling of the Spinelli affair," said Job. "Your sense of justice is acute." A flush of pride warmed Martin's innards. "Thank you," he said, settling onto the picnic cooler and flipping open his computer. Martin remembered the Spinelli case well. It revolved around the $3 fee charged by an Abaddonian named Schuyler Phelps for the use of the bathroom in his business establishment, Glendale Lawn and Garden Supplies. When Douglas Spinelli's aging mother ended up staining her favorite dress with diarrhea as a result of Phelps's policy, her son enacted a creative revenge. One Saturday afternoon, Spinelli strode into Glendale Lawn and Garden Supplies, paid his $3, entered the bathroom, and 6 minutes later emerged holding a paper bag containing a large and malodorous fecal sample. In full view of Phelps's shocked customers, Spinelli dumped the turd on the counter and said to the young cashier, "Here you are, mademoiselle. May I have my security deposit back now?" Phelps sued Spinelli for disrupting the store's normal operations, and Spinelli countersued Phelps for practicing a kind of gastrointestinal extortion. Morton threw the first case out of court, and, turning to the second, ruled that Phelps must not only replace Mrs. Spinelli's dress, but henceforth allow anyone to visit his bathroom free of charge. The view from the dung heap was breathtaking. Scanning the neural landscape, Martin felt as if he were watching a movie flashback chronicling the last 4 days of his life. The Valley of Dry Bones was near enough for him to discern the living skeletons, still acting out crabs. Beyond lay the docked Ark, the ruins of Sodom, and Mount Moriah. Along the horizon stretched the glimmering black ribbon of the dinosaurs' mudflat. "This heap is all mine, I'll have you know," said Job proudly. "Squatter's rights." Reaching into the dung, he pulled out a TV remote control. "For many years I considered moving elsewhere. I even had a nice little apartment picked out right next door to Sarkos's shop. But then we got cable, and I decided to stay." He pointed the device toward a forlorn and filthy Magnavox television set. "For the past 3 years, God's idea of CBS has been producing a daytime serial of my life, one man's misery. Stick around, and we'll watch it together. My youngest daughter's in a coma. My eldest just learned she's HIV positive. Okay, sure, after the story runs its course, I'll get 3 brand-new daughters and 7 brand-new sons, all as good as the originals, better, in fact. But that's hardly realistic now, is it? Life is not a fairy tale. For those of us who permit God's grace to operate within our souls, life is better than a fairy tale," Augustine called out as he started up the northern face of the heap. "I believed that once, too," said Job, activating his Magnavox. "No more." The screen blossomed with a mid-shot of Gregory Peck playing Captain Ahab and Moby Dick. "Look ye into its deeps and see the everlasting slaughter that goes on," said Peck, standing on the deck of the Pequod and inviting Leo Genn as Starbuck to contemplate the cosmic mystery of the sea. "Who put it into its creatures to chase and fang one another? Where do murderers go, man? Who's to doom when the judge himself is dragged before the bar?" "Your protégé didn't come here to watch television," said Augustine, gaining the top of the mound. A sardonic smile curled the corners of his vast mouth. "He came to hear about the ontological defense." "The ontological defense," echoed Job, growing suddenly lugubrious. "Why don't you dismantle it for us? Go ahead, sir. Tear it to pieces." Job shut off the TV, bit his lower lip, and frowned. "Give me a minute." "Take all the time you want." Augustine turned, offering Martin a grin that revealed a majority of his teeth. "The ontological defense asserts, quite reasonably, that God is the only perfect being. All other realities, including the created universe, necessarily occupy a lower plane." Pinching his nostrils shut, the bishop plucked a moldering slice of Swiss cheese from the dung. "Because the created universe is ontologically inferior to God, it must ipso facto contain defects. If the world were flawless, it would be God. According to this solution," he stuck his index finger through a hole, "reality is like Swiss cheese. Inevitably, it contains gaps, privations, pockets of nothingness. You may call these holes evil if you like, but God had no hand in their creation, non-creation, I should say. They occur per accidens, accruing unavoidably to the sheer brute fact of existence. He extracted a discarded pair of Nikes. God certainly never wanted his creatures to suffer, but if he was going to fashion a cosmos bursting with plenitude and variety, a world of shoes and ships and sealing wax, he banged the Nikes together, then imperfections had to be part of the package. Swiss cheese defense, Martin typed onto his hard drive. Evil as privation. Can you help me out here? He asked Job. Placing the Tupperware lid against his chest, the sufferer scraped away the exudate of a particularly juicy lesion. You've read my biography, Mr. Candle. Where were you when I laid the earth's foundations? God asked me, rhetorically. Have you descended to the springs of the sea, or walked in the unfathomable deep? Have you visited the storehouse of the snow, or seen the arsenal where hail is kept? Many years later, I realized he wasn't just trying to humble me. He was reminding me that the universe exists. For reasons known only to himself, a finite set of law-abiding realities occupies time and space. Most of these realities are harmless, beautiful even, but a few of them, storms, gravity, plate tectonics, microorganisms, behemoth leviathan, can have undesirable side effects. This doesn't mean he intended such results, nor does it mean he never suspended his own rules. Occasionally, as the school bus started to hurtle over the cliff, the pre-coma god would yank it back. Sometimes he would shrink the tumor or cancel the cyclone, but whenever he did so, he inevitably absorbed a piece of the cosmos back into himself. And if he'd kept at it, intervention after intervention, the differentiated universe would have disappeared altogether, leaving him alone again, back on square one. Okay, but what's the answer to the ontological defense? Asked Martin. The answer? The answer. Job sighed profoundly. He coughed up a wad of mucus interlaced with blood and spat it onto the heap. I don't know of any, he said at last. Do you? He asked Augustine. There isn't one. A sharp pain tore through Martin's torso. He felt as if a wild horse had just kicked him in the tits. No answer, he rasped, glowering at Augustine and rising from the picnic cooler. No answer? You mean I traveled 200 miles up a stinking river, got bitten by 10 dozen monster mosquitoes, and listened to your stupid harangues against the Pelagians and whatnot, just so I could be told there's no answer? You're surprised, aren't you? Said Augustine. You're shocked. Don't be. The ontological defense has been centuries in the making, beginning with Plato's classic meditations on the non-being of evil. Wryly, he raised his right eyebrow and started to descend the heap. We'd best return to the boat. Assuming Belphegor can work up a good head of steam, we'll be in Eden by dusk tomorrow. Coughing convulsively, Job threw out his arms, pressed his chest against Martin's, and gave him a fervent hug. Despite the interposition of his cotton jersey, Martin could still feel the warm pus oozing from the sufferer's lesions. I've let you down, haven't I? I'm afraid so, said Martin, breaking their embrace. I'd like to say I'm hurt by what Augustine just did to me. Job settled back onto his beer keg. But a theological humiliation is nothing compared to 14 boils on your ass. Keep that in mind when you get to Holland. Chapter 9. No sooner had Martin returned to the good intentions than it began to rain, a thick, cold, gray downpour echoing the dismal condition of his mood. He stared at the river. Relentlessly the drops descended, speckling the Hiddekel with concentric circles and causing it to resemble a gigantic slice of Swiss cheese. A tremulous moan escaped his lips. There had to be an answer to the ontological defense. There simply had to be. But he was damned if he could think of one. The latest email did nothing to lift his spirits. Esther reported that Norma Bedloe still hadn't decided whether to kill herself post-haste or wait until after she testified. Randall recounted a frustrating conversation he'd had with a PBS lawyer named James Foley. According to Foley, his clients would let the Job Society show a history of havoc in The Hague for a $165,000 donation, only if the news media agreed to point their cameras elsewhere. PBS feared that people would tape the series at home, thereby cutting into the network's profits from videocassette sales. Confronted with this stipulation, Court TV and CNN had both voiced the same reaction: "You must be kidding." In drafting his reply, Martin found himself more anxious to talk about his misadventures on the dung heap than about Randall's difficulties with public television. "We've had a major setback here, a virtually impregnable theory of evil. How smart are those Harvard kids you hired? Tell them there's a $15,000 bonus waiting for whoever can counter the ontological defense." Only at the end of his memo did Martin address the history of havoc crisis. This nonsense about wanting Court TV and CNN to look the other way during the screening is clearly just a ploy. Find out how much PBS sank into the series and offer to buy it outright. We've still got about $8,700,000 to play with. At midnight, the rain finally stopped, and by morning the good intentions had steamed far beyond the country of dung, reaching her destination late that afternoon, just as Augustine had predicted. "The Garden of Eden," the bishop said to Martin and the scientists, tapping the itinerary with the bowl of his briar pipe. "Any man who seeks to solve the riddle of iniquity must eventually end up here." On both sides of the river, a dense wilderness thrived, a sprawling expanse of spastic trees and writhing vines. The aggressive stench of decaying vegetation clogged the air. If this was the Garden of Eden, it was a decidedly post-lapsarian one, Martin mused, an Eden gone to seed. Cypresses and mangroves grew everywhere, their roots arching out of the water like immense rib cages, their branches laden with fruit, resembling the heads of medieval maces. Along the southern shore, huge spiders spun webs so vast that parrots and lemurs were becoming ensnared in them. A particularly rapacious specimen of Venus flytrap ruled the opposite bank, crushing entire cockatoos in its jaws as it went about the business of survival. "I assume this was a less violent place before the coma struck," said Martin. "Not really, no," replied Augustine. "It was the fall of man, not the stasis of God, that made paradise a jungle. Ever since Eve ravaged the tree of knowledge, the universe has been a place of thorns and nettles, fangs and claws, germs and vermin." The Hiddekel narrowed and began to undulate, as if mimicking the seductive serpent who'd once inhabited these climes. Beyond the 13th bend, a clearing appeared, a 2-acre stretch of hardscrabble land on which creatures of manifest intelligence had established a homestead, including a bamboo hut with a stone chimney and thatched roof. The front yard featured a vegetable plot where failure was the norm: marble-sized tomatoes, cabbages no larger than carnations, string beans that looked more like strings than beans, while the side yard boasted a hammock woven of sisal fibers, slung between a pair of ginkgo trees like a disembodied grin. Dressed in leopard skins and fig leaves, 2 anthropoid apes of opposite genders approached the hammock on brown, unshod feet. Their gaits were slow and halting, as if they'd only recently learned to walk upright, an impression reinforced by their prognathous jaws, beetle brows, and sloping foreheads. The male was bent and hairy. The female was similarly hirsute, her sagging breasts evoking the sandbags employed by hot air balloonists, but her most notable feature was her abdomen. She was as dramatically pregnant as Lot's daughters. "Hello!" called Martin. "Hello there! Might I have a moment of your time?" Only after the female ape had eased her gravid body into the hammock did Martin realize she was in labor. As the distracted creature squirmed and jerked, panting through gritted teeth, the male hugged her shaggy arm and lovingly kissed her palm. Millennia ago, that creature bent his free will toward a wicked purpose, eating the fruit he'd been told to eschew, Augustine explained, taking off his horn-rimmed glasses and pointing them toward the male hominid. After his transgression, concupiscence infected every cell of his flesh. His semen became the carrier of his depravity, passing sin and death from generation to generation. "The free will defense?" asked Martin. "Indubitably," said Augustine. "Does anyone know what species they belong to?" Occam asked his colleagues as he focused his camcorder on the homestead. "Homo habilis, perhaps?" "Australopithecus," ventured Martin. "Neanderthal," suggested Belphegor. "Behold his salacious gaze," said Augustine. "Note his priapic posture. With revolting regularity, the rampant member he conceals beneath that leaf grows hard with blood." "Ah, Homo erectus," said Beecham, laughing. "In point of fact, you're right," said Saperstein. "Hello!" Martin shouted again. "I'm Martin Candle, International 227. "Can't you see we're busy?" cried the male Homo erectus. "Go away!" yelled the female. "Come back tomorrow!" screamed the male. "Yow!" shrieked the female, seized by a sudden contraction. Some things never change. The process by which the male Homo erectus fertilized his common-law wife has endured without modification until the present day. Return with me now to that wonderful year, 2001 BC. It was a time of beginnings. Our Creator was working around the clock. Contrary to popular myth, the first animal to emerge from his lab wasn't a paramecium, fish, tree shrew, or any other lowly form. It was a human being. God said, "Let there be a prototype for Homo sapiens," and there was a prototype for Homo sapiens, a featureless creature resembling a department store mannequin. God saw that the prototype was good, but he also saw that it lacked a way to replicate itself. Before the week was out, he'd invented an encoded copying mechanism predicated on double helices of DNA. Problem: how to meld one set of chromosomes with the other. Among his strengths in those days was his ability to delegate authority, so he put the question to the archangel Zaphiel, who forthwith consulted the rest of the heavenly host. In a matter of days, Raphael, Michael, Adabiel, and Gabriel had each devised an elegant solution. But it was the strategies of Hamiel and Hamuel that Zaphiel sensed would garner divine approval. Just as Zaphiel was about to submit these two designs, I brought him a plan of my own. Beaming with a combination of deviltry and pride, I unfurled my blueprint before the archangel. "If this is mere whimsy on your part," said Zaphiel, "I'm afraid I have better things to do with my time. Hear me out. My great breakthrough, as you can see, was to reimagine the prototype as a duality, variation 1 and variation 2. They look the same to me." I tapped the blueprint with the claw of my taloned index finger. "Note this detail on variation 1, tab A. Don't they each get one? Look closer." Oh. The system relies on variation 1 periodically entering a state I call procreative arousal. When this happens, tab A stiffens with blood, how baroque, thereby permitting its insertion into slot B on 2. After an unpredictable interval of enthusiastic forward and backward thrusting— Backward what? Thrusting? I don't get it. Trust me. After an interval of thrusting, several ounces of viscous fluid spurt from a storage compartment inside 1. Adrift in the fluid are several 100 million DNA-bearing germ cells that, arriving inside slot B, begin wriggling their tails, employing them to scrape the inner walls and sculpt homunculi from the protoplasm. Reach the terminus of slot B, where a variation 2 germ cell awaits, likewise abrim with DNA. Yes, good, your way's better. The resulting zygote matures inside too, becoming a viable infant within 6 or 7 months. After month 9 has elapsed, give or take a week, the infant is expelled through slot B, whereupon it grows to adulthood, a process that consumes about 2 decades. So, what do you think? It's complicated. It works. What causes the procreative arousal in one? It's largely an instinctual response to certain features of 2, knobs C and D, for example. What's so special about a couple of mangoes? Nothing. That's the poetry of it. Why not give 2 something more intrinsically exciting? Like what? I don't know. Baked Alaska. You're not really with me on this, are you? May I assume that before a 1 can achieve procreative arousal, it must wish to reproduce? The arousal arrives unbidden. Oh? Sometimes a 1 will even find itself aroused by another 1, and vice versa. Can they obtain relief under such circumstances? That's where slot E comes in. What are those bumpy things growing out of one's shoulders? Lily pads? Floopers. They look like lily pads. Normally, a 1 will keep its floopers clothed. As soon as a 2 sees a pair of naked floopers, slot B becomes covered with blue polka dots and yellow lubricious, thereby allowing the insertion of tab A to proceed with minimal friction. Lily pads can do that. It's all in the programming. And you really need 2 different versions of the prototype? My first draft had 5. Know what, Mr. Sarkos? Before I visit him tomorrow, I'm going to slip your plan in between Hamiels and Hamuels. I think he'll be quite amused. Let me make a suggestion, though. Sure. Take out the lily pads. They aren't nearly as funny as the rest of it. Not only did the female hominid survive the birthing process, she was up and about within an hour of expelling and eating the placenta, making jasmine tea for Martin and his associates as they lounged on the straw mats that crisscrossed the floor of her hut. Her name was Evangeline, and for a first-time mother she was remarkably confident, as if she'd been founding the human race all her life. Clarence, the new arrival, lay prone on a comforter stuffed with cockatoo feathers, babbling to himself in a manner so sweet as to constitute, Martin felt, a prima facie case against Augustine's theory of original sin. "I hesitate to contradict anyone as learned as you," said Evangeline, filling the bishop's ceramic tea mug from a red earthenware pot. The ape sat down. "But much of what you say in opus imperfectum contra Julianum doesn't go over well with us." "Oh," said Augustine warily. "When you indict my husband's seed as the ultimate source of humanity's woes, I find myself moved to defend him." "I would assume his grace was speaking metaphorically," said Occam. "Weren't you?" he asked the bishop. "Don't I wish?" Augustine replied, directing his Svengali gaze toward the male hominid. "A person's depravity is every bit as genetic as the color of his eyes. When you so flagrantly abused your free will, sir, disobeying a direct order from your Creator, you polluted not only your own semen, but also the semen of your progeny, the semen of your progeny's progeny, the semen of your progeny's progeny's progeny, and so on. The fall of man touches every one conceived from that foul fluid, a population embracing all persons, except, of course, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Every time a child is born with spina bifida, every time a maniac with a machine gun opens fire in a crowded restaurant, the tragedy bespeaks the fatal events that occurred upriver from this homestead." Saperstein snickered unapologetically, then turned toward Martin and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't lose too much sleep over this free will defense. Evidently it derives from some sort of weird-ass Lamarckian biology." Hope coursed through Martin's heart as he flipped open his laptop and typed "free will defense equals Lamarckian biology." "It doesn't derive from any sort of biology," snapped Augustine. "It derives from sound reasoning. In the book of Genesis, in Adam's fall we sinned all. Through Adam's schlong our race went wrong, replied Saperstein, jeering. I'm sorry, Your Grace, but it just won't wash, either scientifically or theologically. My name's Adrian, not Adam, said the male hominid, untying his baby's diaper. You folks could at least get that right. In the middle of the absorbent fig leaf lay a blob of excrement reminiscent of French's mustard. Adrian wrapped the soiled diaper around itself as if making a burrito and pointed it toward Saperstein. Don't be so quick to dismiss the free will argument. By focusing on my gonads, Augustine did the solution a great disservice. In your opinion, grunted Augustine. Properly formulated, the liberum arbitrium defense emerges as one of the most potent theodicies ever devised, Adrian persisted. Evangeline turned toward Martin, her beetle brow arching sympathetically. Sadly for you, the defense comes in two versions, a weak form, derived from Augustine's bizarre Lamarckian notions of inherited depravity, and a strong form perfected over the years by Augustine's intellectual descendants, among them Gregory the Great and Thomas Aquinas. If I were you, I wouldn't count on Lovett using the weak form. Morosely, Martin deleted free will defense equals Lamarckian biology. I want to ask you a favor, said Evangeline, resting her calloused palm on his knee. I'd like you to make an honest woman of me. A tall order, said Augustine. Shut up, said Adrian. Nothing fancy, said Evangeline. Adrian and I merely want to formalize our commitment to each other. I lost the election, said Martin. I'm no longer a justice of the peace. Such a ceremony wouldn't be legal. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother us. I'd be happy to help you out, sure. Wonderful. Tell me more about free will. Evangeline raised the baby to her breast. Although Adrian and I are often cited in connection with this solution, we're actually quite tangential to it. Forget the Garden of Eden, the Tree of Knowledge, and my husband's supposed descent into depravity. I'm sick of being the fall guy, said Adrian, nodding. Go on, said Martin grimly. You should understand that the liberum arbitrium solution cannot account for so-called natural evil, earthquakes, tornadoes, sickle cell anemia. Evangeline cast a sardonic eye on Augustine. All right, some people would say our transgression reverberated throughout nature. Before we ate the apple, pathogenic microbes didn't exist and the world was one big Elysian field. In general, though, if you want to explain volcanoes and such, stick with your basic ontological defense. It's a powerful theodicy. So I hear, said Martin wearily. Do you happen to know any rebuttals to that argument? Funny you should ask, said Evangeline. We've been working on one for... How long has it been now, Adrian? 4 million years. Our hobby, you might say. If we ever find ontology's underbelly, Mr. Candle, you'll be the first to hear about it. Adrian kissed his son on the fontanelle. Beyond natural evil, of course, lies existential evil, plane crashes, hotel fires, mining accidents, as well as moral evil, notably war, murder, rape, torture, terrorism, and slavery. To clear God's name in those arenas, you can't do better than the free will defense. It begins with a question. What is our most precious gift from the Almighty? Answer, our freedom. Even before the coma came, a person could be reasonably sure that once he'd selected a course of action, simple or complex, virtuous or wicked, no divine emissary would appear and compel him to do otherwise. Now that God is non compos mentis, we can be even more certain of our autonomy. Whatever your other problems, Mr. Candle, you aren't a puppet. Never forget that fact. But there's a catch, said Evangeline. If freedom is an absolute, no strings attached, then the unprincipled dictator in South America must enjoy the same quality of volition as the soup kitchen saint on the Lower East Side. The autonomy of the world's most ruthless assassin must equal the autonomy of its noblest storefront lawyer. In such a universe, I have the mundane option of lifting Clarence to my breast and feeding him, and I also have the horrendous option of wrapping my fingers around his neck and strangling him. Pain and suffering, to wit, are the price we pay for having real choices in life, said Adrian. Evil is, as it were, the lesser of two evils. A hard bargain, but I don't see how God could have arranged things differently. Oh. Martin's stomach seemed to turn itself inside out. He shivered with nausea and despair. But if God in his day was both omnipotent and good, wasn't he obligated to intervene on behalf of the innocent? Asked Occam. Wasn't he bound to soften the Dachau commandant's heart, cool the child molester's lust? Consider what you're saying, interrupted Evangeline. You're saying our free will shouldn't be truly free. You're saying our moral choices shouldn't be authentic moral choices. You're saying we should be robots. That way lies madness. I have a question concerning your baby, said Saperstein. Can you specify the mechanism by which one cell committed to becoming little Clarence's brainstem? Huh, said Evangeline. Martin took a swallow of tea. The nausea persisted, wave after wave, wrought by the free will defense. Excuse me, he said, closing his computer and gaining his feet. I need some fresh air. It's a fundamental biological riddle, said Saperstein. How does an unspecialized cell— All I do is gestate the things, said Evangeline. Hobbling out of the hut, Martin stumbled through the forlorn vegetable patch and headed for the river. He paused atop the levee, studying the sanguine currents. He groaned. The beasts were upon him, the behemoth of ontology, the leviathan of liberum arbitrium. Behemoth's feet crushing his skull, Leviathan's teeth shredding his flesh. Perish the day when I was born, he cried, quoting his hero. He clutched his belly, leaned over the levee, and regurgitated his breakfast into the rush of donated blood. Later that morning, Martin kept his promise, returning to the hut and marrying Evangeline and Adrian in a simple, non-denominational ceremony of the sort he'd performed many times throughout his career. Saperstein served as best man. Beecham was the maid of honor. Occam videotaped the whole affair with his camcorder. Annoyed by the ape's critique of opus imperfectum contra Julianum, Bishop Augustine boycotted their wedding. At one point, Martin glanced out the window and saw him pacing anxiously back and forth along the riverbank, wrestling with some terrible but unspecified temptation. If anyone as tormented as Augustine had ever walked into my little courtroom, Martin mused, I would have maneuvered him into psychotherapy post-haste. The noon hour found the good-intentioned passengers gathered atop the forecastle, chatting among themselves as the pilot plied them with margaritas. Belphegor's recipe differed only slightly from Lot's. There were no limes aboard the steamer, so he'd used lemon juice instead. I saw a great movie the other day, said Belphegor, filling Martin's salted glass from the cocktail shaker. Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers! It was on the Vomit Channel. Moral evil, muttered Martin bitterly. An unavoidable phenomenon. If you want authentic freedom, you have to accept chainsaw hookers in the bargain. Whatever. Did any of you happen to catch it? My father used to own the poster. Martin plugged his modem into his laptop. He was a Sunday school teacher. I failed to see the connection, said Belphegor. You had to be there. Speaking of liberum arbitrium, I realize there's something else we should ask him when we reach the gland, said Beecham. Namely, did God have any choice in making the universe the way it is? Did he exert any free will in the matter? That's good, Jocelyn, said Saperstein. The question, I must admit, is not original with me. I'm borrowing it from Einstein. No choice? Martin fired up his computer. That doesn't sound like God. Think again. Occam imbibed his margarita. As G.W. Leibniz noted over 300 years ago, if God is the best of all possible deities, then he logically equipped creation with the best of all possible physical laws. A perfect being would never knowingly make an imperfect world. Saperstein tapped on Martin's modem. Which brings us to your agenda. Maybe the world is ideal mathematically, but it hardly seems utopian in any other sense. If the opportunity arises, said Martin, retrieving his email, I intend to ask him about his own personal theodicy. From selkirk2@aol.org. To markhand@prodigy.edu. Date, Thursday, May 25th, 2:47 p.m. EDT. Your hunch was right. It turns out PBS spent $6,848,500 on Havoc, and when I offered them a nice round $7 million, they started waving a purchase agreement in my face. As for their old fears that Court TV and CNN would broadcast the series en passant, the subject never even came up. On Tuesday afternoon, per your orders, I sicked our hungry grad students on the ontological solution, but I don't imagine they'll bring it to bay before next week. Meanwhile, the dossiers on Lovett's theological witnesses get fatter by the hour. Yes, the defense's Bernard Kaplan is the same one who wrote When You Walk Through a Storm. Patricia and I had a dreadful fight last night, and the upshot is that we're going to stop seeing each other. I'm just as glad. Her lack of faith in International 227 was getting increasingly hard to stomach. The end of the Randall-Patricia affair filled Martin with profound disquiet. He wondered who'd instigated the breakup. The thought of Randall unceremoniously dumping Patricia angered him. The poor woman had suffered enough loss lately. But the alternative, Patricia jilting Randall, was equally troubling if it meant she was still carrying a torch for the ex-JP of Abaddon. Patricia deserved better than a dying man in love with his dead wife. From markhand@prodigy.edu to selkirk2@aol.org. Date Thursday, May 25th, 3:10 p.m. local time. We've had another setback. Not only is the ontological solution a bear, its counterpart in the moral domain, the free will defense, appears equally unassailable. Get your young philosophers on the job right away. We're paying a $15,000 bounty to whoever can slay the Leviathan of Liberum Arbitrium. Beyond our theological difficulties, I think we're in good shape. Esther has scheduled some absolutely beautiful victims. Sooner or later, Randall's Harvard kids would come up with something, Martin told himself. The thought of the ontological and free will defenses being dismantled at Lovett's place of employment, practically under his nose, filled him with unabashed glee. From estglued@aol.org to markhand@prodigy.edu. Date, Thursday, May 25th, 8:36 p.m. EDT. The news at this end is all good. Our amyotrophic lateral sclerosis witness, Christopher Ransom, just signed up for our initial offer of $85,000, and our cystic fibrosis dad is also in the bag. His name is Harry Elder, and he refuses to take any money. I'd feel like a leech. Best of all, Norma Bedlow has agreed to defer her suicide until after we put her on the stand. Her fee, her legacy, as she puts it, is $110,000. If she knew how to go about the deed, I don't think she'd be so cooperative. No doctor will give her the information she requires. Writing back to Esther, Martin found himself singing the proof rock song from Crabs, matching the notes to the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the keyboard. From markhand@prodigy.edu to estglued@aol.org, date Thursday, May 25th, 3:32 p.m. local time. As Randall may have told you, he has secured the services of a human depravity specialist named Tanya Braverman and an authority on natural and existential evil named Donald Carbone. Between these two expert witnesses and your fine roster of sufferers, we've got a damn good chance of winning. At dusk, the good intentions reached the river's source, a freestanding column of donated blood shooting 3 miles into the air and bulking 1,000 feet in diameter. The cataract fed not only the Hiddekel, Augustine explained, but 3 other cranial arteries as well, the eastward-flowing Euphrates, the Gihon as it rushed to circle the land of Cush, and the Pison pursuing its southern course to Havilah. Martin had never seen such a phenomenon before, this frothing, thundering mass rising heavenward like a liquid tornado. Sipping a margarita, he bent over the transom and stared into the roiling plasma. Something strange appeared. A fifth river rolled out of Eden. Just a brook, really, its bed filled not with blood but water. Martin recognized it. The brook's hue bespoke its identity, God's idea of Wapelani Creek, aglow with Abaddon Township's legendary golden carp. "Which river drains the pineal gland?" he asked Augustine. "The Euphrates, the Gihon as well, also the Pison, even the Hiddekel if you want to take the long way around. Here in God's brain, all roads lead to his soul." "What about that little one over there, Wapelani Creek? Will that bring us to the gland, too?" Augustine scowled and said, "About 20 miles from here it empties into the Schuylkill, and from there into the Gihon." "I want us to follow it." "Bad idea. Our draft's too deep. We'd run aground." "Then I'll make the trip alone." "Alone? On foot?" Martin nodded. "It'll take you 3 days at least," said Augustine. "I'll camp out," said Martin. "I don't think we should split up," said Occam. "Aren't you too sick to go off on your own?" asked Beecham. "Of course he's too sick to go off on his own," said Saperstein. "Please understand, I've got a unique opportunity here." Martin shifted his gaze back and forth among the scientists, a worried Occam, a confounded Beecham, a disgruntled Saperstein. "When I was 14, I watched 2 bulldozers destroy my childhood home. It used to be a firehouse, but Dad had turned it into a really magical place, full of funny little rooms and slanted floors you could use like sliding boards. I'll bet you anything that in God's idea of Abaddon, my firehouse still stands." Drawing the pink itinerary from his coat, Augustine faced Martin and ripped the paper to shreds. "Whether you visit your native township or not, we won't be needing this any more." He tossed the confetti over the bulwark. The blood tornado caught the fragments, sucking them toward its core. "I hope you've learned your lesson, sir. Theodicy is a serious business. Ontology, free will, it takes more than righteous indignation to defeat 2,000 years of subtle and courageous Christian thought. Perhaps you'd better pull out now, before Lovett trounces you." "Thanks for the advice, Your Grace, but International 227 is going to happen. Maybe if you're nice to Job, he'll let you watch it on his Magnavox. It's a much bigger set than the Devil's." At 8 o'clock the next morning, after entrusting his laptop, modem, cellular phone, and theological artifacts to Father Occam, Martin shouldered his backpack and began to trace the circuitous and shimmering Wapelani. A 10-mile hike beneath the shining murinal canopy brought him to the outskirts of the township's affluent northern section. As the creek wound through the parks and playgrounds, through the golf courses, tennis courts, and backyards sporting swimming pools and Japanese rock gardens, the coma's devastating legacy presented itself in stark detail. Severed power lines hung uselessly from their poles. The grass suggested the beer-stained surface of a pool table in some shabby urban saloon. Whatever glorious views and pristine vistas had once graced the divine edition of Abaddon, they had long since succumbed to his sleep. A crab spasm detonated in Martin's right hip. He pulled the Roxanol bottle from his pocket, swallowed 2 tablets, and waited impatiently as the opium found its way to his brain. He pressed on. At noon, he reached the weedy environs of his old high school. A chanting sound, cadenced and aboriginal, wafted across the field. He stopped, listened. The noise resolved into scores of adolescent voices reciting the 23rd Psalm. "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." Martin resumed his journey, following the creek for another 50 yards, then pausing at the threshold of a familiar wooden footbridge. As a student, he had crossed this stout span nearly 3,000 times, but only now did he see how evil it was, a lethal trap waiting to snare some innocent Abaddonian's wife. He closed his eyes and stumbled forward. Passing over the Wapelani, he approached the glass and aluminum front door of his school, raised his palm, and pushed. The door broke loose and crashed to the floor, launching a spiraling plume of dust. Like its terrestrial counterpart, the foyer of God's idea of Abaddon Senior High featured a 6-foot-wide plastic globe etched with contour lines and coordinates. Martin drew nearer. The globe he saw depicted not the Earth, but some infant planet, whose Pangeic mass had yet to fracture into continents. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all ye lands. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. Psalm 100 grew louder, echoing up and down the empty corridors as Martin limped into the auditorium. Dust carpeted the aisles. Springs poked through the seat cushions like decapitated jack-in-the-boxes. The curtains hung in tatters, as if they'd fallen prey to some voracious species of moth. Up on the stage, the idea of Mr. Genasio strutted back and forth as he taught 12th grade honors English, an open copy of the Brothers Karamazov balanced on his palm. Dostoevsky himself believed that the heart of the novel is Ivan and Alyosha's debate about the nature of God, said Genasio, lecturing at the top of his voice, lest the thundering recitation drown him out. Ivan's examples of evil, all taken by the author from contemporary newspapers, are among the most devastating ever compiled. The peasant boy torn to pieces by hounds in front of his mother for hurting a nobleman's dog. The baby whom the Turks amuse with a shiny pistol right before blowing her head off. The 5-year-old whose educated parents, angered by her bedwetting, smear her face with her own feces, make her eat the remainder, then lock her all night in a freezing outhouse, the child beating herself on the chest the whole time, crying out for God to protect her. To his brother, Ivan says, "Imagine that you are creating a fabric of human destiny with the object of making men happy in the end, giving them peace and rest at last, but that it was essential and inevitable to torture to death only one tiny creature, that baby beating its breast with its fist, for instance, and to found that edifice on its unavenged tears. Would you consent to be the architect on those conditions?" And Alyosha replies, "No, I wouldn't consent." Mr. Genasio snapped the novel shut, pivoted on his right heel, and exited stage left. The instant the chanters finished Psalm 100, they launched into the Lord's Prayer. Following his ears, Martin left the auditorium, limped down the hall to room 107, and stepped furtively inside. 24 students sat at their desks, eyes closed, heads bowed, hands clasped. Dissection kits and triple objective microscopes rested atop the counters. Storage cabinets lined the walls, their shelves jammed with taxidermy specimens: great horned owl, bobcat, beaver, snapping turtle, rattlesnake. At the front of the room stood a spindly, sunken-eyed man, his fingers so tightly intertwined their tips were red with blood. But deliver us from evil, for thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. The spindly man raised his head and blinked, whereupon Martin recognized Oscar Simmons, his 11th grade biology teacher. Without saying a word, the idea of Mr. Simmons removed a red leather-bound New Testament from his desk drawer, opened it near the middle, and flipped ahead one page. Martin smiled. Throughout his life, every time his father had picked up a Bible, he had witnessed this startling phenomenon of a man cracking the spine of Scripture and finding himself within a page of the desired verse. Today's reading comes from Paul's first letter to the Corinthians. Mr. Simmons' students lifted their eyes in unison. The coma had exacted a severe toll. With their small skulls, beady eyes, and gap-toothed smiles, they seemed descended not from healthy Abaddonian stock, but from some isolated backwoods family drowning in its own gene pool, a classroom of village idiots. "Excuse me," said Martin, stepping forward. Mr. Simmons lowered his New Testament, cradling it protectively against his chest as he fixed Martin with a stare so feral it rivaled the stuffed horned owl's. If you don't like what you're about to hear, sir, you may leave the room, provided you can show me a note from your mother. When I had you for advanced biology, you were the ultimate logical positivist. What happened? The teacher pointed skyward. Out there, yes, I'm a skeptic. But in here, I'm a fundamentalist Christian. My most popular course is called Introduction to Scientific Creationism. Prayer and Bible reading have been banned in the public schools, Martin protested. My classmate, Randall Selkirk, got the Supreme Court to declare this sort of exercise unconstitutional. What you're doing is against the law. In God's version of reality, Mr. Simmons explained, the court ruled that the First Amendment permits classroom Bible reading for the purpose of ethical as opposed to religious instruction. The Holy Scriptures are a proven source of moral education, manifestly meriting a place in every student's schedule, noted Justice Thomas Clark, writing for the majority. With a florid gesture, he directed the class's gaze toward the interloper. Ladies and gentlemen, do we know who this is? Yes, Mr. Simmons, said the students in unison, as if still reciting the Lord's Prayer. This is Martin Candle. And what is Mr. Candle's project? International 227, Job Society versus Corpus Dei. And how do we feel about International 227? It makes us mad, said the students, rising in a body. How mad? Mad as hornets, mad as Vespula maculata. It took Martin only a second to realize what Mr. Simmons' class intended. Charging away from their desks, 6 students formed a human barricade across the doorway, while the others raced toward the storage cabinets, tore open the doors, and systematically armed themselves. And God created Bubo Virginianus, cried a busty girl as she hurled a stuffed horned owl at Martin. The predatory bird soared past his face, slashing his cheek with its talon. And God created Castor canadensis, yelled a chunky boy, his face ravaged by acne. The mummified beaver came toward Martin, socking him in the stomach like a prize-fighter's illegal punch. Lynx rufus, shouted a lanky female student with a beehive hairdo. The preserved bobcat took to the air, striking Martin's forehead and raising an instant welt. Rana catasbayana, screamed a cross-eyed male student wearing a T-shirt reading, My God is not dead, sorry to hear about yours. A glass jar containing a pickled bullfrog sailed toward Martin, missing him by inches, then hit the far wall and exploded like a landmine. The crisp, macabre odor of formaldehyde filled the classroom. Attention, ladies and gentlemen! Attention! Shouted Mr. Simmons. You must answer one more question. Will welts and bruises keep Mr. Candle from the Hague? No! Cried the pupils. Will nicks and scratches stop him? No! Moving with one mind and a single purpose, the students sought out their dissection kits. A dozen silver scalpels appeared, glittering in the pungent air. Each blade looked singularly cruel, as if recently employed in a surgical operation performed without anesthesia. Martin's muscles stopped working, frozen by incredulity and fear. Knives flashing, the students rushed toward their visitor. He glanced across the room. One way out, only one. Gritting his teeth, he tore off his backpack, hobbled forward, and threw himself against the window. By some miracle, the entire structure gave way, glass, rails, sash bars, shattering like a porcelain vase encountering Stuart Torvald's gavel. Martin snapped into a fetal position. God's gravity drew him down, claiming him as it had earlier claimed Corinne and her pickup truck. Loving and deep, the Wapalani awaited. Martin cannonballed into the water and sank. His buttocks touched the sandy bottom. He arched his spine, exhaled a stream of bubbles, and surfaced just as Mr. Simmons screamed, You'll never get around the liberum arbitrium defense. I do not consent to the universe, cried Martin, afloat on his back. Free will must be absolute. I do not consent. He stretched out his arms, thumbed his nose at his former teacher, and let the golden currents bear him away. Chapter 10. The crab was on the prowl again, pursuing its maleficent agenda. It jabbed one fighting claw into Martin's left hip and poked another deep into the corresponding femur. He screamed, frightening a shoal of carp so badly it disbanded and swam away in 9 different directions. Buoyed by the Wapelani, he drifted west, past the Glendale sewage treatment plant, through a field of blighted sunflowers, and into the town of Kingsley. It was a poor community by Abaddonian standards, one in which the average household owned neither a dishwasher nor a clothes dryer. On both sides of the creek, damp white laundry hung from fraying ropes. He rose and clambered up the bank, the Wapelani's waters sluicing down his limbs, then drew out his Roxanol and ate 3 tablets. As the holy opium suffused his nervous system, filling him with ersatz bliss, he turned and continued on foot, eyes fixed on the citizens' cluttered lots. His behavior, he realized, partook of voyeurism. Studying the Kingsleyites' backyards was not unlike peering into their bedrooms or rifling through their bureau drawers. These randomly scattered belongings, these swaying undergarments, corroded barbecue grills, and fractured plastic wading pools, were not intended for strangers' eyes. Ever the magistrate, he shuddered to behold what the local ordinances called attractive nuisances, hazards that could easily lure and harm a passing child. A manifestly unstable treehouse, a swing set that had rusted to the point of collapse, an uncovered septic tank. Why couldn't people behave more responsibly? He cleaved to the Wapelani, footfall following footfall as he moved past the town limits, the miles dissolving in a Roxanolian haze, until eventually he reached a place he didn't want to be, the northeast quadrant of Hillcrest Cemetery. Pocked and corroded, the headstones resembled immense upended sponges. He quickened his pace, gimping steadily across the grounds, refusing to read any names, dates, or epitaphs. The last thing he needed to see just then was the idea of Corinne Rosewood's grave. He carried that stone in his heart. At the top of a knoll, a wiry man with leathery skin sat before a tombstone surmounted by a Celtic cross. His wardrobe was at once casual and austere. Black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, Pennsylvania Dutch straw hat. Oblivious to Martin's approach, the man reached into a canvas satchel and drew out a steel wool pad and a glass bottle filled with a clear fluid. He unplugged the bottle and drenched the pad. A sharp serrated odor filled the air. Sulfuric acid, Martin realized. H2SO4, as he'd learned to call it in Mr. Barzak's chemistry class. The man pushed the pad against the inscription and rubbed it up and down, burning a cavity in the granite. Hearing footfalls, the man lifted his gaze and glowered. Martin froze, dazed by the shock of recognition. His throat tightened. The blood drained from his face. "Dad?" "No," said the idea of Walter Candle. "Yes, you're my father, and I'm your son." As Martin studied the mutilated inscription, a jolt of fear tore through him, palpable as any crab spasm. Martin Candle, the stone read. Next came his birth date, March 15, 1947. His death date was gone, erased by his father's acid. A blameless and upright man, the epitaph asserted. "No son of mine would be out to defame his creator," said Walter Candle. "At the moment, I'm merely out to find our old firehouse. Is it still there?" "I imagine so. Haven't been to Fox Run in years. Mostly I hang out at Perkinsville First Presbyterian, teaching the youngsters about Jesus." "The missing date. My death. What did it read?" "I'm not supposed to tell you." "Please." "I will say this much. If you don't go back on Odredex," Walter burned March 15, 1947 from the stone, "the end will come sooner than if you do." The sun reached its zenith, evaporating the Wapelani from Martin's skin and clothes. Unzipping his windbreaker, he reached inside and scratched the itch surrounding his portacath valve. "I remember when you used to rescue epitaphs, not wreck them." Walter gave the pad a fresh dousing of acid. "I save what's worth saving." He went to work on A Blameless and Upright Man, "and I erase what isn't. That's an impressive pair of bazooms you've got there." "Estrogen-induced gynecomastia. The side effects of Odrodex are even worse." Thunder boomed across Hillcrest Cemetery. Martin winced. A terminated career, an incinerated house, and now International 227 had brought another curse upon him, his father's posthumous contempt. "Sounds like we're in for some nasty weather." "If I were you, I'd look for shelter," Walter continued, tampering with the epitaph, making it read "A Lame Man." "You don't want to get caught in a brainstorm." "It's good to see you, Dad." Martin leaned forward, fully intending to hug his father, but the old man suddenly grew as stiff as Mrs. Lot. "Wish I could say as much. Wish I was having the same happy feelings the father did in Luke chapter 15 when his prodigal son came home. And you have been prodigal, Martin, wasting your energies on a vain project." "Sometimes it's necessary to call God to account. Read Job." "Job was pious and faithful." Walter applied the pad to the M in Martin. "He loved his heavenly Father." "The Almighty set me up as his target," said Martin, quoting his hero over a second thunderclap. "His arrows rained upon me from every side. Pitiless, he cut deep into my vitals. He spilt my gall on the ground. That's God's antagonist talking, Dad. An angry man, not a Sunday school teacher." "All right, fine." Walter erased the A and the R. "But then Job said, 'I repent in dust and ashes.'" "Only after he'd gotten his day in court." A drop of thick, milky liquid struck Martin's nose. "What in the world?" "Cerebrospinal fluid," Walter explained, obliterating the last 3 letters in Candle. The inscription now read, "Tin Can." "Any minute now. The storm will be upon us." "I wish I were a tin can." Martin gestured toward the vandalized stone. A second drop fell, then another, spattering his brow. "A tin can feels no pain." "You're in pain?" asked Walter, with a mixture of dry curiosity and genuine concern. "Most of the time." Walter blotted out tin and can, then replenished his pad and capped the acid bottle. "I'm sorry, son. Truly sorry." He removed "A Lame Man," turning the stone into a tabula rasa. A fourth drop fell, hitting Martin's cheek an inch above the wound he'd received from the stuffed horned owl. "The worst pain doesn't come from my tumor." "Oh, yes, it does. You'd pick parental rejection over prostate cancer any day of the week." Martin said nothing, stunned into silence by the truth of his father's words. More fluid arrived, 10 drops, 20, 50, and then the storm broke, blowing across the graveyard in great diaphanous sheets. Walter secured the acid in his satchel and struggled to his feet. "Tell your mother I miss her." Standing amid the stones, swathed in fluid, satchel in hand, he looked like Death making a house call. He faced west, and suddenly he was on the move, scurrying away through the Korean section. "Tell your sister I love her." Lightning flashed, zigzagging across the dome of God's left hemisphere like an immense stitch sewn by Jonathan Sarkos. Martin leaned into the wind. He took off, moving amid the stones like a skier following a slalom course. A second bolt split the sky, illuminating the inscriptions. "Abner Whittington, devoted friend and loving son, 1959-1988. "I'm going to return you the ticket," he cried, raising a clenched fist toward heaven. "I do not consent." Sasha Reynolds, 1963, 1967. Thank you for brightening our lives. Love, Mommy and Daddy. Job didn't have the data. He stumbled past the vine-covered backhoe shed. I've got the data. Brandon Appleyard, 1992, 1999. I miss you so much. All my love, Mommy. I've got the whole damn Croft Museum, God. I've got 11 solid hours of havoc. This time, you won't escape. Jehovic in its anger, Wagnerian in its sweep, the storm raged on, augmenting the Wapalani with so much cerebrospinal fluid that it overflowed onto the Abaddonians' lots and began carrying off their possessions. The creek became a mulligan stew of picnic tables, davenports, chaise longues, wheelbarrows, bird baths, and badminton nets. A molded plastic playhouse floated by, a terrified orange cat marooned on its roof. A garden hose followed, riding the deluge like a satanic tapeworm. Seeking safety, Martin climbed onto the lowest branch of a sycamore tree rooted on the border between South Hills and Fox Run. He straddled the wet bark and watched the rising tide of consumer goods. When a sudden flood brings death, he mocks the plight of the innocent, he shouted into the rain. O earth, cover not my blood, and let my cry for justice find no rest. And then, abruptly, as if cowed by his plea, the thunder grew silent, the clouds closed up, and the lightning ceased to flash. He descended. Carefully, gamely, he moved along the inundated bank, the muddy waters covering his feet, calves, and knees, reaching almost to his decaying thigh bones. An aluminum canoe lay caught in the cleft of a willow tree, its bottom holding a jumble of splintery paddles, tattered life jackets, and broken toys, including the Sargassia Saga's Captain Renardo and a torn inflatable sea serpent. His initial impulse was to leave the canoe alone, but then he saw that the Wapalani would soon bear it away, and he decided to act first. Salvage was not theft. Shortly after boarding his new canoe, he realized he wouldn't have to power the vessel, merely steer it. The waters were transporting him faster than his muscles ever could. Sitting in the stern, using a paddle as a rudder, he alternately focused on keeping the canoe in the center of the stream and on trying to decide whether the idea of Walter Candle was a person he could ever grow to love. Waves of grief washed over Martin as he approached the juncture of the Wapalani and the Algonquin, a foamy nexus giving birth to the muddy Schuylkill River. The demonic Algonquin, he mused, spanned by the equally malign Henry Avenue Bridge. His heart pounded. Nausea suffused him. Firming his grip on the paddle, he locked his gaze on the waters ahead. As the intersection drew near, he turned and, succumbing to temptation, peeked, a lapse he instantly regretted. 50 yards up the Algonquin, near the southern edge of Abaddon Marsh, Corinne's Ford Ranger leaned against the levee, its cab poking above the waterline, its load bed and rear wheels submerged. A dead Irish setter, stiff with rigor mortis, lay atop the hood. Get out of here, he told himself. Leave immediately. He pivoted the canoe 200 degrees, aimed the prow toward his wife's truck, and began to paddle, churning against the onrushing flood. 10 minutes later, he reached the Ranger. The driver's door bore a cracked and peeling painting of a deliriously happy Springer Spaniel, encircled by the words Kennel of Joy. Martin propped his elbows on the frame of the shattered window, eased forward, and peered inside. Corinne's corpse, thank God, was gone. A glass bowl occupied the driver's seat. Several inches away, a crayfish lay belly up on the damp upholstery, its legs rowing back and forth in the air. Beside the crayfish, a golden carp enacted a death dance, flopping and gasping. Inside the glass bowl, a tiny creature, reminiscent of a tadpole in size and shape, but possessing a distinctly humanoid head, swam around and around. Its eyes bulged with fear, its cheeks quivered with pain. "Are you Martin Candle?" the tadpole inquired, a string of bubbles exiting its mouth. "What?" he said, flabbergasted. "You're Judge Candle, correct?" "That's right, ex-judge." "Hello, Father." "Father? Father?" "Father," the tadpole repeated, wheezing. "It's really very simple. Your wife was pregnant when she died." His jaw went slack. "Pregnant? Corinne? You're my child?" "Alas, that's overstating the case by about 4,000 billion cells." "Oh, dear," he sighed. "We would have lost you." A banner headline in the Abaddon Sentinel: "Local magistrate loses embryo, miscarriage of justice's daughter." "Daughter? You would have been a girl?" "It's the Y chromosome that does it." Was this happening? Was he dreaming? Even if she could claim no objective reality for herself, a hallucination inside a hallucination, he still felt an instinctual urge to nurse the tadpole through whatever illness had befallen her. "I always thought Jolene was a lovely name for a girl," he mused dreamily. "Corinne liked it, too." "I don't want a name. I want a voice." "A voice? What do you mean, Jolene?" "I stand before you today not as your hypothetical descendant, but as the ambassador of my kind. The statistics, as you may know, are appalling. 2 of us sloughed off for every 6 who make it into the world. In all of history, there was never a more prolific abortionist than God Almighty. Make sure the tribunal learns that fact." "Okay, but the thing is, Jolene—" "Stop calling me that. The thing is, the minute I start going after God for miscarriages, Lovett will simply counter with the Swiss cheese defense. If you want a differentiated, variegated, plenary universe, he'll say, then defective embryos become a metaphysical necessity." "You got justice for that lady whose dress was ruined. You got it for those women whose boyfriend lied about his vasectomy." "Yes, Jolene, but they were people. Maybe you haven't heard, but in the outside world, the ontological status of embryos is a matter of considerable controversy." "Of course I've heard. I wasn't born yesterday. Cut the Jolene crap." The tadpole coughed, convulsed, and spoke again. "Give us a voice, Judge. Our day in court. Justice." "I can't drag miscarriages into International 227. It's a gigantic can of worms. I can't." "Let me try another tack." A seizure coursed through her ethereal body. "Imagine a planet where—" "Yes?" The tadpole made no reply. "Jolene?" She quivered once more, nose to tail. Her eyes retracted into her head. "Jolene!" he screamed as her limp body drifted to the top of the fishbowl. No answer. "Jolene!" Silence. "Say something!" Cupping his hand, he dipped it into the bowl and lifted the corpse free. "Jolene, can you hear me?" As Martin watched in horror, her skin fell away like a thimble slipping from Jonathan Sarcos's finger, revealing an array of tiny gelatinous organs. The disintegration continued, claiming her bones and tissues, leaving him with nothing in his hand but a puddle of water. Dazed and exhausted, he slumped back onto the canoe seat. He picked up the paddle, oblivious to the dozen splinters that broke off the shaft and lodged in his palms. Pushing the canoe free of the ranger, he poled forward 20 yards into a shallow lagoon where anemic bullfrogs hopped amid clusters of rotting logs. He set down the paddle, lowered his head, and as tears squirted from his eyes, began pondering the curious fact that in the entire book of Job, the sufferer never once lamented the loss of his children. While our hero sat stupefied in his stolen canoe, I was working at my sewing machine, stitching together a pair of overalls for one of my regular customers, a Boeing aviation technician who wishes to remain anonymous. His name is Desmond Featherstone. The crowning event of Desmond's career occurred on August 12, 1985. At 6:12 p.m., Japan Airlines Flight 123, a Boeing 747, took off from Tokyo's Haneda Airport. 13 minutes later, the plane's rear bulkhead ruptured, a consequence of faulty repairs by Desmond and his teammates, causing a section of rudder to break loose and fall into Tokyo Bay. As cushions and oxygen masks flew crazily about the cabin, flight attendants instructed the passengers to put on life preservers and lean forward, heads down. In the rear of the 747, off-duty stewardess Yumi Ochiai felt her ears pop as the cabin lost pressure. Glancing out the windows, she caught a glimpse of Mount Fuji. The stricken plane went hira hira, and seconds later it skidded through the foothills of Mount Osutaka, uprooting trees and crashing into the slope. Hira hira. Who else but the Japanese would have a word for the slow, twisting fall of a leaf? With morning's first light, scores of rescue workers arrived, picking through a hellish landscape of charred metal, melted plastic, dead bodies, severed limbs, and pools of blood. Nobody imagined finding any survivors. But then a worker noticed something moving amid the wreckage. It was Yumi, badly hurt but still alive. Minutes later, another worker spotted a 12-year-old girl caught in a tree, her injuries miraculously limited to cuts and bruises. A third worker found a mother and her 8-year-old daughter, both suffering from nothing worse than broken bones. One of the most poignant moments I have ever witnessed occurred a year after the 747 hit Mount Osutaka and sent 520 irredeemably depraved travelers to their graves, along with 8 wicked fetuses and 4 sinful embryos. On July 31st, 1986, the idea of Desmond Featherstone came into my shop and asked me to make him a pair of dungarees. While placing his order, he repeatedly slid from his pocket a newspaper photo of the 4 Flight 123 survivors, waving it in my face. "They're all alive," he muttered tonelessly, his mouth locked in a pained smile. "They're all alive." And yet, confoundingly, from time to time, I still meet people who deny that God protects the innocent. For 2 solid hours, Martin remained in the canoe, the soggy night pressing upon him as he squeezed the splinters from his palms. High above, a crescent moon glittered in the sky like a silver sickle. The air trembled with insect serenades and bullfrog love songs. Leaving the good intentions had been a mistake, he now realized. There was no reason to believe the firehouse still stood, whereas the sooner he reached the pineal gland, the sooner he could ask the defendant about his own personal theodicy. A new sound arose, unexpected yet familiar, an exquisite female voice singing the Lady of Shalott. Pangs of loss intermingled with prostate cancer shot through Martin. He seized the paddle, grasping and groaning as he jabbed it into the lagoon. Out upon the wharfs they came, knight and burgher, lord and dame, and round the prow they read her name, the Lady of Shalott. He looked up. Luminous with moonlight, the idea of Corinne Rosewood danced on the far shore of the Algonquin, moving synchronously with the song. A panther skin rug covered the ground beneath her feet, secured by her portable sound system. She wore no clothes. Cerebrospinal fluid gleamed on her naked flesh. Despite the divine coma, this vision of Corinne was no less enchanting than his memory of her terrestrial equivalent. For an entire minute he sat motionless in the stern, transfixed by her supple limbs. But Lancelot mused a little space. He said she has a lovely face. God in his mercy lend her grace, the Lady of Shalott. "Martin," she called in a choked, husky voice. Abaddon Marsh lay spread out behind her, cattails and spartina grass swaying in the nocturnal breeze. "Martin, is that you?" "It's me." For a fleeting instant he recalled what concupiscence was like, the sweet pain of it all. "It's really me." "Oh, Martin, Martin." As she shut off the sound system, the moon caught the halo of serum encircling her auburn hair. Firming his grip on the paddle, he stroked vigorously and sent the canoe on a direct course for his dead wife. "I've missed you," he wailed, weeping uncontrollably. "I've missed you so much. Darling, we would have named her Jolene, wouldn't we?" he shouted, tear ducts throbbing. "Named who, Jolene?" "Your pregnancy. I just spoke with her." "This brain is haunted, Martin. It's full of ghosts. Ignore them." He dragged the canoe onto the beach, panting with a mixture of exhaustion and longing. Fiery pains traveled up and down his femurs. He didn't care. Using the paddle as a crutch, he hobbled toward Corinne, whereupon a wholly unexpected command broke from her lips. "Stay away." She might as well have been a divine emissary forbidding Mrs. Lot to look back. "Stay away," she said again. "Don't touch me." He stopped. "I'm not being irrational, really." He studied her exquisite feet. Sprigs of catnip sprouted from the sandy beach, curling around the edges of the black pelt. "What's this all about?" Goosebumps grew on Corinne's thighs and breasts. She crossed her arms over her chest, rubbing each triceps with the opposite hand. "Here in the divine skull, if somebody you love arrives from the outside world, and if the two of you connect—" "Yes." "If you touch me, I'll—" "What?" "Dissolve." "Dissolve?" "I'll dissolve, Martin, like cotton candy. Myself, I wouldn't mind, but you'd be traumatized forever." "That's crazy, Corinne. I don't—" He was about to say "believe you" when a memory froze his tongue. Militant little Jolene disintegrating in his palm. "But why would he make such a law?" "Insecurity. Why else? He wants to be loved for what he is, not for what he gives us." She smiled wryly, pulling a sticky strand of congealed fluid from her hair. "So, who's taking care of my animals?" "Jenny found an eccentric old dowager on the main line, Maribel Folcroft. She added them to her private zoo." "Wonderful. What about the Kennel of Joy?" "When I left for Europe, it was flourishing." "Any good stories?" "The one I remember is about a seeing-eye dog up in Boston, Montesquieu the Labrador Retriever." "Montesquieu. Perfect." "The owner, Stephanie Brandt, she lost her vision a decade ago, retinitis pigmentosa. Last year, Montesquieu himself started going blind, inoperable cataracts. So Stephanie decided to get a second dog, not for her, for Monty." "Beautiful. Did the kennel come through?" "You bet. A female German shepherd named Bonnie. The three of them make quite a sight. Here comes Stephanie walking down the street in the company of her faithful guide dog, Monty, who is being led by his faithful guide dog, Bonnie." "Love it." "Thought you would." He leaned all his weight on the canoe paddle. "I'm afraid our catnip patch has gone to seed. I've been busy." Corinne offered a cryptic nod. "Yes, International 227. It's all anybody can talk about in here." "I'm doing it for you." "No, you're not." "You're one of the reasons. You're doing it because, back in Abaddon, once you knew somebody was guilty, you convicted the person and made him pay. You even made me pay." "I wish we could touch." "Me too." "I need to touch you." "Yes." "You have a lovely face." "So do you." "Next year I'll plant a new crop, I promise. Okay?" Saying nothing, Corinne bent over her sound system, ejected the cassette, and aimlessly pulled several feet of tape from the spindles. "It's horrible being a thought," she said at last. "I hate it." Tossing the cassette aside, she stepped off the pelt and back toward the marsh. "Goodbye, darling. Thanks for telling me about Montesquieu." She faced north, breaking into a run. "I'm dead," she called over her shoulder. "I'm nothing. I love you. Corinne!" He took off, hobbling forward on the canoe paddle, his hiking boots splatting through the mud. Within seconds she was gone, swallowed by a field of cattails. His femurs throbbed, his pubic bones burned. He stopped and studied the cylindrical flowers. Whip handles, he decided, fixed to the lashes with which 1,000 angry angels would one day flay him alive. "Corinne!" Again the crab attacked. Martin's pelvis flared beyond endurance. His brain shut down, seeking refuge from itself. Fainting, he fell forward into the warm silt, and as his consciousness melted away, he realized that his lips and tongue were moving, beseeching heaven. He prayed for his father's forgiveness. He prayed for his wife's soul, and he prayed that he was about to die in his sleep, peacefully, painlessly, like a spiritually fulfilled client of the kennel of joy. "Wake up!" A deep voice, male and malevolent. "Wake up!" the man said again. "Rise and shine, Mr. Candle, your journey isn't over." Martin pinched himself, noting with mixed emotions that he wasn't dead. The flatulence of Abaddon Marsh filled his nostrils. A pair of huge mutant fireflies hovered before him, flashing on and off bright red. He blinked. The fireflies froze in midair, transmuting into the eyes of Jonathan Sarcos. "How long was I asleep?" "Dawn is upon us," Sarcos replied, his face and shoulders lit by the crimson beams streaming from his pupils. "Your fellow pilgrims are within 100 kilometers of the gland." 100 kilometers? That's about 50 miles, right? More like 60. Aren't you Americans on the metric system yet? No. God is. You really ought to convert. With the aid of the canoe paddle, Martin regained his feet. He fixed on Sarcos, watching him solidify in the light of the incipient sun. The tailor was seated on a horse and dressed for riding. Hand-tooled cowhide boots, black vinyl slicker, spurs equipped with razor-sharp rowels. Covered with Jovian sores, his mount uncannily resembled the animals who'd drawn the hearse during the crab's production back in the Valley of Dry Bones. "Not exactly the paragon of her species, but I love her all the same," said Sarcos, patting his horse on her withers. "Ah, you should have seen the very first Equus caballus to roll off the assembly line. What a beast! If a camel is a horse designed by a committee, Mr. Candle, then a horse is a camel designed by God. Climb on up and hang on tight." Martin did not move. "Now, Pilgrim, get on board. Don't you trust me?" "No," replied Martin, eating a painkiller. "I don't. There's no telling what you might find in the gland. An answer to the ontological defense." Grasping the cantle of the saddle, Martin hoisted himself onto the steed's bony rump. "Forward, Maldemare!" cried Sarcos, stabbing his rowels into innocent horseflesh. And so the journey began, an excruciating ride out of Abaddon Marsh, across a grassy savanna, and into the fiery core of an archetypal desert. To the east rose a line of natural obelisks, sculpted by the wind into forms suggesting a gigantic edition of Lovett's jade chess set. To the west lay a range of dunes, rolling and swelling like the waves of some vast ocean on an undiscovered planet. By gripping the saddle firmly and bathing his brain in Roxanol, Martin managed to stay on Maldemare hour after hour, morning till noon till evening. Sarcos reined up before a radiant metropolis, its watchtowers encrusted with gemstones, its walls punctuated by marble towers and golden gates. As far as Martin could tell, the city's luminosity did not trace to a public lighting system, but resided rather in the building materials themselves. A gleaming moat encircled the ramparts, spanned by a bridge of polished obsidian and filled with a liquid suggesting molten anthracite. "It's a city," Martin observed, slipping down from Maldemare. "A city," Sarcos corroborated. "Most people's pineal glands look like lima beans. God's looks like a city." His sweeping gesture encompassed the entire southern rampart. "Behold the idea of Jerusalem, a glorious place even today, so you can imagine how brightly it shone in ages gone by." From his saddlebag, Sarkos produced a rolled sheet of yellow parchment. He unfurled it. The intricacy of the map astonished Martin. It seemed not so much the diagram of a city as the cell-by-cell plan for a creature so complex even God in his day would have experienced difficulty assembling it. "Your task is to get from this side of Jerusalem to the other," said Sarkos. "You aren't coming?" "Too busy. Big order to fill. The idea of Joseph Smith has just invented a new variation on Christianity, weirder even than his last one, and he needs a large supply of temple garments." Sarkos wheeled his horse around. "Find Rabbi Yeshua," he called, galloping away. "X marks the spot." As it turned out, Sarkos's map was far more lucid than Martin's initial impression allowed, and despite the city's many maddening features, its cul-de-sacs, switchbacks, and street signs written in Hebrew, he found himself limping efficiently toward the northern gate. The idea of Jerusalem was clean, in good repair, and curiously deserted, as if all the defendant's remaining strength were going into its maintenance, with no energy left for conjuring up inhabitants. Negotiating the gold-paved alleys and ruby-studded lanes, Martin did not meet a single person, dog, cat, or pigeon. The spot the X marked was a hill of mud located a half-mile beyond the gate. Sarkos's map called the hill Golgotha, and its distinguishing feature was a collection of 10,000 human skulls embedded in its sides like raisins in a fruitcake. As Martin approached Golgotha's southern slope, Saperstein, Occam, and Beecham came toward him from the west, their backpacks bulging with Corpus Dei specimens. Noah's axe sat balanced atop Occam's shoulder, adding to the wan priest's persona a dissonant note of ruggedness. The scientists' bone-deep weariness failed to mask their joy. Each bore the eager expression of a well-born Episcopalian child rushing down the stairs on Christmas morning. "We've made it!" shouted Beecham, "all the way to the gland." "Augustine told us to hunt out a great and brilliant teacher," said Saperstein, leading the four of them up the gooey slopes. "The idea of Rabbi Yeshua." "How was Abaddon?" asked Occam. "Unpleasant," Martin replied. "Rain and graves and dead people. I never found my firehouse." Reaching the top of Golgotha, the neuronauts happened upon a curious sight. A muscular young man wearing a white terry-cloth bathrobe, a ponytail, and a crown of thorns lay spread-eagled on his back, busily pursuing the uncommon ambition of attempting to crucify himself. He had the proper tools, mallet, spikes, wooden cross, featuring a plaque reading INRI, but it was nevertheless a hopeless task. Every time he managed to secure his right wrist to the wood, he had to tear it free so he could nail down the left. "Excuse me," said Saperstein. "Yes?" the young man replied in a peculiarly cheerful voice. "I'm sorry to interrupt. Rabbi Yeshua?" "Correct," said the young man. With his swarthy skin, sparkling turquoise eyes, and neatly trimmed beard, he looked like Jeffrey Hunter in King of Kings, Walter Candle's favorite movie after Ben-Hur. "Irving Saperstein, right? Plus Thomas Occam, Jocelyn Beecham, and Martin Candle. Your arrival is well timed. In the old days, I had centurions to assist me, and oh, such crowds! Scores of mourners lining the Via Dolorosa, hundreds of lepers gathered beneath my perforated feet, eager to catch a drop of holy blood on their tongues." He stretched out fully along his torture rack, ankles together, arms apart. "Help me, Mr. Candle, would you please?" With monumental reluctance, Martin picked up the mallet. It had the general shape and heft of Torvald's gavel. "Are you sure?" "3 quick hammer blows will be sufficient. I'll hardly feel a thing." Martin dropped to his knees, positioning a bloody spike between Yeshua's exposed wrist bones. He raised the mallet. He froze. Look, everybody, the man who would kill God, and he can't hammer one lousy spike into one crummy rabbi, said Yeshua. Do it, sir. Strike while the irony is hot. I can't. Why? You're innocent. Oh, that. All right, very well. Pass the tools to Dr. Saperstein over there, but mark my words, Martin Candle, before your life is done, you'll get another chance at this, and the second time around you won't lose heart. I would never execute an innocent man. I might as well give it a try. Saperstein seized the mallet. My people are going to get blamed anyway. Too true, sighed Yeshua. Irving, you don't really want to do this, said Beecham. You'll hate yourself in the morning, said Occam, pulling the camcorder from his backpack. Tools in hand, Saperstein bent over the rabbi. Isn't it in our collective interest to make him happy? It certainly is, said Yeshua. Do it. I'm steeling myself. Do it. God, forgive me, shouted Saperstein, connecting mallet to spike. The neurophysiologist struck again, and again. As the steel moved through his flesh, spraying blood in all directions, Yeshua loosed screams as piercing as those of Gordon the ram succumbing to Abraham's knife. I'm sorry. Saperstein wiped blood from his windbreaker. He's sorry, said Beecham. Remorse past understanding, said Occam. The blood kept coming, welling up around the spike like tide water lapping at a pylon. I forgive you, said Yeshua, gritting his teeth and shivering with pain. Really? Now, please, other wrist. As I understand the claims of Christianity, said Saperstein, positioning spike number 2, you aren't simply a sub-deity, not merely the Son of God. You are the Creator himself. You've hit the nail on the head. Can you tell me how the spirochetes adhere to Mixotricha paradoxa? Just drive in the spike, okay? How does one embryonic cell commit to becoming a brain? The spike, Professor. As you wish, said Saperstein, wielding the mallet. Aye! Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Saperstein handed the mallet to Beecham. I've had enough, he said. Sweet Yeshua, did Fermat actually prove his famous last theorem? Beecham knelt beside the rabbi's feet, positioning a spike above his overlapping ankles. Or must we settle for Andrew Wiles's solution? Jocelyn, don't! Shouted Occam. Go ahead, commanded Yeshua. Drive that sucker in! Beecham struck the spike 3 times, securing the rabbi's feet to the post. Yeshua screamed and writhed. How might I overcome the ontological defense of ostensible divine injustice? Asked Martin. Which would you rather have? An answer to your question or a cure for your disease? Asked Yeshua, speaking between clenched teeth. A cure for my disease. An honest man. I like that. Sadly, I can supply you with neither. I thought you performed miracles as a matter of Christian routine, said Occam, pointing his camcorder at the crucified Savior. Not miracles. Faith healings, said Yeshua. The first requirement for a faith healing is faith. I do have faith, said Martin. Nonsense. Even I don't have faith anymore. Elevate me, please. All my weight must rest on the spikes. Before long, I won't be able to lift myself high enough to breathe. If you can't help me with the ontological solution, what about the free will argument? I'm not a theologian. Elevate me. We'd better do as he wishes, said Saperstein. The neuronauts channeled their collective energy into the task, raising Yeshua's cross upright and pushing it deep into the mud. They secured the post by hedging it with jawbones pried from Golgotha's vast array of skulls. I'm thirsty, said the Savior. Uncapping his canteen, Occam stood on tiptoes and held the spout to Yeshua's lips. Have some wine. Much obliged, said Yeshua, gulping. Would you like a Roxanol? Asked Martin. Please. As the rabbi opened his mouth, Martin obtained a Roxanol tablet, and taking aim, tossed it skyward. The painkiller landed on Yeshua's tongue. Thank you. Mr. Sarkos led us to believe that here in the gland we learn the answers to certain scientific riddles, said Occam. Mr. Sarkos is a liar. Saperstein stuffed a stray jawbone into a Ziploc bag. He said we'd learn the answers. Life is full of disappointments. Here's a question you can answer. Beecham pointed to the INRI plaque. That sign above your head. It's in all the crucifixion paintings. I've always wondered, what does it mean? I'm not returning immediately. Why is the proton in a hydrogen atom 1,836 times as heavy as the electron? Demanded Saperstein. Given the imminence of my death, I should tell you how to get home, said Yeshua. Which optic nerve brought you here, the right or the left? The right, said Occam. Walk east for 3 miles. You'll come to the Joppa Gate. It will be slightly ajar. Squeeze through. You'll find yourself at the terminus of the left optic nerve. Follow the shaft, and in an hour you'll see the chiasma. You mean we'd have gotten here immediately if we'd followed the left nerve instead? Asked Occam. No, whichever nerve my visitors start out following, they always end up at the dinosaur's gazebo. Illogical? You bet. As Dostoevsky put it, if everything on earth were rational... How are the spirochetes attached? Wailed Saperstein, eyes flashing like leviathans. You know the answer. Tell me. Did God exert any free will in fashioning the universe? Please, out with it. Each time I die, it's harder than the time before. What's the correct value of Hubble's constant? You know it, Yeshua. I know you know it. Hubble, Yeshua, Hubble, Hubble. Toil and trouble. Please, I must find out. Why turbulence? Did Fermat prove Fermat? Spill it. How many spirochetes can dance on the head of a pin? Does hydrogen have free will? Was it the chicken, the egg? Work with me, Yeshua. Stay the distance. Hang in there. Happy Easter, rasped Yeshua, drawing his last breath. The rabbi's eyes rolled into his skull, his body went limp, and his head flopped sidewards, as if mounted on a discarded puppet. A melatonin drizzle descended. It is finished, said Occam softly. 2 whole weeks in the brain of God and not a damn thing to show for it, said Saperstein. My department head won't be pleased, said Beecham. At least you 3 can go home now, said Martin. I've still got a war to win.